Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing law nerds. We have a very busy criminal docket today, but just one witness because we are a little bit back in time for the Banfield trial. You have probably seen it referred to on social media as the Au Pair affair trial because, yes, the defendant was having an affair with his au pair. Don't worry, that was my meeting, not your meeting. I thought I had turned it off this morning, but I guess I forgot. These things happen. I've been storm prepping. It has been very busy, and we have an entire day of testimony. We're going to try to do it a little bit faster. So if you're on replay crew and you speed it up and it feels really sped up, it's because I've also sped it up. But it's Wednesday. It's January 21st. It's 2026. We're jumping back to last week. And then I think we're going to be able to consolidate a day of trial and skip ahead a little bit and catch up in real time as best we can. So law nerds, it's good to see you. Let me know where you're coming in from. I brought coffee and breakfast with me. So we're just having like a full breakfast experience. It's like brunch and court. So brunch and court also. For all of you that don't watch the internet's weatherman, Ryan Hall, y'all, now's your time to start unless you live, I don't know, maybe West Coast? Everyone else, it's time to know what's happening with the weather because, Marty said, I'm in Nashville for a work trip and yikes, weather watch. I would leave Friday if you can, because I don't know how that's going to go after Friday. So we are already getting cancellations for stuff over the weekend. Travis is like, we have a lot of food in our fridge. I'm like, yeah, buddy. We do. We're planning on, we need storm snacks, but I'm planning on all of you being home for like a week because that's a reasonable plan at this point, that you're all going to be out of school for a week. Do you know how much food y'all eat when you're home for a week together? Like, it's not a normal week. It's so much. So yes. So snow snacks, and we're just ready to be locked in for like a week of no school and a week of, well, hopefully power and water. But we got the generator ready to go and we're doing our best. So you guys grab what you need, plan on power outages, get some water, not just bread and milk, get your storm snacks. And I don't know, what do I know? I lived in California most of my life. I had like an earthquake kit. At least this is a little bit more predictable. So get, gas up the cars and do what you want. Feeney said, how much snow are you expecting? Nashville is expecting over a foot of snow. I'm not concerned about the snow. I'm really concerned about the other possibility, which is a lot of ice. I am more concerned about how much ice they are predicting. The snow we can work with, but they are predicting inches and inches and inches of ice all the way down into like Texas and Florida. So for everyone who had a pipe burst in 2021 in that freeze, it's time to buckle up. All right. And for everyone in the chat that knows way more about weather and snow than I do, thank you for sharing your tips with everybody as we get into this, because we have a really long day. We have a really long day of court. And what we saw yesterday from the au pair that stuck with me overnight, as I was thinking about this case, and like, if I'm telling Judge Abby, what are like the 3 things I need you to know about this testimony? When I'm thinking about the au pair's testimony, something that stuck out for me is that she indicated, and again, this is going to depend on how much the jury believes her. And remember, juries are nuanced. They can believe some of her testimony. They can believe all of her testimony. They can believe her testimony and say, I think she's downplaying parts of it, but I believe this, and that. It just depends on the jury and the nuances of the testimony, and we can't really evaluate that till after cross-examination. But the things that stuck with me is she said that she and her employer, the co-defendant, Banfield, Brandon, didn't have a conversation about their relationship being more than just a physical fling until after he started talking about getting rid of his wife. That has stuck out to me. Also, every time she said, and it was many, when she said, well, he said this because of the investigation and he said that because of the investigation. We know that he is a investigator. He's an investigator with the IRS, but yes, the IRS has sworn agents that are investigators. I don't know if that is something that she would be coming to him with entirely. I don't know if this is information that would be within her purview when he's saying, we need new iCloud accounts. He's saying, we need new iCloud accounts. We need new phones. I need to change my pattern of behavior well before this event so that I can plan to be here. It shows a substantial level of planning. Does that minimize her involvement? No. But does it support what she's telling the jury as information that's not organically coming from her, but information that's coming from him? Perhaps it does for the jury. And then on top of that, you get the conversations about the laptop and when they are using Christine's laptop. And you are getting conversations around Christine needs to be home when we are using the laptop. We cannot both be home all the time when we're using the laptop. We need to switch up when we're home, when we're communicating with the FetLife site and individuals on the FetLife site, which I think both of them did. I don't think it's 100% him. I don't think it's 100% her. I think it was both of them having those conversations based on her testimony. And when she's talking about he told us we needed her to be home every time we did that. Is that something most people are thinking of? No. Even people who watch a lot of true crime, etc., might not think of that. Hell, Trooper Proctor was trying to get rid of his iCloud and couldn't do it. So there's quite a lot of information here that doesn't read to me as if it's organically coming from her. So it's going to depend on what the jury believes. Do I think she was probably more involved than she's coming forward with at this point? Yeah. Yeah, I do. But we're going to have to wait and see. So law nerds, are we ready to go to court? Yeah. We laid over in Virginia yesterday. Hope you guys got to do some fun stuff. Got to tootle around. Got to tour a famous courthouse there in Fairfax. We're going to go to court. You ready? Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. It's time to get to court. If all of you hear some background noise, that's at my house. Honestly, I just wanted to hear Judge Penny Ascarati presiding. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Law nerds of the chat. Draw near and ye shall be heard. And a lot of you have pointed out that the co-defendant is Brazilian. She came to work in the US for this family for a year and then extended. So also an in-depth knowledge of how investigations may work in a country that is not your home country is also notable for the fact that is all of this information organically coming from her. Remind me to tell you the story about co-defendants. I had a co-defendant trial and the co-defendant testified and then the defendant testified. I will let you know. I have a whole story for you about that, but we'll do it later. I have no idea if the Virginia seal is made of foam or if it's actually like wood or some other consideration, but imagine they don't have earthquakes the same way that California does. That's also, look at how high that is. Look at how far they have to pan down to see the judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Kara.
So,
Good morning.
thank you, Bailey.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Kara.
She would be allowed a translator if she wanted
Do
one.
we have any preliminary matters before we bring the co-defendant back on the stand?
She might not have felt that she
Okay,
needed one.
if we can bring the co-defendant back in.
So they are bringing a co-defendant. I just want to make sure they weren't putting anything on the record, but she might not have wanted one. She might not have felt she needed one. The prosecutors might have asked her, are you comfortable testifying in English? Because that's how you engaged with the defendant and co-defendant. Also, strategically, let's talk strategically. Strategically, from the prosecutor's side, would there be a concern if she's reading the chats that she wrote and isn't really clear in the way she's reading them or understanding them? And could the jury think that, oh, well, if she doesn't really understand, maybe she misunderstood him. So it really, there's some strategy to that as well, but that would have been a conversation with her and her lawyer. And there are times that she is not always easy to understand. I think some of that is because she's been mumbling, for sure. But I've been able to understand her pretty well, but I'm not listening in the background. And the microphones are tough.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carroll, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think she is the most forthcoming. Lacey, this is the judge from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So yes, this is our second trial with Judge A. I think it's the first time we've done two different trials with one judge. I mean, we've done two trials, one judge in Massachusetts, but this is our first time with two different trials, one judge. We've got two trials, one courtroom in Utah, different judges.
You're still under oath. Okay.
So this is a much more difficult, the facts in this case,
Thank you,
as
Judge.
they've been presented so far,
Good
are just
morning.
horrific no matter what. Oh, Baldwin, that's true. Baldwin was two different
When
trials,
we
one
ended
judge. That's a
yesterday,
very good point. It felt like a
I had
continuation of a
asked you
trial
if you had told
because same incident.
the police that you spoke to on the day that this happened, what you told us yesterday.
So the prosecutor, I think, has done a really good job in just like resetting the jury without doing a full like as seen on last time. But the hey, yesterday they got through the testimony. Sorry, I forgot to put the backs on my earrings. Yesterday they got through the testimony of, okay, and then you talked to police and you didn't tell them what you told us. So that's where we are. That's where we're kicking off today.
Okay.
I told the version that Bruno had told me
And why did you do that?
because that's what he had told me all along. If I ever was going to speak with the lawyer or
That was the plan, man.
I should have told that version.
Okay.
Stick
And
to the plan.
were you ever arrested on for the events that happened that day?
Yes,
And,
Oh, are they gonna start with her deal?
When were you arrested?
That'd be smart.
October 2023.
And I'm going to show you.
A lot of you,
I'm going to show
I've seen
you
you guys ask
Commonwealth
me about her
79,
deal.
and I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witnesses.
I need to hear them
Counsel only at
testify
this
about it
point.
first. I need to hear them testify about it because we haven't seen it yet on the record for us because we're not there yet.
Do you have a document on your screen?
No,
It would be
Something
on your
is
screen
stuck
too.
on my
It would
desk.
be on my screen too. I think it came out.
Unstick something.
There you go. Do you have a document on your screen now?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to scroll through it so you can see it.
Yeah, I wonder if this is her deal that they're going to go through. MC Muffin Top said depends on verdict. It shouldn't depend on verdict. The only reason she wouldn't be sentenced after a verdict, because you can't have them dependent on verdict, would be if the jury does not reach a verdict. If the jury does not reach a verdict, she will have to testify again. But you can't predicate a deal on what the jury is going to do. You have to predicate it on her action, meaning most deals to testify, I mean, I've never seen one that's not, are testified on your truthful testimony. And if the prosecutor feels that there was not truthful testimony, it generally ends up in quite a lot of hearings. I've had a case where I've dealt with that as well. It ends up in a lot of hearings to be like, Your Honor, they violated their deal. And then you have to do an evidentiary hearing about why they violated their deal. But we're not there yet. We're kind of cart in front of the horse. So.
Do you recognize this document?
yes.
What is it?
It's my plea agreement.
Yeah. So they're going to talk about this more now, and then I'll speed.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to enter Commonwealth 79.
No, the jury's going to get it. They're just
Any
putting the whole thing
objection?
in
All right, 79 in evidence.
evidence.
And this can be published.
Thank you.
They're just putting it all in evidence.
Now, I'm going to scroll down again. And I'm going to ask you if you signed the document.
Yes,
That's your signature?
yes.
Can you read paragraph 5 for us aloud?
Yeah. My attorneys have advised me that the punishment which the law provides is as follows: a maximum of 10 years imprisonment and a minimum of 1 year's imprisonment, or in the discretion of the jury or the judge sitting without a jury, up to 12 months in jail and or a fine of not more than 2,500, or both. And also the probation may or may not be granted, and that if I plead guilty to more than one offense, the court may order the sentences to be consecutively, that is, one after another.
So for everyone who asked about her deal, she read it into the record, which is why I didn't talk about it yesterday, because I wanted to hear them talk about it in court, because I did not go pull the dockets. So that's the deal. This is a maximum of 10 years. If she pled to more than one charge, which she didn't, then it could run consecutively. And again, for everyone who asked, does she need a translator? If she's got consecutively in her non-primary language, I think she's probably good. And that's her plea agreement. It could be as little as a year. It could be as much as 10 years. It's up to the discretion of the judge. So, Sassy Frenchie said, what's the benefit of showing the plea deal to the jury? Well, so that they understand, and the defense is going to bring it up, and you need to explain to the jury, yeah, she got a deal. And you need to be forthcoming as the prosecutor to the jury and saying she got a deal, this is what the deal is. But the judge gets to decide her sentence.
And then I'd like you to look at paragraph 8.
So these, I think they're going to get more into her
Can you
deal.
read paragraph 8 aloud for us, please?
Yes. The following plea agreement is the full and complete agreement between me, my attorneys, and the Commonwealth's attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will no pros count 2.
Null pros means will not prosecute count 2.
The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant to be sentenced to a period of active incarceration capped at the time served at the time of sentencing, provided she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and
I'm going to back that up a little bit, because I think this is where some of the confusion is about whether she will get time served or whether she will get 10 years. Okay.
and the Commonwealth's attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will no pros count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant to be sentenced to a period of active incarceration capped at the time served at the time of sentencing, provided she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in discretion of the court.
Okay. So what does that mean? And she does speak a little quietly. What does that mean? She pled to an amended count 1. They null pros count 2, which means essentially they'll dismiss it. They amended count 1 to be a manslaughter. We can have all of the discussions about right, wrong, how you feel about the deal. It doesn't change the fact that it is. So we're just going to focus on is. We can discuss propriety another time. The maximum is 10 years. The prosecution, this is more like a federal plea deal. The prosecution is going to recommend time served. That means you get sentenced to the amount of time you've been in custody. She got arrested in 2023 and has been in custody since then. Again, this will change if it depends on when she's sentenced, how long she's been in. You don't know that until she gets sentenced. But the prosecution agreed to recommend time served. The judge has a range of discretion up to 10 years. This is more like a federal plea. We saw this in the Murdaugh case. The prosecution came in and recommended something, and the judge said, and this is completely my paraphrasing, the federal judge said, fuck that shit, and sentenced Murdaugh to way more on the federal charge. The prosecution's recommendation is just a recommendation. The judge determines the sentence, and it's capped at 10 years. Okay? Hopefully that clears up what is her plea deal, because she just read it to us. That's what she signed. Why did the prosecution change the degree of the crime? Why did the prosecution offer this, that? That is within their control. And I imagine the defense is going to bring it up quite a lot on cross, because I imagine the defense is going to be like, so you're getting a lesser crime, you're getting a maximum of 10 years, you're getting all this so long as you flip on this dude and say whatever they want you to say. I imagine that that's where that's going to go. So she will not be sentenced until this is done.
So do you understand that this document tells us that you pled guilty to manslaughter?
Yes.
And do you understand that this document tells us that the maximum penalty for manslaughter is 10 years?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that you can receive up to 10 years for this
Yes.
in this plea?
She should be sentenced by the exact same judge.
Is it fair to say that you hope that you get less than 10 years?
Yes.
That's fair.
And
Pepsi Man.
before you entered this guilty plea, did you have your own attorneys?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with your attorneys the options that you had with regard to your own case in this matter?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with them your option to have a trial if that's what you wanted to do?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with them options for a plea agreement, to talk about a plea agreement?
Yes.
And when you talked with your attorneys,
I just want to know why.
did they talk with you about all of the options that you had, the evidence in your case? Did you have full discussions with them?
Yes.
Tell me why? Why did we
Do you know who
choose to
paid for
take
your
this
attorneys?
deal now?
Who, what? I'm sorry.
Who paid for your attorneys?
Brenna's mother.
Girl, what did you just say? Dude's mom paid for her lawyers? Dude's mom paid for her lawyers? Stop it. Stop it right now. Bro's mom paid for her lawyers. I told you yesterday that my vibe on this was she got arrested and he was on her jail calls and up in her commissary saying, baby, I love you. Baby, I love you. Baby, I would do anything for you. Baby, it's you and me against the world. They don't understand. However, she came to this country to work in your home at like 21. You were her responsibility. She was your responsibility. She was not. So she is living in his house. She is 21 years old. She is working as an au pair. People do it all the time. But you don't, A, have an affair with her, and B, you are now having an affair with her. You are her employer. She is living in your home. You are an armed law enforcement officer. You decide to kill your wife. You tell her that you're going to do it. And then you weave the future of what you guys are going to have together and ride off into the sunset because you're the smartest agent that ever lived? Interesting. And then she gets arrested and your mom pays for her lawyer. Why would your mom pay for her lawyer? I don't know. Donna Adelson, Mrs. Walsh. Y'all got to stop being so weird with your kids, first of all. And are you paying for the lawyer to support her Even Fred's pissed off. You can hear my cat yelling. Or are you paying for her lawyer to keep her on side? Also, I got questions for the lawyer. Because it seems like a potential conflict. But your mom paid for her lawyer? What? So it doesn't look like you're paying for her lawyer? You know those jail calls are, baby, I love you. I would do anything for you. I'll get you out of here. We're going to take care of this together. Ride or die. And then he got arrested. And then she was like, I ain't going down for this shit? Question mark? Huh. Okay. Sure, bro. Some of you are saying she got a new lawyer. This is what I don't like. Also, I did not deal a ton with the attorney ethical rules in the world of like civil attorneys and defense attorneys because I was a prosecutor for so long. But I have some real concerns about the potential co-defendant who you might be covering for, or the linchpin paying for the lawyer. It happens all the time. It concerns me deeply. It concerns me deeply. This is what Charlie Adelson was complaining about, right? When Charlie Adelson got a new attorney for his appeal, Charlie Adelson's new attorneys are like, excuse me, this is a problem. Because Charlie Adelson's best defense would have been like, mama did it. Her best defense is that dude did it. Her best defense is, let me tell you all about him. I think she's got a stronger defense on that than Charlie Adelson does, but we're not through her testimony yet. So, for him, who was probably funneling money to mommy to pay the lawyer, seems very much trying to keep someone on side. I hate everything about this, but also, of course, this is what it is. She had had a public defender for the beginning. The public defender would have been like, excuse me, you're telling me that your boss who you were living with started having an affair with you, then decided to kill his wife, and then was like, let me tell you all about the investigation. We're going to need a new iCloud account. We're going to need to set this other guy up. And what you're saying is you're not going to tell them everything he did? Sure, Jan. Okay. We'll see how that goes for you. That would have been the reality check. That would have been the reality check that she would have gotten from most attorneys. Mom was paying for her fucking lawyer. Holy shit.
Do you know who paid for your attorneys?
Who, what? I'm sorry.
Who paid for your attorneys?
Brenna's mother.
And so you were arrested in October of 2023, and you entered your guilty plea in October 2024. Why did you wait a year?
I'm sorry.
Why did you wait a year?
I had things I was concerned about.
What, not getting your commissary?
I was afraid of not being able to be represented if it stopped the payment.
Chat, just a gut check, and it's going to be hard for those of you that have already watched her testimony, but chat, just a gut check. I was afraid that I wouldn't have representation if they weren't paying for the lawyer. Rings 100% true to me. I do not know how the legal system works in Brazil. I don't know what her background with the system is. And I don't know if anyone took a minute to explain to her, if you don't have this lawyer, the court will provide you one. Because if mommy swooped in with a lawyer like the day she was arrested, how would she even know that? Because if the minute she gets arrested, because I think she was still living at the home with him when she got arrested, if the minute she gets arrested, private counsel swoops in, how would she know? How would she know that that was an option? That reads completely true to me. completely true to me that she was afraid she might not have a lawyer.
Was afraid of not having being able to be represented if it stopped the payment. I was afraid of not having any way of communication with my family, my mom in Brazil, because I depended on Brenna's.
Do you guys believe this part of her testimony? And again, you're allowed to pick and choose. But he was the only way I could communicate with my family in Brazil. He was the only way I had access with my family was through like three-way calling with him. Mm-hmm.
Way of communication with my family, my mom in Brazil, because I depended on Brenna's mother to do that for me. And
So you said that you were concerned that you wouldn't have representation anymore. What do you mean by that?
because once the payment stopped, I thought I wouldn't have Ryan as my lawyer and it would be just dropped out.
And did that happen, or did Ryan continue to represent you?
He continued to represent me.
And you said you were concerned you wouldn't be able to communicate with your mom. What was your concern? Why was that a concern for you?
Because
Honestly, chat, I have no idea how international collect calls into U.S. custody facilities work. And collect calls into U.S. custody facilities are quite expensive, but I have no idea how international calling into custody would work for them to have a direct call. I don't know if you can call out of the country from in custody. I would imagine that you cannot, which means the only way would do the three-way calls. You would have to use the three-way calls. So on this topic, yeah, I believe her. I believe that those are her motivations.
only had Brendan's mother or him to help me communicate with my family in Brazil via phone call or messages. I depended on them financially to be able to texting my mom, and yeah.
So what ultimately made you decide that you were going to enter this plea?
Was the thought of being the right thing to do. I guess we all deserved to know what happened, and I just couldn't hold it. I just couldn't keep it to myself. The feeling of shame and guilt and sadness and all those feelings.
And so you decided to enter a plea. What made you decide?
I think there's probably more to that we don't know yet. I think there might be more to that. But with the, I need a lawyer, I need a lawyer and I need to communicate with my family, I 100% understand that calculus. Does that forgive the things that she has done? No. But does it help you understand where she was at? I mean, yeah. We're applying decision-making logic through her matrix of decision-making, not ours. So, yeah, I get where she's at. And I think a lot of her testimony, we've seen moments that have been really forthcoming and moments that you're like, there's more.
Decide to cooperate and testify against the defendant in this case?
Well, I got the plea because it was also the right thing to do, and sorry, and also because I had a potential of getting less time.
Between February 24th, 2023.
Yeah, bro
and
would have
October
totally
of
let you just
2023,
take all of this on
Did
yourself.
you continue your romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Of course they did. Of course they continued their relationship after the murder.
And after February 24th, 2023, did you ever go back and live at the house on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Who lived at the house with you after you were able to go back to the house?
She sleeps in Effie's bed and everything. We really are in a Taylor Swift song, aren't we?
At that point, it was only me, Brendan, and Valerie.
And when you returned to the house, what bedroom did you stay in?
When we first returned, I stayed in my bedroom, my Au Pair bedroom.
Did anyone stay in that bedroom with you?
Yes.
Who?
Brendan.
And did the two of you ever move into the master bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Do you recall?
I don't know if I'm more mad that she moved into the bedroom with him or that the daughter was sleeping with her. I think I'm more mad about that. I am more mad that this 4-year-old's mother was murdered and then was sleeping in a bed with her for comfort. I understand it for the kid because how horrible for the 4-year-old. And yes, Chet, they probably needed some time to clean up the other bedroom.
When?
I would say maybe.
Don't guess. Do you recall when?
I mean, them being, the two of them being awful is separate and aside from how heartbreaking this is for Valerie.
No.
Okay,
we're back to rage.
When you came to live in that house before February 24th, 2023, when you first arrived in October of 2021, who lived in the master bedroom at that time?
Christine and Brendan.
And where did you live when you came in October of 2021?
I had my own bedroom.
And where was that bedroom?
It's on the same floor as the master bedroom and Valerie's bedroom.
And did you hang anything up in that bedroom? Did you make it your own?
Yes.
What'd you put up?
A Brazilian flag, some pictures on the frame. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And did anyone else come to live with you in the house on Stablebrook Way after February 24th, 2023?
Well, Brenda's mother was mostly staying with us.
What? What? His mom also moved in? So after the wife is killed, mom moves in. He and the au pair start playing house more together. I'm sorry. Mrs. Walsh is got to be jealous at this point. But mom moved in. If this goes in the direction of, and mom started helping take care of the kids so you guys could go have your little like wifey life, I am going to lose my mind. Was mom not like, hey, so your wife just died. Why is your au pair sleeping in your bedroom with you? That seems like a boundary that maybe we, or was mom just like, oh, he's He needs comfort. I
And a few months after, we moved his grandmother down from New York to live with us.
and grandma.
And who was
I have no shade for grandma living with them. And grandma. Okay. And grandma.
supporting you after February 24th, 2023?
Who was supporting me?
Yeah.
Brendan.
When you were first arrested, were you able to speak to the defendant on the phone?
Yes.
And did you send letters to him?
Yes.
And did he send letters to you?
Yes.
Did the two of you continue your relationship?
Yes.
Did you speak?
I mean, you thought you did. Who knows what he was doing on the outside? I will also note, and I hesitate to do so because I realize that it can be a fraught topic. However, stick with me, chat. She came into work as an au pair, and then by this point would have been extending her visas to stay. This is purely speculation on my part, which is why I say I hesitate. However, when we are looking at the levels of imbalance here, and he is working as a federal agent, as he will tell anyone who will listen, was he the one allowing or I don't know what the right word is, but signing for and attesting to her visa extensions as well? Because I imagine he was also the one helping with that, because of course he is. So he is sponsor. Thank you. He is sponsoring her as her employer. He has her living in the house. Everything she's doing is dependent on him. Because, right, as the employer, he would be, so she can have a work visa. Look, chat, I know two things can be true, and multiple things can be true. I don't love the choices she made either. It does not absolve her of the choices she made. But there are context, and there is context to the choices that she made. And he plays into a lot of that context. Oh boy.
To his mother on the phone?
Yes.
And his mother's name is what?
Teresa. We call her Tess.
Okay. Did you send letters to her?
Yes.
Did she send letters to you?
Yes.
Did you receive letters and correspondence from anyone else in the defendant's family?
I want to know what is in all
His
of those letters.
stepmom and his grandmother.
And
So just because I keep pausing and ranting, and I'm going to have to stop, or we're going to be streaming until 10 p.m. While she's in custody, his mom, his stepmom, his grandmom are all writing her letters too.
did there come a time when the defendant and his family stopped communicating with you?
Yes.
Yep.
When was that?
When he was arrested.
Right when I signed my plea deal.
Oh,
And after you were arrested, were you able to keep?
I talked over her. She said when I signed my plea deal, which was what, like a month after he was arrested? Mm-hmm. When I signed my plea deal. Also, I think one of the difficult things with being in your 20s is that obviously you know everything. And in your 30s, you realize how much you did not know in your 20s, which is why you need somebody who is older to be, someone acting in good faith. Because in your 20s, you obviously know everything. It takes you a while to learn that you don't. Your brain's not even done yet. I am mad at all of this. I am just mad at all of this. I am mad at all of it.
in touch with your family in Brazil?
After my arrest, yes.
Okay. And how was that possible?
Through Brenna's mom, she used to help us to communicate through a phone call, and she would put money on my account so I can text with my mom in Brazil, my family.
And did that support ever stop?
Yes,
When did that support stop?
when I signed my plea deal.
Judge, I'd ask for the court's indulgence at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
So she's communicating with mom, grandmom, stepmom. She's got a whole support system, as twisted as it is. She's got a whole support system within
All right,
this.
thank you.
They're helping her
Cross-examine.
communicate. Oh, they're done. They're helping her. That's shocking. They're helping her communicate with her family in Brazil. They're putting money on her books. She has a system that's around her, and she signs her plea deal, and all of them are just gone. Just gone. So Tracy said, wait, there have been free apps to talk to people in another country. You don't have access to WhatsApp when you're in jail, though. Because the communications are all recorded. So the relying on them to communicate with her family is when she got arrested. Okay. So that was shockingly much faster of an end to direct examination than I anticipated. But there was some new information that we did not know. So in the brief period of time that the prosecutor finished their cross-examination, what did we learn? We're just going to reset everybody, and then we're going to get to cross-examination, which is going to take the rest of the day. How can that even be? But it is. So what did we learn at the rest of the direct examination today? We learned about the co-defendant's plea deal. And yes, even though she is pled, she is still a co-defendant. They did this together. Her plea deal included a reduced charge for count 1 of manslaughter and a nolle pros or a dismissal of count 2. The maximum on that is 10 years. The minimum on that is 1 year. The prosecution agreed that if she was cooperative with them, that their sentencing recommendation would be time served, provided that she stayed in custody this entire time. The judge ultimately will determine the sentence somewhere between time served and 10 years. She's been in custody since October 2023. So we learned more about her plea deal. We learned that the defendant's mother was paying for her attorney. When asked, why did you take a year to plea? Why did you make the decisions that you made? She talked about how she was afraid that if she didn't maintain the story that she was maintaining, that she wouldn't have her lawyer paid for because the defendant's mother was paying for her lawyer. You see where that's problematic? Is that an ethical conflict? It shouldn't be. Can it feel like it to her? Can it feel like pressure to her? Sure. That the defendant's mother was the one helping her communicate with her family in Brazil. She was worried about that. That she and the defendant maintained a relationship while she was in custody through letters and phone calls. That the defendant's mother and grandmother and stepmother were maintaining contact with her in custody, putting money on her commissary, putting money on her phone card so she could connect with her family in Brazil. And then all of that stopped when she signed the plea deal. She said that she signed the plea deal because essentially this was weighing on her conscience, that it was the right thing to do, that she was tired of the shame and the guilt. I think there's probably more to that. I think there's more to it. Emily, would you have been more down if she was just like, yeah, no, I thought he was going to try to pin this all on me. So once he got arrested, I said, fuck it, you're not putting this all on me. You did this too. So I'm going to tell them what both of us did. I think that's probably closer to the truth once he got arrested. And I think that was probably a concern. So the fact that after the murder, the co-defendant Au Pair Juliana moved into the main bedroom with co-defendant, defendant in this case, Brendan. And then mom and grandma moved into the house. So by the time she's arrested, mom's moving into the house, grandma's moving into the house, and she's just like living wifey life with her co-defendant. So I imagine that the shame and remorse all kicked in while in custody. As it gives you some time to find your feelings, apparently. And we are getting on to cross-examination. I'm real interested to see how this goes. And because I very much want to put this at 1.25, but it is also not that easy to understand her. And she speaks very low. So we'll see what we can do. And chat, remember, two things can be true at once. There are things I feel badly for her. But there are also so many options to make different choices here. And I don't think I am going to be able to forget her testimony that she and defendant were standing at the stairs listening to Christine be attacked. She knew that that's what they had set up for Christine. She knew that that's what the other victim, Joe, was going to do to Christine, and Christine had no idea. It's horrific. And her describing them standing there listening to Christine be attacked is fucking chilling. So mad. ELIC said, Emily, how can they have the same lawyer at any moment? They didn't have the same lawyer. It was that his family was paying for her lawyer. So. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, we're getting to cross-examination. I will just impart to chat one of the things that one of my favorite supervisors used to say to us at the DA's office all the time when we were dealing with cases that were difficult. He would remind us often that when crimes happen in hell, your witnesses aren't angels. And yes, there were times that there was much discussion about the Bible and fallen angels and all the rest of it. We're not there. We're on a very non-deep divey sense that when the dark, awful things happen, the witnesses that are also engaged, or the others that are also engaged in the dark, awful things, are engaged in the dark, awful things. It doesn't mean that they're not reliable witnesses. And that's where the jury has to determine what they believe, what they don't believe, where they think she is holding back information, or if they think that she is being forthcoming. And that is where the nuance of the thing is, because it is complicated. Cases are complicated. And it seems to me at this point that the prosecution believes that he is the one that was driving this plan forward. She was a willing passenger. There's a lot of context to that. She was in the car. She didn't say stop the car. She didn't say pull over the car. She didn't say let me out of the car. She didn't tell anybody that the car was heading towards a cliff called murder. She didn't do any of that. She was a willing passenger in this car. But there's a lot of context to that. And I think that those conversations can be difficult. But those are the conversations the jury is going to have too. Because I am sure there will be people on the jury who are just like, holy shit with this. And there's going to be people on the jury and being like, yeah, she picked up the gun and shot that guy and had no problem with it. But does it make her an unreliable witness? So that's what I'm curious to see. All right, let's continue.
Okay.
Ms. Casey Miller said, wait, I thought he was the one that shot the guy. She shot him. They both shot him. Joe was shot twice. And I didn't cover this case a lot going into it. I feel horribly for the child here, obviously for Christine, but also for Joe. I can't imagine. And then I'm going to eat breakfast and the cross gets started. But I can't imagine how horrible this would be for Joe. Joe was trying to do the things, it seems, that he needed to do. And all we know are the messages that they have, where she and co-defendant were trolling to find a victim. And they were trying to find a victim who was going to be lured into the house, be set up, and then be murdered. And the defense seems that it's going to be that Joe, the other victim, broke into the house, attacked Christine, and was shot because defense of others. And if the defendant wants to argue that, he's going to have to testify. But Joe is trying to do the things in the world of what he was into in a responsible way, asking to have a phone call. Others had different boundaries on that, but he asked to have a phone call. He had the conversations with them. He was, it seemed, trying to set up a mutually consensual encounter, staged as not consensual. And so he's lured into this house by them, knowing that they're going to set him up and murder him. And then to have God and everybody have conversations about the messages that you were sending and what you were into is just awful. I feel so badly for all of this. But the predatory nature of luring someone into the house to take the fall is just on another level. Willow, no, Joe had no idea. Joe thought he was having a consensual encounter, but this witness, co-defendant, and the other co-defendant knew that they were going to murder him. They knew that they were going to murder him. They knew that they were going to set it up to make it look like somebody broke into the house, attacked Christine, and then he came in, husband, co-defendant, defendant in this case, came in to save the day. They knew that that's what they were going to do. Absolutely just awful stuff. I will say, though, that the other chats we went through yesterday that they went through on FetLife, people being mindful of each other's boundaries, people clearly stating their boundaries. I mean, it took them quite a while to find someone who was like, okay, I'll do it with a phone call. But I imagine that they have to worry. I mean, anyone on an app where you're meeting people that you don't know has to worry that they might not be meeting someone who just wants to date. But good God, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. All right. Emmer said, who stabbed Christine, Joe or Brendan? The prosecution and this witness say Brendan. We have not gotten to all the expert witnesses. But interestingly enough, Joe sent a picture of the knife and she testified that Brendan said, that's not what I thought he would bring. They told Joe to bring a knife. They told him to bring these props for the scene. They said, bring the knife. And this witness testified that Christine told them he's got a knife. But she was not harmed yet at that point. And then Joe was shot. And then Christine was stabbed. And then Joe was shot again by her. That is how she told it. We will see what the scientific evidence says, and we will see what the other evidence says. We'll see. But now we're on to cross. I think that the arguments on closing for premeditation are going to be different than what we've seen. I don't think the prosecution is going to say, remember, premeditation can happen in a moment. But we don't have the time of the span of that account because, well, we should. We should have the date they started the account. I'm going to look at my notes for it. We should have the date that they set up the account, and then we know the date of the murder. So we'll have a timeline there. I just need to go back in my notes and look. There's so much new information. I was buffering most of the day yesterday.
Why is no one ready?
I think the defense attorney was also caught off guard by how quickly the prosecution was done with this witness. But if any cross-examination in this case should be well prepped, it is this one. They know, once she signed that plea deal, they know that she is the key witness for the prosecution.
You don't understand, just please ask me to repeat them, okay? I want to make sure you understand everything that's being said here.
All right, into cross.
Yesterday, there was a great deal of talk about a plan.
Yes,
Do you recall that?
yes.
And I wanted to ask you, when was it originally formulated?
Can you talk a little bit louder, please? I can't really hear you.
Counsel your mic.
When was it originally formulated?
No! Fuck. No, not that. No. Did he swallow the mic?
Originally,
I'm sorry, that was too funny. Did he just eat it?
Originally formulated.
can you talk a little bit louder, please? I can't really hear you.
When was it originally formulated?
Fuck.
Originally,
Yes.
say after October, when he first mentioned the plan, at that point was just get rid of Christine. And then I can tell you exact the date.
Okay.
But
So sometime in October, the plan was to get rid of Christine.
yes,
At what point did
Chow Smut said, the mic is an actual potato, Emily, so maybe. Potatoes are delicious, it's fair.
there become clear actions that we're going to be taking?
what do you mean?
Did it ever grow to be something other than that?
Yes,
Okay, when did that happen?
when I created a website, I would say in January.
Okay, and that was January?
Yeah,
Okay, so the FetLife account, I thought that was right. The FetLife account happened in January. The murder happened at the end of February.
January 9th?
I can tell you the date.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just talk about that. So I think you testified that the creation.
I missed how the sun comes into this courtroom. Most of the courtrooms I worked in did not have windows like this, but I missed how the sun came into this
Of a
courtroom.
website required an email in Christine's name, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the email address?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, were you there when the email was created?
Yes.
Okay. And what device was it?
When they're talking about creating the account, also, this is not a blistering cross yet. When she said the website, I think she's talking about the FetLife account. So when they created that account was January 9th. So from January 9th to February 24th, that they were actively pursuing this. I think when you're talking about premeditation, it makes it a little easier to have that conversation.
Created on.
But
Laptop?
Okay.
they did all this in
Now,
direct.
Was Christine home at that time?
Is this
Yes.
not correct?
Okay. So describe for me how you and Brendan were able to get Christine's laptop on this day when that email was
She came home from work and left it by the
Like I
door.
mentioned before, every time we would get her laptop, it'll be because she'd get home from work or the day before, her backpack would be by the door with her laptop in it and her work stuff in it. And so it was, I would say, easy access.
Okay, I've heard you say that before, but what I'm asking is who took the laptop from wherever it was that Christina thought it was?
That day, I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember?
Because they did it so much.
After the laptop was obtained, what room that you were in?
What?
What room that you were in?
Where were you doing this? Like at the kitchen
What room
table?
in the house?
Yes.
When the laptop was up?
So
I'm confused. Sorry.
you just said you don't remember who grabbed the laptop,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Correct? But you're saying somebody grabbed the laptop, and I
Yes.
assume you're meaning between either my client or you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point, there was a creation of a new email, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where was that?
So it wasn't her existing email. I don't think that was clear on direct, or maybe I just missed it because there was so much else that was much. It makes sense if they created a new email address because you don't want Christine getting all these random email notifications on her email address. Interesting.
When that happened.
I do not remember.
Okay. So you don't know who took it.
That
You don't
makes
remember
sense.
that. You don't remember where the actual action to get this all started, the first part of the plan. You didn't remember that.
No.
Okay. Did you know at the time that you were?
If counsel's whole cross is going to be like, see, they don't know on that day where they were sitting. It seems like they did this so much. I mean, if you do something regularly in your life and then they're like, okay, but on this particular date, what exactly did you do? Doesn't it just blur together with all the other dates that you did the same thing? Sometimes we grabbed it and took it to the kitchen. Sometimes it was here. Sometimes it was there. All right.
We're creating it where Christine Banfield was.
In the bedroom upstairs.
Okay, so you can conclude that you weren't in the bedroom or upstairs, correct?
No.
So you just don't know what area of the house you were in.
Correct.
Okay.
She wasn't in the shower.
Now, leading
Probably
up
not
to
on the
that,
laptop in the bathroom.
did you and
I'm going to try really hard at 1.25. We're going to rely on closed captioning. If her answers are going to continue to be 1 or 2 words and he's going to continue to talk at 0.5.
Brendan talk about how you were going to do it or what type of an account it was going to be or what kind of name?
If we talked about it?
Yeah.
Probably did, but I
Okay.
I can tell you details.
Is that better for y'all?
I'm sorry, did you say you can't tell any details?
I can remember details
Okay, you can't
of how the
remember the
email
details.
was, the
Okay.
name, or yeah.
And so, who was the one typing?
Typing what specifically? The email?
Yeah, to open the account.
Brendan?
Okay. Did you at any point type anything in or do anything to assist him with the laptop?
Which day?
Yeah, eventually.
Well, on this initial day, which was when this all started.
Not that I recall.
Okay. So,
Counsel, your question was vague as to time. Don't be mad at her because you're just like, did you ever type? Yeah.
the actual beginning of this action plan, what do you recall about it?
Well, you asked, and I told you things I remember. That's what I remember.
I'm not mad at her
Well,
for
you didn't
that,
remember
honestly.
anything though. So what if you actually remember from that day?
Well, I remember that the account was created, the email, and that Christine was upstairs in the bedroom.
Oh my God, it's noon and I forgot to feed my
That's it.
Snorlax.
So there was an account created and Christine was in the bedroom,
Yes,
but you don't know where you and Brendan were.
I can tell you for sure.
You don't know who got the laptop, which was the device that was used to create the account.
Correct.
And other than saying, well, she usually leaves her bag by the door, you don't know whether it was obtained from the door, correct?
You can say that.
Well, I'd rather you tell me.
Yes.
Okay.
She did it.
Now, we'll
They
get
did
back
it
to that. But
so frequently that she can't remember this day versus that day. If he asked her more broadly to explain, I bet that she would. But okay. This isn't riveting. I'm sped up.
ma'am, you were just speaking with Ms.
Counsel, this is the main witness in this entire case. You don't want to come in hot, but what are the most important parts of your cross? Because who grabbed the laptop from the victim's bag January 9th versus January 11th versus January 18th? Does it matter? Does it? Because it feels like you're trying to think of what your next question is in real time.
Bristler about letters.
Yes.
And that was a common way for you to communicate, correct?
Yes.
Is that displaying?
It's
for-
displaying just to the attorneys,
Okay,
to
okay.
myself. If you would like her to see it, I just need an exhibit number.
Yes, Your Honor, this would be exhibit number 1.
Okay? And you want to display to the witness?
Display to the witness, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see that?
Okay.
Yes, I can.
And if you can, just let me know when you need me to scroll for you. And I can make sure you see the whole thing.
Okay.
I can see it.
Are you able to read that?
The whole letter?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm able to see it.
Do you want to read the whole letter?
Do you want me to?
I want to make sure that this is
my
your letter. Is
God.
this your letter?
Yes,
This
that's
is
my
a letter
letter.
that you wrote, it looks like on December 8th, 2023.
Yes.
And that would have been about 2 months after you were arrested on this charge.
Yes.
At least we have a
correct.
date.
And calling your attention to the highlighted
If she's going to read the letter, I'm just going to slow down because I do want to hear what is in the letter. I'm curious.
portion. Is that fair and accurate?
Counsel, just ask her, is that the letter you wrote? And if it's already got an exhibit number, isn't it already in? Why are you trying to lay foundation?
I was asking you to read it, yes. Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And the yellow portion there, can you read that, please?
Yes. Well, now that you know, parentheses, I mean, they already knew, close parentheses, that I'm not going to,
She has gotten harder to understand as she is reading this letter.
Cooperate with them. There is nothing.
Okay. The jury hopefully will be able to see this, which will make it easier.
Parentheses. I mean, they already knew. Close parentheses. That I'm not going to cooperate with them. There is nothing I can do. So I don't know what they are going to use. I mean, everything they have and can. I don't know everything. I just have the feeling they might hold me here until my trial. It can take months.
They're definitely going to hold you till your trial. So she's like, I'm not going to cooperate with them.
Years. There are many theories of what had happened, set up by you, us, or I wasn't supposed to be there, and etc.
Okay.
She said there are many theories of what happened. It was set up by you, us, or I wasn't supposed to be there. Do you know what she didn't say? Me. There are many theories. It was set up by you, us, or I wasn't supposed to be there. Interesting.
In this letter, which you wrote.
No, Emily, no, fuck. I don't put it at 0.75.
It suggests
God, that's
that
worse.
someone
No,
from
bad.
the
God.
Commonwealth had been talking to you.
All right, we're back at 1.25.
About cooperating against Brendan. Is that correct?
Oh, no, Chad, it's absolutely correct that they didn't say the theory is that this is a self-defense case and they broke up a home invasion assault. Yeah, that's not in there.
No, they never talked directly with me.
Okay. How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Overruled.
There's an objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Okay. And so this is 2 months after you were arrested. And were you given an opportunity to plead guilty and cooperate at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that they were offering you at that time?
At that point, my lawyer had said that they were offering, in exchange for my cooperation, they would offer me a misdemeanor and I would be released on.
Okay.
They would offer you a misdemeanor and you would be released? Oh, boy. That's a choice.
Time served.
Okay. And your
Time served after
I guess,
2 months.
As I understand it, your lawyer communicated that to you, and then you made the decision as to that?
Yeah.
And what was your decision?
That I didn't want it.
Okay. So you rejected the misdemeanor
How do you feel about
offer
that
Yes.
now?
based on what you knew?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
A misdemeanor, time served at 2 months after arrest.
Judge, may we publish this to the jury?
When all of you are asking, Emily, why didn't they arrest him when they arrested her? Probably because they didn't have enough to arrest him at that point. So what else did they have, and what did they have on her that they didn't have on him? Because clearly they didn't have enough on him to arrest her at that point. So some of you are saying, kind of like Catherine McBanawa. I mean, Catherine McBanawa was offered full immunity. Then again, Catherine McBanawa didn't pick up a gun and shoot anybody. She was a necessary go-between. But I don't know, did the prosecution knew that she shot anybody? I don't know, but that a misdemeanor's interesting.
Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm going to zoom past all of these
I can see it.
gaps
Okay.
in
You want me
time
to scroll it so you can read the rest of
as
it?
best I can.
If you like, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure you have full understanding of what it is. This would be page 2 of 3.
Seems like she's seen these before, counsel.
I I see it.
Okay. And this is page 3 of 3.
I can see it.
Okay. This looks like it was written on November 1st, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you for the dates,
And
counsel.
that's your signature down at the bottom?
Yes.
Your name? Let me bring your
Counsel, you're on cross. You can just ask direct questions. Is this the letter you wrote on November 1st, 2023?
attention to the highlighted portions.
Okay.
Can you read that, please?
Yes. I said, it's killing me, and I mean it. And another paragraph. It breaks my heart to think that I may not be able to be with you guys soon. It hurts me extremely thinking that I may not be there for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, friend's birthday, and all those special dates with the situation.
Okay.
So November 1st, she's telling them how much she wants to be with the family. You guys. Oh, it's defense counsel sniffling, Chad. I don't think it's going to go away.
And do you recall, was this...
Or whatever he's
So
doing.
this would have been sooner than the one that I showed you before, because it was November. Do you recall whether the offer of a misdemeanor had been extended prior to you writing this?
I can recall.
Okay. So you don't know whether it was before writing this or after writing this?
I can't say for sure.
Okay.
Defense counsel didn't specify who the letter was to.
Ma'am, I put on the screen what will be
Based
marked
on
as defense
context,
exhibit number 3.
I think these are all letters
Can you see
to
that?
his client.
Yes, I can.
And this appears to be, well, you tell me. I don't want to suggest anything to
Brendan.
you. What's the date at the top of
Dude, it's cross. You get to suggest things to her. Did you write this letter to my client on this day? Yes. Did you say this? Yes. It's cross. Suggesting things is like the whole point of cross.
the letter?
14/11/2023.
So November 14th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to read that first page?
I can see it on the screen.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you have a chance to read it. I'm not trying to rush you through.
Oh, do you want me to?
Counsel, it's cross. Sorry, your internet didn't freeze. I did. Counsel, it's cross. On this day, did you write this letter to my client? Yes. Did you say this? Yes. Next letter. It's cross. And if she says, I don't know if I said that, then have her refresh her recollection. You're doing it backwards. She doesn't look evasive at this point. You just look not prepared. Just date who you wrote it to, read the thing. Did you write that?
Read them.
Well, I want you to make sure that you know it's your letters.
She knows.
Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, when you're ready to know that that's your letter, then I'm happy with that.
Just ask her, is that your letter?
Okay. Let
Fuck.
me call your attention to highlighted portion. And this is after you've already signed off from your signature, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you can just read that aloud, please.
Yes, I said, I can bear living this without you. It's too much pain that I don't want to live like this. I can't. I just don't want to feel this way anymore. It's a torture. I love you more than anything.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen,
Baby, I love you. I can't live without you. Okay.
the jury, what is the feeling that you're talking about and what is the torture that you're describing?
This is the cross.
Being in this situation,
Okay.
what I was going through mentally.
And can you articulate what that situation was on November 14th, 2023 that was causing you torture?
It's being away from my family. It's being in a situation I've been in for the past 2 years.
Well, we're talking about then, what you were feeling then, which would have been November 14th, 2023.
But I guess the fact of being away from him.
Okay.
Counsel, it's cross. Just cross. Just cross. You're talking about being away from my client. I don't know how that helps your client, that she's all like, baby, I love you. Unless you're going to say she was she was so obsessed with him. Like, why are you so obsessed with me? She was so obsessed with him. She was so obsessed that she did all of this. If that's where you're going, then just read the sentences and say that means you were tortured being away from him. Just like you were tortured that he was married to Christine. You wanted to be with him. You wanted to be with Valerie. You wanted to be with his family. And just go a full like single white female route if that's what you want to do. But you got to cross her to do that. If that's the direction you're going with your defense, you have to do it.
And so at that point, you'd been away from the Banfield house for a little over a month. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so is the torture that you're away from him or the torture that you're in jail?
I would
Heather-
say both.
Okay.
It was like a
Well,
year.
I'm not trying to suggest to you what you should say. I want to hear from you. What are you describing?
It was like a year that till no,
But I
less
think
than a
we've
year.
always been both.
The murders were February, end of February, and she got arrested in October. So much less. than a
I'm sorry, I
year.
didn't understand that.
I said it was always both.
Okay. So when you're being asked to recall, and I'm giving you a date, what I'm anticipating is that you can say what it is that you were feeling that caused you to write a letter like that. Can you remember what you were feeling that caused you to write that letter?
No, I
Tortured.
would normally write letters when I was sad, upset.
Okay.
This case has one of the most horrific fact patterns that I think we have covered. It is quite a lot. And yet somehow this case that on its facts make you say, wait, what? The cross-examination of the main witness who the defendant says is lying is not interesting at all. How do you fumble this bad? I don't think we've watched a case together where we haven't been like, ooh, it's time for cross. Maybe I'm judging too fast, but I don't have optimism. If you think she's the
Ma'am,
mastermind,
do you see a new
ask
letter up there
her.
on the screen in front of you?
I do.
The letter
And
should be
it looks as though
interesting.
it's October 15th, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this a
Oh,
letter?
I think it was November.
Oh, I did say October. Sorry, November.
Yes.
And it says, "Hi, Mimi." Can you describe who that is?
It's Brenda's mother.
Okay. And so this is a letter to Brendan's mother, like the second one that I showed you.
Yes.
Okay. And can you just look at this and tell me whether you know that to be your letter that you wrote?
Oh, you
or,
called his mom Mimi.
or not?
Did you call his grandmother
That was the
Grammy?
letter that I wrote.
It's the letter you wrote. Okay,
Mhm.
good. And if you could, I'm going to scroll down and make sure I catch all the highlighted portions. So let me start with the first page there. Can you read the highlighted portion there?
Yes. So what if they don't let me go home for now or so long? What am I supposed to do? I said it before, how disturbing my thoughts have been recently. I'd rather to die than live like this, live with this pain. It's too painful for me.
Okay.
How many letters in are we? We're a lot of letters in. 4-ish letters in. Do you know what's not in any of those letters? I can't believe I'm sitting here. That guy broke into the house. He attacked Christine. Brendan saved us or whatever. No, I don't want to be in jail.
And that's obviously very serious language for you to write.
I'm
What were
distressed.
you experiencing that caused you to write that particular portion of the letter?
Depression,
Okay.
and I just didn't want to live anymore.
Okay. Now, in terms of the procedural posture of your case, had you had a bond motion at that point?
I don't remember exactly the times I've had bond motion, but I did have
Counsel just
a few.
grabbed the paper and said,
So
your
you
bond
were
motion was on this
arrested
day,
October
wasn't it?
8th?
October 2023, yes.
Do you remember the day?
October 13th.
The 13th, sorry.
Mhm.
And I imagine soon thereafter you had a bond motion, correct?
Yes,
And you were denied that bond motion?
yes,
And did there come a time where you had a bond motion in the circuit court?
yes.
And when would that have been in relation to November 15th, 2023?
Don't you have the dates in your note, counsel? Just ask her. It's cross. You can do that.
Say that again.
November 15th, 2023?
What about it? I didn't hear it.
When would the circuit court appeal of the bond motion have occurred in relation to November 15th, 2023?
When?
Do you know?
I can't recall.
Okay. And so you don't know whether having the circuit court deny your bond motion was the cause of what you're talking about in your pain. In your
I can say for sure, no.
Okay. It was what you said before, being here and being in the situation that you're in.
Mhm.
Okay. And let's look at and there's a further highlighted portion down the letter. Can you read that?
Yes. The first one says, I will always remember you, moments and memories we made in New York City.
Okay. And this was when you were with Tess up there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move. And
So
finally, this highlighted portion.
So when they were up in New York
I said,
and defendant was saying, you know what we need to do is get rid of my wife. They were visiting his family members, it sounds like.
I am in a terrible and deep pain. I wish I could take it away. I cannot stand with it. I can't do this. It would be too much pain. Unfair.
Okay. Those are serious words. Did you seek any sort of help? Or were these letters kind of you reaching out for that help?
I also started taking medication for depression, anxiety in the jail. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And when did that start?
I can say for sure.
Okay. Was it, let's just take a notable event in every year. Was it before?
Counsel, don't you have documents that reflect this?
New Year's Day, or was it after New Year's Day?
I can't say it.
Okay. And so, Judge, if I didn't say it, I would mark this as defense exhibit number 4.
It's number 4.
Okay. I just want to make sure. So for what's been identified as defense exhibit number 4, you're not certain what the source of the pain is that you're referencing in this letter.
Specifically, no.
Okay. But
And yes, chat, he could have asked her attorney and asked the prosecution if they would stipulate that all of these letters were her letters and not lay the foundation for each one. Is this your letter? Is this your letter? Is this your letter? They could have done that before the jury came in the morning. Hey, when we get to cross, I'm going to show her all these letters. Can we just stipulate to foundation? Because I'm sure the prosecution has them all too. And I imagine no one's contesting unless like a rogue one got into the stack. I'm sure no one's contesting it.
and this is my words, not yours. You tell me if I'm wrong. It appears
Because it is what it is.
He appears to be what?
As the letters go in chronology, they appear to be getting worse in terms of what you're saying about the torture and the pain and things like that.
Yes,
Okay. Is that fair to say?
it is.
Okay.
Oh boy. If you hear a fan, it's my heater. It's cold.
Your Honor, the letter before you I'd identify as defense exhibit number 5.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you see that letter?
I do.
And this appears to be dated November 16, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And let me just bring you down, and would that be a letter that you've written?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just bring you down to the highlighted portions. This would be a day after the letter that was received.
If you were the jury,
that we
would you
just talked
read all
about,
these
Exhibit number 4.
when you get to deliberate?
Can you read the highlighted portions, please?
Yes, the first one says, I cannot bear living without you. And the second highlighted is, I'm trying to be as strong as I can be.
Okay, and let me I'll scroll down for you. So if there's any further. That's the end. Okay.
Yes, we're sped up.
And ma'am, is there anything different about what you're talking about here? It's not talking necessarily about pain, but it's talking about bearing living.
I understand that he is laying the foundation for, by the time you get to the next deal being offered, you would do anything to get out of custody. I get that that's where he's going. My criticism is the way that we're driving the bus there. On January 16th, you wrote this letter. You said this. On January whatever, you said this. Just read it to her, it's cross, and ask her yes or no questions. And we'll see if he makes that point. But by the time you took the deal, you wanted out no matter what. So you would say anything, I imagine, is where he's going to go. You would say anything to get out of custody.
Without.
But if we
living in
don't
the jail without him.
do that,
Living in what?
You say, I cannot bear living
He's gonna lose the
here
point.
without you.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was that based on what you were experiencing in the previous letters?
Yes.
Okay, the same thing, or was there something new about this particular letter?
Well, for me, it's the same thing. I guess I just get confused. I guess messed up with words, how to describe them.
Okay, so it appears that up to this point, and I'm going to try to keep this moving along, everything appears to be
buddy.
kind of going back to the same thing that you've already testified to. So I'm going to show you letters. If something changes as to why you wrote certain things, can you tell me that? I'll ask you the question, but I just want to keep moving along.
Yes.
Okay.
let's get to the moving along then.
And can you read that, which will be marked as defense exhibit number 6?
Counsel, just keep reading the date. You continue to read that correctly. She continues to read that. We all continue to read that.
Sorry, were you able to read that?
Yes.
Okay, and was that a letter that you had written?
Yes.
And who was that addressed to?
Brendan.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion?
What's
for
the
me?
date,
Yes.
counsel?
It says, during the day, I just feel like crying, sad, depressed, racing thoughts, heart pounding, and I can't sleep. And this is exhausted, physically and emotionally. I feel drained, no strength anymore, no courage, no hope. It feels like a personal hell in life. Painful, torture, disturbing, and I don't want to live or to feel this. Better take my life in trade of the pain. And the next it says, it's killing me.
Okay, it sounds like this is getting worse in terms of the things you're saying. Is that the way it sounds to you?
Sounds like it, yes.
Okay, how were you? What were you feeling to make you write a letter like this?
Counsel, it's
I
kind of
think
clear.
Mixed feelings. Like I said again, it's
Are those letters not clear? I think the letters are clear. So, Anthony, if he ties it back around, I think where the defense is going with this is by the time they offered her that next plea deal, she was desperate she would say anything to get out of custody. She would do anything to get out of custody. She would lie. She would say whatever. I think that's where they're going to go. But I don't know if we need all of this to get there, because I think the point has been made that she's distraught.
it was a lot to hold in.
Okay, and was there anything greater or lesser than what you had said about the previous letters?
Well, for me, it sounds basically the same. Where I said, I just don't want to live to feel this.
Okay, well, I'm.
She's
It's
distraught.
not necessarily to interpret the letter that you see now. It's actually what was the feeling that you had when you were writing the letter is what I'm asking.
That's what she said.
Well, clearly not good.
That's
Not-
what. That's what you. That's what she
And
said.
do you remember whether this was before or after you were offered the opportunity for a misdemeanor and to try testify against my client?
Well, in terms of the date, I can't tell.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, can you see the letter that's on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And if you'd like to read it and just tell me if that's a letter that you wrote?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 7? Is that correct?
I believe, yes, it's 7, Judge. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 7, but if you could just please read the highlighted portions.
Yes.
How have we made letters between co-defendants this painful?
It says, I don't want to live this. I don't want to keep living, keep going. And the other highlight says, I just want this to be over. In one way or another, good or bad way.
Okay. And this would have been probably, let me see, would have been 3 days after Exhibit 6. Is this more serious, or is it the same as what you were talking about?
It sounds the same to me.
Okay. Did there come a time when you sought help within the jail?
Yes,
Okay, and that's where you got the medication from?
yes,
And would it be fair to say that these kind of statements weren't in your letters at some point after you had done the medication?
these letters, what? I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to understand. You sought help. They provided you medication.
Yes,
And is the medication specifically related to the pain and the torture that you're talking about in these letters?
it was related to all that I was feeling, all the feelings I was carrying with me.
Okay. And did that feeling that you've just described through mid to late November in the last few letters, did that continue on after you took that medication, or did it get better?
It made it better in a way, I guess, that I felt numb.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are all of you already on board with she
Let's
was
move on to what would be marked as
struggling in
defense exhibit
custody?
number 8, I believe, Judge.
All right, yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
let's move on.
Can you read that, ma'am, just to tell me if that is your letter?
It is my letter.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just scroll up so you can look at the highlighted portions. It looks like there's just one line highlighted there. What does that say?
It says, I'm not willing to spend life in prison for something I didn't do.
Okay. Now,
Well, that's the first time she
was
said
it your
that.
understanding at the time that you had the possibility of life in prison?
At the time, yes.
Okay, based upon the charge that you were charged with?
Yes.
Okay, and who told you that?
My lawyer.
Okay, and let's just talk about that particular area of the letter. Do you remember, so you're talking about something that you didn't do. Are you talking about this case?
Yes.
Okay, and so at that point, you were in jail and you wrote, I didn't do this.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Counsel.
Ma'am, let's look at the next letter here. If you can tell me if that's a letter you wrote, then we can go right to the highlighted sections, but I don't want to rush you.
It's Exhibit 9, correct?
Exhibit 9, sorry, Judge.
That's fine.
It is a letter I wrote, yeah.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion? I think it looks as though there's 2 on the first page. This was dated December 4th, 2023. Does that sound right?
Continents
Yes.
in the chat
That's
asked what
what's
was she
written on
charged
the
with? Originally with 2 counts of
If you could please
premeditated
read
murder.
the highlighted portion.
Yes, it says, well, they arrested me for the obvious reason, right? But they,
Ma'am, can you explain to us the obvious reason?
they want me to cooperate against you because according to them, I know more than it's being said. And they say,
They weren't wrong. They want me to cooperate because I know more than I'm saying. Accurate.
this reason right. But they want me to cooperate against you because according to them, I know more than it's being said. And they say they know more than I think they know.
Okay. And then the lower portion?
It says the only way this I'm not sure what I said either, but the only way this
I love that she can't read her own writing. She's like, I don't know what I'm saying.
case is not going to trial if they drop the charge, and we know they won't.
Okay. And that's, do you recall whether or not you've said this statement, the first one, whether you had met with the police or the prosecutors at this point on December 4th?
No, I have not met with
Okay.
them.
So this information comes from when you and your lawyer were talking?
Yes,
Okay. And then you wrote a letter to Brendan about that?
yes,
Okay. What
That
was
would
the
be
intention
December
of that?
4th,
The letter?
23.
Yeah.
to let him know. But I think I always let them, Brendan and his mom know that the Commonwealth was offering me something in exchange of my cooperation.
Wait, the attorney just asked you, had you talked to them and, oh, I guess those are two different things. It's two different things. Had they talked to you yet? No. But my lawyer let me know they were offering a deal. All right.
And I always let them know.
Okay. And this just supports that you weren't going to do anything with cooperation.
Yes,
And in the last letter, you said because you didn't do anything.
right.
Okay.
Okay. They wanted her to cooperate. Correct.
I'm sorry. I think I may have hit the same one. And then we'll look.
Yes,
I'm going to just try to skip till her
can you see
reading the points of the letter as
Can
best
you
I
read that
can.
word? Read that highlighted
the
portion?
highlight, yes. It says, do you know why we, parenthesis, me, Dina, and many other people, close parenthesis, think about suicide? It's when you're facing too much pain, living in too much pain, the pain you cannot bear, the pain you want to be able to change or to make any better. I'll tell you this, what I can't bear, a life sitting in prison and causing pain to all of you and my family in Brazil. A life without you guys, Brendan, Valerie, a life where my dreams can't come true.
Well, what were those dreams? I can't bear a life without you and Valerie. And I can't bear a life in prison. Right, so the defense is going to say, right, so you were going to do anything you can to not bear a life in prison. Counsel, we got it. But what were the dreams? That's what I want to know.
Okay. Let me just check and see if there's any further
Your
highlighted.
Honor, do you mind if I move the microphone
Yes,
so
okay.
she won't have to track it so
All
much?
right,
Yeah.
you can do that. That'd be fine. Thank you.
I think the microphone's blocking her view of the screen.
If you move it over here.
Okay, it's
This
better.
one doesn't bend.
So she can still see the
You have to
screen.
be close to it.
Yeah, that way you can lean in and read.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sorry, Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you see this letter?
Yes,
And this would be marked as Commonwealth's, I'm sorry, Judge, I'd have it. Defendant's Exhibit Number 11.
Yes.
Is this a letter you wrote?
yes,
Please read the highlighted portion.
yes. It says, they want me to cooperate against you, your son. Since the beginning, they've told us they could.
So is this a letter to the mom? They want me to cooperate against you and your son? I mean, apparently needs to go on the what we see in every trial. What we see in every trial is going to be, yo, is your mom involved? I didn't think we'd have so many trials where my question is, why is your mom sus? But here we are.
Make, they told us they could make from my charges something very simple called misdemeanor. And I wouldn't be charged with this if I decided to cooperate with them. They know I'm not doing that. I don't have anything to cooperate with them with what they say that happened. I know it didn't make them happy. So they will do anything to hold me here, anything for them to win. They've got it so far, right? I have no idea what they are making up, faking stuff, lies, etc.
Okay, and there's another portion down below.
And I said, I would give my life for his, and I would never do anything to hurt him or against him. Whatever they're saying, whatever they want to believe, I don't care. I would take the blame for both of us.
She's writing this to the defendant's mom. Now, I imagine that the defense is going to latch on to they're making stuff up. But I will take the blame for both of us is loud and clear, isn't it?
And this is a letter to Mrs. Banfield, correct?
To his mother.
His mother, Tess.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. What changed from I don't care, I'll take the blame for both of us
And if you could look at
to you flipping? Was it that you thought he really was going to let you take the blame for both of you?
the screen, do you see a new letter there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you read that to determine if that is your handwritten letter?
It is.
Better way to
If you
do
look
this.
at the highlight portion. This would be Exhibit 12.
Thank you.
So the mom is paying for the lawyers, and she's writing letters to the
Can you read
mom
my letter?
saying,
Yeah, sure.
I will take the
It
blame for
says,
both of us.
I would do anything for you. If they want me to turn against you, if they think or whatever they believe, and if they want to blame me for that, that's okay. I can take the blame. I'll never do anything to hurt you or against you.
Now, just to kind of break away from that for a second, the letter's date is January 3rd,
This is
2024.
funky.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in 2024, you had been charged with one count of murder and one count of use of firearm in the commission of a felony, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we saw in the plea agreements that they just showed you that had been dropped, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you were charged with a warrant of.
That's interesting. She was charged with one count of murder and one count of discharging the firearm. That must be for victim Joe. So had they not tied together the rest of it yet? Interesting.
Arrest. So you had a preliminary hearing at some point, correct?
Correct.
And when did that preliminary hearing, what month of the year was it in 2024?
If I remember right, it was around March. If
Okay.
I remember right.
If I told you it was April, would that sound right?
That's around March.
In my mind, I have March, but
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So you knew there was something coming ahead, which was
Somebody's
important
got
for
the
you,
court record.
yes.
correct? And so, and is it fair to say in your communications with your lawyer and you're learning about this case, you were receiving discovery from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Okay, and
And
so
Chad-
when your lawyer would
I don't know what evidence led them to arrest her first. I don't know. We came in as a jury on this. They haven't talked about it at all. After this case is done and we're caught up, I'm curious. I'll go back and look, but I don't know what made them arrest her, not him. Also, if I was the judge at this point, I would have been like, counsel approach. Is there any reason we are laying foundation for every single one of these letters individually? Why can we not pre-mark them? They're her letters from jail. No one's contesting that they're her letters from jail.
Get discovery, he would provide discovery to you. Is that right?
It is.
Okay. And
Yeah, I
kind
think
of
it must have been
moving
the
forward
ballistics.
toward what ultimately would have been your trial date in 2020.
It must have been the ballistics on the weapon that shot Joe, but I don't know if it was two different bullets that were recovered from him. We haven't had experts on that yet in our coverage. It must have been the gun. I don't know what she told police when she was arrested because we haven't gone through that either. She said she told police the story he told her to tell. So I don't know.
Before November 12th, you had received all discovery from the Commonwealth prior to September 30th. Is that right?
I guess so.
Okay. And so that was discovery that you and your lawyer, and in fact, the case was continued one time because there was more discovery that was being held back, and your lawyer had to review it in order to get ready for the next trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say it's a pretty large amount of discovery?
Yes.
Okay. Lots of videos, lots of reports, lots of other things, correct?
Correct.
And you got a chance to fully understand all of that prior to what was going to be your second trial date.
Well, from my understanding, yeah.
Okay. But you had full discovery is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that everything that you testified to yesterday was provided to you in discovery?
I'm not sure if I'm following your question.
Well, you had a series of facts that you were pointing out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And this was within weeks of your trial that was scheduled, correct? So you had all the information. And is that what the basis for what you testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury was yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor, this is ambiguous.
Ambiguous is your objection?
Yeah.
Overruled.
Ambiguous is your objection? No. Compound, vague as to time. But what did the defense ask? Because I'm sure all of you have already tuned out his voice and are like, this is the best body doubling ever because my emails are more interesting than this guy's questions at this moment. Yes. Wah. What he seems to be trying to do is to say, this is what it seems. Hey, you had all the discovery from the prosecution. Were you using that information to make up this story? It seems that would be the natural place to go with that. Hey, you had all this information from the police. You had everything. You could read everything. So you took all the information that they gave you and regurgitated it back to them to tell them what they wanted to hear because you were so distraught in custody, you would do anything to get out. The point is just not landing, I don't think, for anyone.
Do you understand my question?
Nope.
Okay, let me repeat it. So what I'm saying is,
okay,
what you said to me is that you received all the discovery for the case. That would be what the Commonwealth's required to give you before you go to trial. And what I'm asking you is the basis for your testimony yesterday was provided in discovery prior to you testifying here today, correct?
That's an awkward question.
Well, are you suggesting that
Yes.
my testimony is based on the discovery and not the facts that happened? I'm not sure. I'm confused.
I don't think you're confused. That's exactly what he's suggesting. I think you don't like the insinuation, but that's exactly what he's suggesting. He's suggesting you read all the discovery and packaged up a lie so you could get out of custody. That's exactly what he's insinuating. You clocked that 100% correctly, ma'am. I don't know if I could ever. I am not bilingual. I have a very rough grasp of internet meme and Spanish. I do not know if I could ever grasp more deep-rooted insinuations in not my first and primary language. Like, that's tough. She clocked that immediately. which is also probably when all of you asked, did she have an interpreter? This is probably not why, because she has a full grasp of the conversation and the language. However, you can tell that she understands exactly what's going on. She doesn't always want you to, but I also would imagine, and I think it would be very difficult to try to explain everything that happened in this case in not your most comfortable language. I think that would be very hard. But anyway, she clocked what he was insinuating immediately and then was like, I don't understand. Wrong. You don't like it. Hey, it's me, Ange. And a lot of you in the chat have shared, because law nerds are very smart, so I'm not surprised so many of you are bilingual. It's actually pretty decently hard to grasp an insinuation in your non-primary language. Her asking, I don't really understand, might actually be clarifying. I think in this one, she clocked it correctly, but it might be. So.
Well, are you suggesting that my testimony is based on the discovery and not the facts that happened? I'm not sure. I'm confused still. Sorry.
Well, just tell us what role did the discovery play?
That's
in the
exactly what he was
decision to speak
insinuating.
yesterday, what you said.
The truth?
Okay, I appreciate that. Was that the truth that was provided by the discovery so you could work for the Commonwealth?
No. The truth was that really happened. I can't make my words fit into the evidence.
I mean,
Okay. Well, I guess what
he's saying that you can make your words fit into the evidence.
I'm saying is you can make their evidence fit into your words, however.
I don't know if that's
I don't
true.
know what you're suggesting. I'm utterly confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's just go back to our letters here.
No,
And
counsel.
we'll get back to that.
No, don't give up your point. That's your point. Counsel, if your whole point is, girl, you had all the discovery, you read everything about this case, and you made your testimony fit to get a sweet, sweet deal, stand and make your point. Kelsey's 7-Eleven said, would a defendant have that much access to all the discovery? They could. They absolutely could. And we've seen defendants in other cases have laptops with all the discovery on it so they can read it. So yes, she could have had all of the discovery, all of the reports. Yes. And she didn't say, I didn't have that. She said, yeah, I had access to everything. And that would not be unusual that she has access to that. And we've seen other cases where they talk about how the defendants have access. Sometimes they have a computer that they can go access.
And
Sometimes
is this a
they have
letter you wrote
printouts.
to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and can you look at the highlighted portions and please read that off for the jury?
Is that exhibit 13?
So we're on another letter.
13.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, they can have that much access. He 100% should have stood on that point with her a little bit more.
It says, excuse me. It says, oh,
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it centered for you.
okay. It says, nobody is more afraid and sad, upset than me. I'm the one facing life in prison. Even though we are confident and positive that we have a strong case, we don't know what's going to happen. I can be fucked up forever. We'll be up to 12 people to decide.
She's not wrong. I mean, she clocked that accurately.
Was this before or after your preliminary hearing?
Like I said, I do not know the date.
Oh, sorry, let me show you.
I mean, I do not remember the date of my preliminary hearing, so I can't tell for sure whether or not it's after that.
Okay,
Counsel, I can't imagine that you do not have the court docket that shows the date of her preliminary hearing. And you can't just clarify that. It feels like he is not prepared to hold her to things in his line of questioning. You have to have the evidence to hold her to it. The court record shows your preliminary hearing was on this date. This letter's on that date. That date's after this date, correct?
But your letters seem to be changing tone. You're talking more about the case at that point. Would that be a reason why either the preliminary hearing had come or it was gone?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Counsel, you're going to be totally fucked if she knows that you don't have the goods. If you can't confront her with the actual facts, you're screwed. Because she can then just go, I don't know. I don't know. You have to impeach her.
You can look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to find the highlighted portion real quick, ma'am, before we go through this.
I mean, this is such a simple point to clarify. I don't
Okay.
understand the bumbling.
Oops.
I just don't understand
I
the
think we want
approach.
that there.
I don't think this is a wise approach.
Ma'am, I'm going to let you go from the top. Is this a letter that you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
From the
Yes.
top.
Okay,
make it
and I'm just
drop.
going to go down to the highlighted portions. Can you read that?
Yes, it
Please
says,
read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I really just hope I have the chance to be with them again, back home. I really do. I can't stand the thought of not being with them anymore for my own mistake.
She's talking about Banfield, right? I really hope I have the chance to be with them back home. Is she talking about his house? Banfield's house?
Okay, and the lower portion?
It says, I would never forgive myself if I couldn't see them after all this.
Okay. Now, this is
Who are you talking
April
about?
14th, 2024. And your letter is speaking about the family in Brazil, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this
Oh,
isn't the family that you had been writing and talking about in the first set of letters.
No.
Okay.
I think that actually helps the defense saying, you know, you would do anything to just get back home. Fair.
Is that showing up on your screen, Judge?
I mean, that will help his
Your
point.
files, yes.
Yeah, I don't want that.
I don't know if people believe, but that will help his point to say you would say anything knowing that you will get out and have the opportunity to go back to Brazil and to go back home and be with your family. Fair. I think it's a helpful reminder that we have been able to watch some exceptional lawyering. And we have also gotten to see some lawyering that is more in line with the day in, day out. And this is just giving not prepared for the most critical witness of this trial, and that's real frustrating.
Client Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see the highlighted portion?
This would be 15 for the record?
15, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Can you read that, please, for the ladies and gentlemen of
He's
the jury?
not putting dates on there.
It says, sometimes I just think to myself, like, I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Then things weren't supposed to be this way, right?
I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Seems like a specific turn of phrase. I'm going to let her read this in real time and then we'll speed back up.
The jury.
It says, sometimes I just think to myself, like, I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Then things weren't supposed to be this way, right? But people are stupid, including me, and make mistakes, act without thinking. That's all I did.
Okay, and
It wasn't supposed to be this way, right? No, right. It wasn't supposed to be this way. The plan was that Joe take the entire fall and that Banfield's a hero. That was the plan. But ma'am, you were a contingency plan. You were the backup plan. So she's writing to her co-defendant, it wasn't supposed to be this way, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. He told you to go put your fingerprints on the safe.
I believe that's it.
Interesting.
Ma'am, can you see the new letter that's on the screen right now?
Yes, I can.
Looks like it's July 24th, 2024.
Correct.
And it appears it's a letter from you to my client.
Yes.
Okay. And
He's not reading the...
sorry, exhibit number 6.
How many times has the court had to ask the exhibit number? Oh, 16 times. How many times has he said sorry? Because he doesn't start with exhibit 16, a letter to my client dated.
Okay.
And can you read off the highlighted portion?
Yes, the first one says, I wanted to make sure you get this letter through Ryan.
Okay. And what about the remaining highlighted
Who's
portion?
Ryan, the attorney?
It says, I would feel if we were able to get a guilty plea for me, that would be pleaded guilty for voluntary manslaughter plus time served, plus not testify against you, plus deportation. Well,
She has an alternate deal in mind. She has a backup plan. Ma'am, prosecutors aren't letting you out with not testifying.
guilty plea for me, that would be
I want to hear about this alternate deal. Sorry, I slowed down because
Highlighted portion.
It says, I would feel if we were able to get a guilty plea for me, that would be pleaded guilty for voluntary manslaughter plus time served, plus not testify against you, plus deportation. Well, that actually sounds good if he gets it from a case instead of facing a murder charge, plus sentence.
Okay. And so, and I'll just get this other portion down.
So she's like, "Hey, can you get me some of that time served, and I don't have to testify against him?
Go ahead.
I'll just go home."
Because since the beginning, what they tried to get from me was for me to testify against you. So maybe they would give us that under the condition if I turn against you. A lot of people end up turning against the other person. They either broke down after a few months in jail or they got a good deal for their sakes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how that works.
And I'm just going to make sure that there isn't anything else. And so July 24, 2024 is a different sort of communication with Brendan, correct?
Correct.
Compared to, the torture and the pain.
Yeah, she's trying to make a plan. I'm speeding this back up. Interesting what her counteroffer is. Her counteroffer is, get me out of here, and I won't testify against him. But she's still trying to figure out a way out of this without testifying against him. It is of note that she has talked about, I'll take the blame for both of us. I'll do this or that. They're saying these things that aren't right. She's not saying we have a self-defense case. This is not what it is. Now we're planning.
And then the stress of a trial and all that sort of thing. You're talking about a resolution at this point.
Yes.
And who suggested that to you?
Suggested what?
The resolution that's described in this.
That's something I was thinking.
Okay. So you came up with the idea?
Yeah, they never offered me another plea where I wouldn't testify against Brendan.
Okay.
That was my mind.
They
That's what
offered
you
you a
wanted.
trial unless you testified against Brendan.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And you didn't feel very good about going to trial, correct?
My lawyers never expressed any concerns relating going to trial. They were very confident.
Okay. How did you feel?
I feel as any other person would feel. going to trial. Being in a situation like mine, I don't think people feel very happy about it.
Okay.
She said it in the other letter, counsel. I can get fucked up. It's up to 12 people. I mean, she clocked that accurately too. I think that's really honest. Dude, I don't believe that I'm going to get acquitted for murder. My lawyers are confident, but I really don't want to spend life in prison. So, yeah, I don't feel great about going to trial. All right, fair.
So your answer to my question is that you weren't happy about it?
Nobody is. If you're being in a situation,
Okay. I'm just asking you to answer my question, not to
all right,
say it in
no.
that manner. So you didn't feel confident in the evidence that was going to be presented on your behalf?
I just didn't feel confident, yeah.
Okay. I think that
I want to know what her jail besties were saying to her too. I want to know if her jail besties were just like, girl. I want to know what those conversations were like. Because I imagine that she was getting a more real perspective of what that looks like.
we left out the lower portion of this letter. Did you read that?
I already read that one.
Did you already read it? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to move on to.
Yes, it's sped up.
Man, can you see? This is from the jail's mail called Smart Jail Mail.
This
Yes.
is like
Can you see
email.
that?
Yes, I can.
And there's a highlighted portion in English, but the original was in Portuguese.
Correct.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this Exhibit 17?
This is 17, Judge. Sorry.
Counsel,
Now,
for the love.
please read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the highlighted portion.
It says, anyway, yes,
Yes, please. It's not helpful to the jury or most of the jury. I don't know if you read it in Portuguese. Yes, counsel. Thank you.
actually my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call was not working. He had told Mimi that he was going to try and schedule the trial for the first week of October. However, at the hearing, he didn't mention anything about October. The option he gave was November, December, and January. I was so pissed. I started to yell and cry. I hate this. He said he was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him. Screw him. He said he would come see me today at 12:30.
She is actually much clearer reading this. I'm going to slow it down because now it's a little bit too fast as she's talking about fuck her lawyer because he's continuing the case.
I hate this. He said he was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him. Screw him. He said he would come see me today at 12:30. Let's see, because he says he'll do so much and he doesn't do shit. I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job in a timely manner.
I mean, we're getting some of the real feelings. You're not paying the lawyer, though. He said he's going to continue it to October. He's continuing to January. Fuck him. Screw him. Why am I paying a lawyer? Why am I paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job? Wait, is this the same lawyer that's sitting in the courtroom with you right now? Same? Okay.
And
Sure.
the other portion of highlighted says, anyway, I'm disappointed at my lawyer, who should be doing a better job and holding to his word. They scheduled the trial for November 12th. They say it's 2 weeks of trial.
Okay. One question about that. Under the first highlighted portion, you said, I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer. Did you pay the lawyer?
No, I did not.
Okay, someone else paid for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Brandon's mom.
And does this fairly and accurately
Brendan's
depict
mom.
your communications with your mother?
Anonymously.
The what? I'm sorry.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your
Counsel, just ask her, is that what she said to your mom?
communications with your mother?
I can hear you well.
She went the your mic route.
Is this a fair and accurate transcript of your statement to your mother?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just ask her. Oh, crap. That was me. I was just trying to speed this back up to 1.25. Oh, apologies, chat. That was user error. Because I just wanted it to go faster. Emily, if you stop talking. I mean, I know. That's why we're here.
Depict your communications with your mother?
We got back to where we were supposed to be.
The
pretty
what? I'm
well.
sorry.
Does it fairly and accurately depict? Is this a fair and accurate transcript of your statement to your mother?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And,
Okay.
ma'am, that's July 1st, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Lawyers everywhere. If you want a jury or anyone to follow a timeline, start with the date. Because you have to reorder in your brain when you do the date at the end. Start with the date. Just orient the jury. Hopefully it's easy because they can see it. I hope they can see all these on the screen. Orient the jury. What date? Who's it to? What is said? But hopefully the jury can see this on the screen.
Can you see this new message marked as Defense Exhibit 18?
I said all that and then I forgot the date. He said July, right? I think he said July.
Can you see this new?
Damn it.
Correct.
There it is. July.
Ma'am, that's July 1st, 2024.
Perfect.
Correct?
July
Correct.
1st.
I see it.
Can you read that, please?
Yes, it says, my lawyer came to see me. He said he's scheduled it for November because my female lawyer was unavailable in October and he can do it without her. Anyway, this made me even more pissed. But what can I do? I can do anything. It's too late. I didn't really want to talk too much to him today. I'm so pissed off.
And this is on the same day that you sent the previous message to your mother, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's just talk about the messaging. When you're talking about with Ms. Bristler, the money or how you communicate, this is what the money is for in order to communicate with your mother, correct?
Correct.
And so the money that was being provided to you by my client before he was arrested and his mother before you turned state's evidence, I guess.
The defense just admitted something that is not in evidence, but the defense just admitted that this money is essentially coming from the defendant, not just his mother. I'm sure the jury has assumed that, but it's different when the lawyer's like, oh yeah, the money you were getting from my client and his mom.
That was money that was being used for this in order for you to be able to communicate with your family, correct?
Correct.
And also to communicate with them, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you communicated with whomever you wanted, friends, former boyfriends, all those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Really?
And in addition to the money for this,
That's
the money
tea.
that was being given to you was also to buy edible food in the jail.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that the food otherwise you didn't like?
It's just not enough.
Okay. And so you would ask.
Donna Adelson disagrees, but okay, ma'am. She's like, no, I do not like the food in jail.
Tess or Brendan for money, and they would put it in there so you could get more meals.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, everybody wants commissary.
But these messages are also part of that as well, correct?
No, not
Correct.
Okay.
not edibles like gummies, chat. Not those kinds of edibles. Food that is palatable. I mean, Nolan Voigt said, is there non-edible food in custody? Yes, there is some food that would qualify by many as inedible. Beyond complaints of Donna Adelson saying, they just feed me spaghetti and mashed potatoes.
Thank you. And here's a message to your friend Paola, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and is that a message that you wrote?
Yes.
Can you please read that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says something you can't really read, and then says with my lawyer, that he changed my trial date for it to start on November 12th. We had a hearing.
Guys, I know we're in the middle of a murder trial, but the fact that her letter to her friend from jail about her murder trial starts with, dude. Right.
On Monday to get it scheduled. Anyway, I'm very frustrated and upset, satisfied with my lawyer. And thinking back now, I think he already knew all along that it wouldn't happen in July. And in April, they agreed for the trial to be in July, so just to have a date. But my lawyer already knew he wouldn't be ready. I think that's what upsets me, that he has been super slow lately. The specialist we need to testify, he hadn't even hired yet. Anyway, my female lawyer who works with him is not available in October. That is why it will be November. I had asked him to try to go for at least the first week of October. But I think all this time he already knew it. It's unfair because everyone was anxious with expectations. We were so close, and he took the hope away from me. No matter how much he promises to take me home and knowing that I am innocent, it doesn't change the fact that I feel neglected. I really wanted to risk everything and do it in July, even if he isn't ready. I only signed papers for this, but there's no such contract. If there was, I would.
Okay, and so
She's ready to take a deal. She's over this. She's sick of her attorney continuing it. She's ready to take a deal. What's the date of this letter? These still seem to be leading up to before Banfield got arrested.
this is after the continuance of the first trial date, correct?
Correct.
And the scheduling of the second trial date.
Yes.
And that was the one that was the trial date that you were going to trial until you decided to accept the Commonwealth's deal.
Correct.
Okay. This is from July 8th, also to Paola.
Oh, that's
Can you please read
helpful.
that highlighted version?
That's exhibit 20 now, right?
I'm sorry, 20, yes.
It says, yeah, I'm
20 exhibits. Counsel still not identifying the exhibits for the record. Again, it feels like this cross-examination is running like a deposition, not like a cross-examination.
really disappointed in my lawyer because I expected the prosecutor to try and delay it as much as possible, to make fun of us. But this time it wasn't. It was my lawyer's screw up. And no matter how much he wanted to postpone, it didn't have to be almost 5 months, right? That's too much. He's being paid, Joe, and he's very expensive. He has a lawyer working with him. He says that we need a specialist, blah, blah, blah. But all this time, and he hasn't done anything. I told him that Brenda's mother could help him find the right person by making calls, checking who is available or not on the date of my trial. I said that we could pay someone else to help him prepare if he needed it. I don't know what else to say to him. Anyway, I'm sure he knew it all along, and that's what stressed me out. Because he made everyone anxious and hopeful for nothing.
She's
I
offering
prefer
someone
that he
else's
tells me
money.
the truth all the time.
I love that she's just offering somebody else's money. She's like, we'll pay for more help. Like, get this done faster. Like, why aren't you working faster? Get more help. I want my trial.
Which would be marked as Defense Exhibit
The date on this next one's July 15th. I
21.
stepped on that a little with my Zoom.
Can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
This is
Yes, it says, this week my lawyer is on vacation at the beach with his family and all. Then he says, I'm sorry, you can enjoy the beach this year. The other portion of the highlight is,
in defense of lawyers. If lawyers did not take a break because they had a case, they would never, ever, ever, ever get a break. A lot of the times they don't take breaks anyway, which is why I think burnout is so high. But yeah, she's like, I'm sorry, you can't enjoy the beach this year. Well, ma'am, your lawyer didn't shoot anybody. So, I know you're frustrated, but yeah, no.
says, Bruno's mom and I are pushing him to do what needs to be done. But the truth is that I myself was never satisfied with his work. He could have done a lot of things differently, faster, putting more pressure on the prosecutor and everything, not to mention that his communication with me is terrible. And the other part of the highlight says, but that's it, I don't have any news. After all, my lawyer is enjoying it. After all, my lawyer is enjoying his vacation.
She's real comfortable offering more money and telling her lawyer what to do. Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, can you see the message from July 17th, 2024, and the highlighted portion, which will be marked as defense exhibit number 22?
I mean, at least your lawyer didn't go to Brazil on vacation. I imagine that would have been like salt in the wound, yeah?
Is that a message you wrote?
Yes,
Okay, and that was is it to your mother?
yes.
Okay, can you read that highlighted portion?
What
It
exhibit number?
says, and about your lawyer friend, he's right. But I can't force my lawyer if he says he's not ready, right? And he's there chilling at the beach with the family, enjoying his vacation, right?
And so the substance of that message is you're essentially asking your mother about whether that's right to continue a case because you need to obtain experts or you need more time in order to prepare. And the lawyer's saying that you're right, or
Objection
saying that the
compound.
lawyer's right, but that you can't force them, right?
What?
Yeah, that's what I said, yes.
Okay, that still doesn't help. That doesn't affect how angry you are, but that's an explanation your mother was giving, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
What?
You see the new message, July 20th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion?
It's exhibit 23, correct?
Sorry, exhibit 23.
It says, my lawyer returns from vacation tomorrow. Then he'll come see me during the week. We'll see.
Is that necessary? This vacation really has her fucked up.
See the Smart Jail Mail communication, July 25th, 2024?
Thank you,
Yes.
everybody,
Is that
for the
your
gift of
communication?
memberships.
It is.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow.
And I'm sorry, that's exhibit 24.
Oh, thanks, counsel.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I want to make sure I got
You sure did.
Ma'am, go ahead and read that.
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow. I'll tell you more, okay?
And so it's
Wow,
fair to say
riveting.
that getting to see your lawyer is pretty important at that point after July or at the end of July. Is that right?
For me, it's always been, doesn't matter when.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is a message that you wrote from July 25th, 2024. There's a highlighted portion.
Ma'am, if you were in Florida, Sarah Boone would have told you you should have just started writing to the judge yourself to complain about the lawyer. Just saying. Copper Ridge asked, the defendant looked different at the time of event arrest. Do you think the new look is to make her look less guilty? No. She's just in custody. She has custody glasses. She's in custody. She's been in custody. The prosecution doesn't have any input or control. She's allowed to wear civilian clothes because it can be prejudicial to the defendant to bring her in custody clothes, even though she disclosed that she pled. But no, she gets the glasses that everybody else gets in custody. So, no heat styling, no, you don't really get a choice of shampoo. She's been in custody. You get what you get. I think that Donna Adelson's very intentional cardigans, the defense got to choose. The prosecution doesn't get to choose what she looks like. In trial, they don't get to choose her clothes. They don't get to do that. Her defense attorneys would have provided her clothes, civilian clothes that worked for her, unless they are just standard clothes that the court has in a closet of civilian clothes that it's just like, here, you get this. So no, the prosecution doesn't have any control over that. The defense does when defendants are coming to court, but the prosecution doesn't.
At the bottom, and that would be exhibit number 25. Go ahead and read that. Can you go ahead and read that?
It says, if my lawyer hadn't changed my trial date, you'd be starting next week, right? But anyway, my lawyer is coming to see me tomorrow.
She's real pissed, but I don't think we need,
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look
get
at
where
what
the
is going to be
defense is
marked
going,
as
but-
defense exhibit number 26.
I think we're
Can you read
there.
that highlight portion?
Yes, it says, and my lawyer didn't even come to me at all. He said something happened in his bathroom, that the plumber was at his house and he wouldn't be able to come today, but he'll come on Sunday. I doubt it. But anyway, it's an excuse, one thing after the other.
Fuck that lawyer in his bathroom.
Ma'am, can you see your communication with your mother dated 7/27/2024? It would
Yes.
be defense exhibit 27. Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, but that's it. Let's see if my lawyer comes to see me tomorrow.
Mr. Carroll, do you have many more letters?
Do I have any more?
Many more.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm going to take that as a yes, so.
I have
Ladies-
about, oh, sorry.
That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, morning recess. All right, so we'll get back at 11:45, so just don't talk about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
The judge, how much more of this? Counsel, 404 answer not found. The court, great, we're taking the morning break. He didn't know how many he had left. How do you not know how many exhibits you have? Isn't it in your notes when you prepare for your cross? Judge A's like, great, break time. I want to see if she asks him how much more he has, and then we'll zoom past the break. Because this is slogging. Not Courthouse Becky said, what's the purpose of that line of questioning? The problem is he's jumping between, I think, theories of the defendant would do anything to take a deal. And right now, it's
So we'll come back at 11:45 then, okay?
Thank you.
right now it seems to be she's fed up with lawyers, so she'll do anything to take a deal. Before it was she was despondent in custody, so she'll do anything to take a deal. But these are going through. They're just, it feels like he is throwing the pasta against the wall. It's not about the pasta. It is about the pasta. He's throwing it against the wall to see what'll stick instead of curating these letters to the ones that are most impactful. So during this period of time, you're frustrated that your lawyer won't come see you. So now you're getting fed up with all of it. So you'll just do anything to take a deal. Pick a narrative. You fed up with the lawyer? You fed up with being in custody? You just want to go home? Pick one and stick with it. But he's jumping between theories of why she is taking a deal. So as the jury comes in, we're going to zoom. And then we're going to continue.
Judge, may I have Madam Clerk redirect?
Redirect to your laptop?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
But it's not precise questioning. And what I love about a good cross is when you're like, oh, I see the trap coming. And then he's taking way too long to set up the, so you would do anything to take a deal, right? It's just, it's
we
slogging.
took it down because.
Okay, that's fine. There you go.
SD, I don't think she's being difficult at this point. She might be later, but I don't think she's being difficult at this point. Is this your letter? Yeah.
And do
Did
see
you
that
say this?
Email or smart
Yeah,
mail
she's just reading her
message from
letters.
July 27th?
Yes.
And did you write that message?
That would be you.
Did you write the message?
I didn't touch anything.
Oh, they can't see the message. Okay.
This is Exhibit 28.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, can you take a look at that?
Yes,
You wrote this?
I did.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow when my lawyer comes to see me, I'll send you a message.
He also doesn't start with, this is a message to who? At what date? It's just not a lot of strategy in this. And no, he doesn't need all these letters, I don't think. He thinks he does, obviously. Or he hasn't spent enough time preparing to curate
This
it
would be,
down. And when you're unprepared, it's easy to feel like you're going to miss something, so you put in too much.
Defendant's Exhibit 29. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail writing on your screen?
I do.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that something you wrote?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted
We're still
portion?
sped up. I had to
It
check.
says, my lawyer came to see me. Didn't bring anything I had asked him to bring. Said he came to check on how I'm doing. I was like, darling, how do you think I'm doing? All the same.
She's real upset with her
And do you see
attorney.
the new smart jail mail on the screen?
I do.
I don't think we're seeing a different side of her because of the questioning on cross. We are seeing a different side of her through her own words in the letters, right? She's sitting here being like, can everyone get their shit together, please? Darling.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Judge, we'd be introducing this as, identifying it as defense exhibit number 30.
Yes, sir.
Oh God, he hasn't
Ma'am,
entered
can
any
you
of these
read
in
the
yet.
highlighted
So the
portion?
jury is not
It
seeing
says, the
these.
situation here is the same. My lawyer is calm and positive. He just postponed the trial to be ready for real. But my hearing is in November. It starts on the 12th. I think it will last about 10 days. Tiring. But it's okay.
Okay. And this is to a friend of yours?
That's my brother.
Okay, your brother. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication that's on your screen?
Yes.
And this would be identified as defense exhibit 31. Is this a jail mail that you sent?
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow I'll message you more. And if my lawyer comes to see me, I'll let you know.
What is the point of some of these letters? There
Ma'am, do you
isn't.
see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes.
And this would be identified as defense exhibit.
He could skip all of these. He could also do a summary exhibit. There's a lot of ways this could go. This is not it, because the jury is going to just be exhausted.
Exhibit number 32. Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, when my lawyer comes, I'll let you know how he was.
I mean, we know you're not thrilled with your lawyer.
Ma'am, can you see the smart jail mail
10-4.
communication
Good
on your
buddy.
screen?
We're
Yes.
clear on
Can you
that.
see the highlighted portion?
Yes.
Is this something that you wrote?
Yes.
Judge, we'd identify this as defense exhibit number 34?
33.
33, sorry.
Sure.
Please read that for the jury.
It says, waiting for my lawyer. He was already supposed to be here, but the appointment he had in another city this morning got moved to 1 p.m. So I don't even know what time he will arrive here or will have time to do anything shitty. Everything that happens is to mess things up. It's impressive.
Now, you talked about
I mean, okay, a lot of shade with the lawyer, but yeah, she's real frustrated with the lawyer. Right. It's impressive how much this guy can fuck things up. Your level of incompetence is stunning. When you guys ask why it's hard to be a defense attorney, remember, you can be doing so much work on a case, and this is still how your client is going to feel. Right. We need more experts. Fuck you, bro.
getting medication from the jail relating to the depression that you were experiencing around the holidays going into the new year, correct?
But I told you I didn't remember when I started taking it, so I can tell for sure.
Well, let me ask that question in a simpler form. You were experiencing anxiety and depression during the holidays into the new year, correct?
Yes,
Based upon those letters?
yes,
Okay. And at some point you sought help from the jail, the pharmacy.
correct.
And you don't know when it was,
No,
but when you did get any sort of medications or things like that, how long did you stay on those?
how long did it stay what?
How long did you stay on the medications for anxiety and depression?
As far as I remember, it was a few months.
For a couple of months?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I would say so.
Do you remember when you started?
When I started,
Yeah.
What
I
is
don't
the
remember.
point?
Okay. Do you remember when you finished?
She couldn't have been more clear. The jail put me on medication for a few months. It was after those letters where she was talking about harming herself, which they would have flagged. So it was a few months.
I don't remember the date, no.
Okay. What's the point?
Ma'am, do you see the new Smart Jail Mail communication that's on your screen?
I do,
And is this something you wrote?
yes.
Your Honor, we identified this as Defense Exhibit 34.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, my lawyer didn't come. He called me to say he wouldn't have time today and that he'll come on Monday. I hung up on him. I'm so angry. He's the reason for my stress and anxiety.
Okay. Now,
Who's that to and on
the
what
stress
date?
and anxiety you're talking about, is that the stress and anxiety that you were receiving medication for?
No, it's a different kind of stress and anxiety.
Okay.
It's mostly disappointment. That's it.
Okay, so this is disappointment.
Yes,
Okay. But it's clearly on your mind. I mean, for the entire month of July, these messages to your mother are about, you don't feel like you've seen your lawyer enough, correct?
correct.
Okay.
Sneaky snake in the chat said, how much longer? All. The limit does not exist.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to read the new Smart Jail Mail that's on your screen. This will be identified as defendants number 35.
I mean, he's started
Is this
marking exhibits
communication
properly.
that you wrote?
So that's
Yes.
helpful.
And can you please read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, living in Brazil did not work out for Brendan. Jill, not culture, Valerie, his family, career, not anything. That's I'm getting this idea out of his head and telling him it's okay to move on with his life. That's what makes me more upset, knowing that my trial would have been this week and the next, and that this would have come to an end one way or another. But what can I do? And yes, it will be November. The son of a bitch better to think, not to think about moving again. I'm already pissed off at him because for the third time this week, he said he would come see me today and everything, but he didn't come. He had unforeseen circumstances. He says he'll come on Monday, and I already feel like we're behind again in hiring the specialists we need, etc. I don't even want to think about it. He's stressing me out. And you soon be back to college classes, right? And how is the progress on your paper? That's right. Enjoy the stuff around the house. I reckon that anything there costs 230, 100 reais. So expensive compared to here, LL. Wow. Don't even get me started on letting go of relationship.
Is this your communication?
Well, that letter's a bit more interesting. So, defendant was talking about upping and moving himself and his daughter to Brazil?
Saying that you're letting go of your relationship
And
with Brendan?
she's like, baby, Brazil is not for you. You are not for Brazil. Interesting.
Well, it seemed like it.
You wrote it.
Yes.
So is that what this is?
It sounds like it.
So, ma'am, what
Bro,
I'm doing is asking,
She has
Of
no
you as the
respect for
author.
you,
you
counsel.
wrote that for a reason. Is that the reason?
Just ask her the question. What do you mean? Just ask her, what do you mean?
What did you ask?
You as the author, you wrote it for a reason.
What do you
I wrote a
mean?
message for a reason.
And is the reason here that this is you letting go of Brendan and your relationship?
I guess
No, counsel. The reason is you. The reason. Just ask her. What was going on with your relationship with Brendan? What did you mean by that? What did you mean? Better questions get better answers.
I guess so.
Okay, well, do you know? Do you remember writing this?
Yes.
Okay, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
He's asking bad questions. I understand why she's snarky. She wasn't super forthcoming. And it's cross. She's not going to offer information. Her lawyer would have told her a million times, answer the question that you're asked. It's clear that at this point, she thinks his questions are stupid. Because he's like, so you said in this letter, you're letting go of your relationship. Is that what you meant? Yeah. Because you wrote it. Yeah. So she's going to be told not to offer more, and he's not asking her what was happening. She's looking at this lawyer like, seriously, bro. Are you dense? I read the words. You're asking me if I wrote the words. Obviously. However, the question I would really love him to ask is, what was going on with your relationship with Brandon at this point? Because if the relationship is starting to deteriorate before he gets arrested, it makes more sense that she flips on him. So ask her why. Just be curious. So what's going on with your relationship at this point?
Ma'am, can you see the new message, smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes.
And do you
He's
see the
asking her
highlighted
some
portion?
dumb questions.
And Your Honor, this would be marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
Okay.
Date is it from?
Ma'am, please read the highlighted portion.
It says, I'm waiting to see if my lawyer responds about coming to see me today. I hope so, because I'm pissed off at him.
She's going to tell him what?
Ma'am, can you see the next smart jail mail?
Yes, I do.
You wrote that?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as Defense 37.
Okay.
What date?
Please read the highlighted portion, ma'am.
It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he brought his computer uncharged yet again. Just
Oh,
like on Sunday.
God.
He came, but we didn't do anything.
You can see the frustration, right? She is so mad at her lawyer leading up to this. She is so frustrated. She's pissed at bro's vacation. She's pissed that he had a plumbing issue. She's pissed that he's like, I'm going to come see you. Something came up. I don't have time for you today. She's mad. Her case is getting continued. She feels like her lawyer's not doing what he needs to do and that he's completely unprepared. And then the lawyer shows up to finally meet her and their computer's not charged. Can you imagine how pissed? You were like, my fucking life, my life, I could go to prison for life. And this is the clownery that's happening. So when she was saying earlier that her lawyers were confident about the trial and she was not confident, we're getting a little peek behind the scenes as to why she was not confident. Honestly, do you blame her? You've been putting off coming to see me. You continue my trial. I am sitting here in limbo for another year, which, how well do any of you do? Waiting. No shade to you. It's a human thing. Waiting for a big decision, waiting for a promotion, waiting to find out what's going to happen. How well do we do as humans with waiting for big information? Yeah, fucking terrible. And she is waiting to see if she is going to spend the rest of her life in prison. And whether or not you feel that that result would be justified, like, I get where she's at. And I get why she's pissed. You need to feel like the person who has your back has your back. And then her lawyer shows up finally with an uncharged laptop. It's no wonder she's motherfucking this lawyer up one side and down the other when she talks to her family. Like, I feel for her in that. But her tea with her lawyer, I think they're trying to set up all of this is why she's like, fuck it. Fuck all of you. Give me the deal and get me out of here. I mean, we're seeing the buildup to fuck you guys, I'm out.
Yes, I do.
You wrote that?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as defense 37.
I had to back it up because it sent me.
Please read the highlighted portion again.
It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he brought his computer uncharged yet again, just like on Sunday. He came, but we didn't do anything. I don't know how he doesn't check it before coming. He came from home wearing normal clothes. He wasn't even working. Ridiculous. I'm pissed. But I told him that I don't want to hear him say that we're not ready again. That he asked how I was doing, and I just cried. Couldn't speak. It's because of him that I'm still in this place. But I told him that I don't trust and believe in him. He's traumatized me. He said, my lawyer will come to see me next week. Let's see.
I mean,
Ma'am, there's a new jail mail communication that
ma'am, the law nerds would like to know if this is the lawyer that's sitting in court with you now.
will be marked as Defense Exhibit 38.
Okay.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Music Addict in the chat asked a question that I think some of you may have for sure. It's no dumb questions. It's happy to pull up questions because if you don't know, I rather you ask because then I can tell you because I forget. What does continuing the trial means? They kick it to another date. So she's got her mind on the trial is going to be this date. It's going to be 10 days. And then I'll have an answer. I'll know. And then you're getting ready for trial. You are mentally prepared for, I'm going to have an answer. We're going to do this. And then the lawyer's like, Your Honor, I need more time. And then they push the date down the road. So it's literally, well, she feels like the lawyer's just kicking the can down the road because they're not prepared. So it is just pushing it over later. So she had a trial date. She was ready to go. And the lawyer's like, I'm not ready. We need it to be October. Now it's November. And so it keeps pushing it out later and later and later and later. Girl, you're lucky you're not in Massachusetts. I've seen how long some of those cases are getting kicked. Years and years and years and years.
Can you read the highlighted portions?
It says, I don't expect much from Brendan, whether I come back or get deported to Brazil, for various reasons. Valerie, his career, family, fight with Christine's parents, etc. And I'm very honest. He knows what I think and feel. Even though he wants to be with me, it's more complicated than it seems. And the other part says, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him because he says he's coming to see me and he doesn't come.
You and his mom? And yeah, I don't doubt that he was fighting with Christine's parents. So, and now the relationship is starting to fracture.
She keeps calling him, drives to his office, and nothing. She pushes him and calls his attention. Now it's getting close again. For me, it is a long time. But for them, 100 days isn't much. And finding and hiring the people who we need, etc. But I think he doesn't care. Time is money. The longer he pushes things back, the more money it will cost. Ridiculous. And the other part says, Brendan and I, we are different in many ways. Money, career, culture. We are only the same about sex, LOL. But still, if I can, I want to make it work.
So in this,
Law nerds. Do you think a Brendan boo is getting a call from his mom? And this is purely outrageous speculation on my part. Do you think Brendan's mom is calling him up and saying, yo, we are paying for her lawyer. You need to keep her on side. You need to go see her. You need her to not tell on you. You're fucking it up, man. Because she's getting pissed. And if she is pissed, eventually she is going to do what's best for her. And if you want her to do what's best for you and for your daughter, which is you not being in prison, you need to get it the fuck together and go see her. Because that is the only way she is going to stay loyal to you. Curious. I'm curious. Because her letter's like, this is why mom and I are mad. His mom is so mad at him for not coming to see me. You're fucking it up, dude. What does mom know?
Message, you're also talking about the possibility of letting go of this relationship, but then you say that you want to try to make it work.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you're saying in the first portion, in the second portion, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him. You're not talking about Brendan, are you?
No.
Okay, you're talking about your attorney.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Shakia in the chat asked, he wasn't locked up yet. No, at this point, he's still not arrested yet.
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail to your brother
Yes.
dated August 6th at 10:44 a.m.?
Yes.
And did you write that?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as defense exhibit number 39.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
I mean, my speculation on
Yes,
those
the single
conversations might be totally wrong, but I'm very curious. And I would have different feelings if they weren't paying for her lawyer.
As always, no news. My lawyer comes to see me, and it just makes me mad. And the other one says, Brendan and I are doing well.
Oh, so they're doing well now.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication? And this is from you to your mother on August 6, 2024.
Oh, good. We have a date.
Did you write that?
I did.
And can you read the highlighted portion for the jury? Your Honor, that we'd identify that as defense exhibit 40.
Yes, sir.
We're on
It
40.
says, so I got pissed at my lawyer. He brought his computer uncharged again. Ridiculous.
How is this like the fifth time that the lawyer has showed up without his laptop charged? How is this happening? Okay. Why is there no follow-up question?
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication on your screen?
I do.
It's one written by you to Paula. Did you write this?
Like,
Yes.
Your Honor,
I wonder if her lawyer's just lying to her at this point, and it's like, oh yeah, my laptop's not charged. I can't sit here and go through all that with you. Like, what is happening?
we'd identify this as defendants 41.
Okay.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
It says, so I'm so pissed at my lawyer because he just disappears for no reason. Says he's coming to see me and nothing. Anyway, I hope this changes. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to prepare for November. But he said we have enough time. We'll see. I told him that I don't trust him or his words anymore.
So they're in August.
Ma'am, with regard to this,
So they're in August, and she is still furious with her lawyer and is like, we don't even have time to get ready for trial.
timing on the message is
Oh, boy.
90 days out for your trial. Is that correct?
After my trial? Was that what?
90 days out from
Out.
your scheduled trial.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that why you're upset?
Well, it
Because
seems
it's close to trial?
I was upset because I was not seeing my lawyer.
Okay. I mean, you know you wrote it.
Yes.
Better questions get better answers, counsel.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen?
Yes.
It's a message you wrote to your mother.
Yes.
What date?
Will be marked as
40.
defense exhibit number 42.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for
Still
the
in
ladies and gentlemen of the
August?
jury?
He says, and I spent almost 2 hours with my lawyer. It was good, but no actual news. We're just reviewing a few things. Marina, a reporter here, sent me a message today saying that the article about my case will be published on Sunday with your interview and everything. I hope.
They were interviewing you? I'm speeding this down to normal speed. An article about your case.
I didn't say anything stupid. Everyone will see it.
I hope I didn't say anything stupid.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail?
That was anticlimactic.
Message to,
I'm just letting it
between
roll.
you and Paula?
Yes.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
He says, yes, you and Brendan are a bit complicated, right? Because it involves many circumstances, family, his daughter. But once you live there, you guys will figure it out what needs to be figured out. Now you really need to give your lawyer a push, right? To make sure everything will be ready for November. This person, he said, you would need the specialist. He has gone after this person.
Oh,
Now,
is the lawyer
there's a
hiring the
pattern in
specialist?
the August messages, which appear to be about your lawyer, but also about your relationship with Brendan. Is that fair?
Yeah,
That was on your mind at the time?
Compound.
probably, yeah.
Which
Okay.
question do you want her to answer?
Is it fair to assume that if you wrote about it, that was on your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, if you can look at the
Counsel, you know you can cross her, right? Like, this is cross. You know you can, like, ask leading questions. You can also just ask her why.
smart jail mail that's on your screen, is that something that you wrote?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we've identified this as Defense Exhibit 46.
44.
Can you please read the highlighted portions?
The court said 44 to correct him.
44.
44?
Is correct.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry.
Yes, 44.
44.
This is 44.
Yep.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions of this smart jail mail communication?
It says, my lawyer came to see me on Friday. We spent almost 2 hours together. And I was reading the stuff, the interviews they did with everyone, my friends, Brenda's, Christine's, and the guys. I discovered even more betrayals on Brenda's part. Haha. Since the beginning of the relationship, several that he never mentioned. I was shocked. Haha. And the other one says, Brendan and I, sometimes I consider it a lost cause, but I really feel for him.
Betrayals, you say? The article made you discover more betrayals from Brendan? Interesting.
But a lot has happened, and there's a lot to be considered before any decision. And we don't even know what's going to happen in November, right? Now, we're really on his tail to make sure he won't screw up again and postpone it. I'm not so confident about it, LOL.
I mean, I can see why. We got the ha-has and the
Ma'am, do you
LOLs.
see the smart jail mail to your brother, Dave?
Ask her what's going on. Counsel, you've got to pick a lane. Are we going with, like, jilted lover? Like, which trope are we going with her, counsel? Are we going with she was depressed and desperate to get out of custody? She missed her family. She's been jilted. Where are we going? She's the mastermind. Where are we? Because right now you have not picked and chosen. You're just spamming.
August 25th, 2024 will be identified as Defense Exhibit number 45. Do you see that?
I do.
And can you read, is this a message that you authored and sent?
Yeah,
And can you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
Can you read that, please?
It says, here, nothing new. My lawyer barely comes to see me. And later on it says, I told mom that Brenda wants to go to Brazil with me, buy a house there, etc. But she's kind of pissed because she doesn't want me to live away from home. And that grandpa likes Bruno, but doesn't like Brendan, even though he doesn't know him. Valerie or anyone personally, I told her to stop judging based on what she...
Who's Bruno? Wait, is Bruno the ex that she was talking to while she was in custody? Do we talk about Bruno? Counsel has kind of jumped the shark on all of this, so now I'm just invested in what's going on in everybody's lives.
Can you read that, please?
It says, here, nothing new. My lawyer barely comes to see me. And later on it says, I told mom that Brenda wants to go to Brazil with me, buy a house there, etc. But she's kind of pissed because she doesn't want me to live away from home. And that grandpa likes Bruno, but doesn't like Brendan, even though he doesn't know him. Valerie or anyone personally, I told her to stop judging based on what she heard people say, what she assumed.
If you're her family, do you want her living with Brendan? You moved into this man's house and now you're in jail for murder. No, I don't want you near this dude. Shocking. Don't judge him.
To be true. She assumes to be true.
Okay, so if we can identify,
Who's Bruno?
Is your former boyfriend?
Yes.
And with this smart jail mail system, were you communicating with him as well?
With Max?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
Bruno, Grandpa likes you. It was our wedding day.
Thank you.
Are there letters with Bruno? So he's telling her he's going to go to Brazil with her. And her family's like, I don't know about all that. Maybe we just leave him where he's at.
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail
She's like,
mail
"Don't
that's on your
judge."
screen?
Yes.
And did you author that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 46.
I identify you as all talking too slow. We're going to speed
can
this
you
back
read the
up. We're just here for what's going on in everybody's life at this point.
Highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes. It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he had a problem with the computer again, and he basically did nothing. He told me that he lost the other trial that took place 2 weeks.
Somebody get the lawyer a new computer. Because what? Okay. My lawyer came to see me and they told me they lost the case that they were just in trial on. So there's some new information in this letter. My lawyer's not coming to see me. He's not doing anything. I'm sorry, your lawyer's in trial on another case. When would your lawyer come to see you when they're in trial on another case?
To see me, but he had a problem with the computer again, and he basically did nothing. He told me that he lost the other trial that took place 2 weeks ago. And the other one says, another American reporter messaged me today, trying to talk to me. I don't even know where these people
Okay.
get.
So I'm sorry, you're saying another American reporter messaged me today.
That's what it says, yeah?
Do the media
You continue to read that correctly.
and reporters and those associated with the media, do they have the ability to communicate?
Astronautical Disaster said, Emily, would that be IAC? No, because we don't know if it's true. I'm assuming that it's true, but she might not be reliable in this. And also the lawyer, she might be like, give me the computer and let me see this. And he might be like, no, you can't. We don't know the whole circumstance of what's going on here. We only know her perspective. There might be very legitimate reasons why the lawyer's like, no, you can't see what's on my computer. And the lawyer, instead of fighting with her, might be telling her, oh no, it's dead. Oh no, I'm having a problem with it. We don't know. So no, it's just, she is getting comically pissed off about it because of course she is, but her lawyer might be, putting her off for other reasons. But now we've got media reaching out to her again.
Communicate with you on smart jail mail?
They do.
Okay. And how long have they been communicating with you, whether you answer them or not?
I guess throughout the whole process, I'm not sure.
From the time that you were arrested?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And are there any particular media or news people that you communicate with frequently?
Yes.
Okay. And who is it that you communicate with frequently?
Can you mention the name?
Hold on. We haven't gotten to use this soundbite in a minute.
Name.
Yeah, we want names. Because at this point, we're just going through all your jail communications.
It's fine too.
I'd say Josh.
Okay. Josh, and who's he associated with?
Should I say it?
Yeah.
I'm asking you.
He's a producer with 48 Hours.
Okay. And are you speaking to anyone else who's a producer or potentially looking to buy your story?
Should I say it? Yes. I'm going to slow this down. I want all the tea on this too. Who's trying to buy your story?
At that point, no.
Or you want to rephrase?
I have no idea what the fuck the prosecutor just said.
Are you speaking to any other media person
Was I?
other than Josh?
Was I?
It's Vegas to
Was
time.
you or are you now?
No, yes.
Did he just say, was you? He
Now
did.
you are?
Yes.
Okay. And that's
His questions are Vegas to time, and she's just like, bro, what? She's like, are you okay? The questions are bad. I'm not surprised that she's giving the answer she's giving. The questions are bad.
my question. Who are you speaking to?
Who am I speaking to?
Yes.
2 people.
Okay.
Who?
You know their names?
I don't know their names, yes.
Okay. And is one of them Josh?
No.
Okay. What are their names?
Kate and Zachary.
Okay. Is that Kate Brower
Yes,
and Zachary Franks?
correct.
Okay.
With what outlet?
And has there been any sort of, have they given you anything in anticipation of something?
What?
Anticipation of what?
These questions. There's information here that might be really helpful. There's information here that might be very helpful. But the manner of questioning is so freaking bad. Yeah, if people are incentivizing her, she might have incentive to take the money and run, which might be an incentive to lie. But the questions, there's so much interesting stuff here. And counsel is just making it unbearable to listen to with the questioning. It feels like a poorly prepared deposition.
Anticipation of anything? Have they given you anything? Have they provided you anything?
Yes, they have become my support system. So they've been helping me with money to communicate with my mom, my family in Brazil, and whoever I want to communicate with.
They're putting money on your books.
And money to a commissary and that stuff, yes.
So let me just slow you down there. I didn't quite hear all of that.
So when outlets say, we don't pay for interviews, sure, that might be technically true that they don't pay for interviews. But if they're putting money on her books, it's an incentive to continue talking to them. Sure.
I heard something about them giving you money.
Yes.
Okay. And was it money to your mom in Brazil?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if you could just slow down on that and just say exactly what you
Oh, gosh. We're going to speed this back up. He's like, can you just repeat all of that again?
just said.
I said they have become my support system. They've been putting money on my books to talk to my mom, my family in Brazil, and whoever else I want to talk to, and to buy commissary and stuff. Yes.
Okay. So they're, in the absence of Tess, who used to pay all of that,
Yes.
these two are paying money toward your commissary.
Yes.
And what is it that they want from you?
Eventually, I want to tell my story.
Calls for speculation, but fair. What did they tell you would have been better, but they want me to tell my story. Isn't that what you're doing now?
Okay. And have you negotiated anything?
Because this is vague as to time, we do not know if this is before she decided to take a deal or after she decided to take a deal. However, counsel asked earlier when she lost the support of the defendant's family. And she lost the support of the defendant's family when she took a deal. So it is reasonable to assume that this has happened since she decided to take the deal. So if it happened after she took the deal and signed it, then it's not her incentive for taking the deal. I mean, I get it's bonus.
No, not really.
Okay. Have they thrown a number out?
Have they what?
Have they thrown a number out for your story?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, what is it?
Have you agreed to that number?
No.
Okay, so you're still in negotiations.
Well, you can say so.
Why are we
You tell me.
vague
You're
posting?
the one who's involved in it.
Yeah, if you want to say yes.
Okay. And do you owe them any obligations for paying for your
Counsel, why are we tiptoeing around the information? If she's going to get a fat bag off of her testimony at trial, there is an argument to be made that it would change her testimony at trial. How much did they offer her?
commissary money or your ability to use smart jail mail, any of those sort of things?
I do intend to write a story with them eventually, yes.
Okay. And is, just for curiosity's sake, is the story this story?
It's the truth, if that's what you're asking for.
No, I'm asking, is that what they're basically communicating, being your support system, paying money? It's for this story, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Counsel. We're sped up.
What outfit are they with that would be handling this story?
What?
What outlet?
What company are they with that would be?
It's called Cream Productions, if I'm pronouncing it right. I'm not-
So they're with a production company that wants to have the exclusive rights. This is my supposition on the rights, but they're with a production company that wants to have the rights to the story so then they can sell it to different outlets. Right, that's how that works. But how is counsel sucking all of the attention out of an area that might be very much relevant and very much helpful to the jury?
Cream Productions?
That's what I would say, like, yeah.
Okay. And is this story going to air on any network or TV streaming service
She
or anything
hasn't
like that?
signed on. It's
I
not
heard-
sold yet.
Well, if she knows.
The objection was speculation. But if she hasn't signed on yet, they can't sell it yet.
But you can answer it. Go ahead. You can
They've
answer it if
probably
you know.
promised her all kinds of
As
things.
far as people told me, yes, but not that I have seen. Just people telling me that.
Well, it hasn't
Other
been made yet.
producers have made.
The producers are saying, we're going to sell it here. We're going to sell it there. Yeah, it's going to be everywhere until it's not. Sure.
The story, yes,
But they represent some company, correct?
correct.
And what's the company?
I'm not sure. Some people said Dateline.
I'm sorry?
Some people told me they saw it on Dateline, for example.
Okay. So
I haven't, but that's what I heard.
You've spoken to Dateline too?
I did not speak to them. I said they made this.
Was there a Dateline episode on this chat? I do not know. But this
Story,
is
and
getting
somebody told me they
confusing.
saw it.
I'm sorry. They're
Shit.
talking about another story that they made that was on
Yes.
Dateline?
I did not know they started. It was on Dateline. I did not see it.
No. Counsel. She jumped tracks. She said other producers are doing things too. Somebody said they saw it on Dateline. She jumped into a different conversation.
Trying to understand what you just said. Something about Dateline.
Yes.
Are you saying that Kate and Josh are associated with Dateline?
No, they were not.
Okay. So how did Dateline come into what you just said?
You asked if other producers, company, whatever it is, made the story, told the story on the news or TV, and I said, as far as I've heard, they did, but not that I have seen.
Okay. Well, I was just asking who you were associated with and who was
Oh.
supporting you and
Okay.
who they were associated
Yeah,
What we have here is a failure to communicate together and some generational speaking differences. And she said, you asked me if anybody else was involved, and I'm telling you everything I know.
that's not them.
Okay. And you don't know what their company is?
She did say it was Crane
You're gonna have to use
Productions or
your mic, I'm
something.
sorry.
Judge, that's been asked and answered. She said that they represented Cream Productions.
All right, asked and answered, so I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
Your mic.
I'll move on from there. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Sure.
Counsel, if you're moving on, don't talk about it later. Just move on. Just move on. Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail for August 30th
I see it.
from you to
I'm
Paula?
still sped up.
Yes.
All right. Another
And
letter.
That would be,
What date?
Your Honor, that would be identified as defendants 47.
Yes.
What date?
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, in next month, I have a hearing, one of the regular procedural hearings that we have before the trial to decide some things. I presume now it's supposed to be twice as tiring. And of course, he won't want to talk about these things over the phone. I don't think there are enough excuses, but it's fine. I'm getting over it. So this thing about the article in my case, my lawyer told me that last month, this Marina sent him an email saying that she was going to publish the article, etc. And he even got mad at her because we gave them your information so they could call you and write about me, not about the case. Since I haven't even had my trial yet. And he said that she does not have access to police documents, my interview with them, evidence, etc. She only has access to the hearings I had because they're public documents here.
Right.
But they must be either bluffing or waiting to see if I talk to them because she told me she was going to publish it 3 weeks ago and still nothing.
So they're mad at the media. Otter 3095 said, Emily, do fellow lawyers say to him, dude, your presentation needs work? No, not if he's private counsel. Because what they would say is, dude, why would you hire that guy? A lot of lawyers don't do well with constructive feedback. So it's not a smooth cross. So they're mad that whoever Marina is didn't publish the article and doesn't have the police reports because of course they wouldn't because those are private.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen before you?
I see it.
Your Honor, that would be identified as defendant's exhibit for number 48.
There's no dates on these.
Ma'am, did you write this message?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, my lawyer didn't even come to see me and said he had a hearing in the morning. And when he arrived here, there was a line of lawyers and they didn't have enough time to see the clients because there are only 3 rooms.
That
3
actually
lawyers
happens.
At a time. He says, you'll come tomorrow, son of a gun.
Okay, but that's like legit though. He had hearings in the morning. He went to the jail to see you. There was not enough time left in visiting hours for him to get in to see you. That's fair. Oh, Leah said I look so tan. It's my white balance is off because I keep moving. And then when I keep moving, my white balance gets a little it's the camera. It's not me. I am not.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message that's on your screen?
Yes.
I mean, that's a legitimate
You
reason for the
mother.
lawyer.
Yes.
Did you offer that?
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, and yes, I hope my lawyer comes tomorrow without fail. He stresses me out more than anyone else. A son of a bitch. I've already started crying and all because I got frustrated, you know.
And that's exhibit 49, is that correct?
49, I apologize.
Also, I'm not surprised that the lawyer is taking the brunt of the frustration, even if the lawyer, I don't know if the lawyer's doing great, doing terrible. I don't know. We know her perception, and that's all that really matters. The reason all this matters is if the defense is going to tie this around to say all of this frustration got to a point where she could not sustain it anymore and was like, fuck it, I'll tell you everything. I don't trust my lawyer. I don't want to be around this. I'm done. And I'll do whatever, I'll say whatever to get out of this situation. That's where they're going to try to argue, I imagine. She'll say whatever. But so her perception of the relationship with the lawyer matters the most because it goes to her frustration and willingness to lie on the stand. That's what they're going to argue, which I imagine it is after opening. So that's why we were getting letter after letter after letter about her frustration with her lawyer. The thing is, in preparing for trial, when she's like, my lawyer has no updates for me, there's no updates to be had. It's just work the lawyer needs to do. Hey, we're working on this. Hey, we're getting ready for this. That's really it. There's nothing else happening until the next court date that really can be an update. We're hiring this person. So I get her frustration, but I also wonder if her lawyer is catching the brunt of that because she can't be mad. She's not mad at him yet, defendant. She's not mad at herself. So the frustration is all just being targeted at the lawyer. We'll see.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message on your screen
Yes.
dated September 5th, 2024?
Yes.
Oh, good. We have a date.
Identified as Defense Exhibit 50. Can you read the highlighted portion of the message?
He says, your mother messaged me saying she's going to see Ryan now, and he's coming to see me. She wait for him because I have something for Ryan.
Defendant's mother is going to meet with the lawyer. That I do not like.
Ma'am, do you see the new message on smart jail mail?
Yes,
Did you write that?
I did.
Okay, Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense 51. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion,
He says,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
well, again, my lawyer won't come and see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her, and you do that instead of coming to see me since you were here, and I've been waiting since yesterday. As if I could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can't because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up my trial too. During the trial, they will ask if I was satisfied with my lawyer. And if he represented me, well, I'll be honest and say no. But it's so good that you feel the change, Mom. And try to get along with what he said to you. It's not worth it acting like this. Did he say something about being in touch with me? Because it stops there.
I think that's just a bad highlighting job. Thank you.
Mm.
Ma'am, can you see the smart jail mail?
She's frustrated because the lawyer is meeting with the defendant Banfield's mom. And she's saying he has all the time to talk to your mom, but he's not coming to talk to you, or he's not coming to talk to her.
Communication that's on the screen?
I see it.
Okay. And is that a message sent by you to your mother?
Yes.
Tea on the lawyer.
And it looks like it's September 5th.
Also, is she dropping the checks off when she goes to the lawyer's office? Because she's paying for the lawyer. By the way, that doesn't entitle her to information about the case unless this witness released that information and allowed the lawyer to talk to her. That would be the ethical way of handling that.
2024 at 9:18 a.m. Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 52.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
He says,
Gentlemen of the jury.
let's see if my lawyer shows up today. He makes me very frustrated. I'm never happy satisfied with his work. He says he will do things, but he doesn't. He's delaying my entire process. He says he'll come to see me and nothing. Doesn't make an effort, you know. I should have changed lawyers long ago, but now it's too late.
I should have switched lawyers long ago, but now it's too late. She doesn't trust her lawyer.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail on the screen?
Yes.
And this looks like it's September 5th, 2024.
You can fire your
The one I
lawyer.
already read.
Is that the one you just read?
Yes.
Oh, that must be a duplicate. Sorry. Scratch that, Judge.
But yeah, if you fire your lawyer,
Nothing.
it's going to delay your case another year.
Identified as Defense Exhibit number 52,
53.
53.
Well,
The unprepared.
that's the one I just read. It
Can
still
you
shows
please
it.
read it again?
Oh,
It's still on the
it says,
screen.
well, again, my lawyer won't come to see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her, and you do that instead of coming to see me since you're here, and I've been waiting since yesterday. As if I could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up my trial. During the trial, they will ask if I was satisfied with my lawyer and if he represented me well, and I'll be honest and say no.
Okay, counsel, that was a good use of your time.
That's one of the questions that's on the plea form that you signed.
as far as I remember.
Okay. And did you say no at that time?
I did not.
Okay. So you told him you were satisfied. You told the judge that you were satisfied with his and her services.
Yeah, he explained well to me.
Okay. So
She's like,
between-
yeah. By the time I decided to take a plea, I was done with his fucking ass. I understood my plea and I was out. I'm happy with my plea.
September 5th and the plea in October 29th, everything seemed to be fine with your relationship with your lawyer that you've been talking about in these emails?
I guess so.
Okay, well, you lived it, so I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message
Counsel, these are not blistering questions for her. You got to dial that in.
on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write this?
Yes.
And can you, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 54. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, difficult to trust him, knowing how he's like. His lack of commitment and care. At first, he said he would spend 2 hours with me, and when he came to see me, I wish. He barely shows up. He just makes us wait. But what can I do? It's too late to change lawyers. I don't trust him.
Right.
Ma'am, this is a smart jail mail that you authored to Paola, your friend. Can you read this would
Counsel, we've established she doesn't trust her lawyer. She doesn't think her lawyer's doing a good job for her. She doesn't know what her lawyer's doing. Her lawyer's not spending the time with her that she anticipates. And she's pissed. We got it. 10.
be marked as exhibit number 55, Defense Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, and about my lawyer, I wish. Good heavens. He makes me so mad. Last week alone, he said 3 times that he would come to see me on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He didn't show up. Brenda's mother kept sending messages and calling, and he kept her waiting for him, me waiting for him, and he still hasn't shown up. So on Friday, my female lawyer came to see me to talk about this next hearing. Nothing much, sweet Lord. I told her that I don't trust him. I'm scared because my life is in his hands. You know, that I don't know how he expects me to stay calm when he doesn't even have the responsibility and commitment to come to see me or do things when they're supposed to be done, delaying my entire process, etc.
Yeah. I get that she's frustrated. Fair. I think she articulated that really. Counsel, she's made it really clear why she's frustrated. She has a very clear reason for being frustrated. Okay.
Ma'am, do you see the message that you authored from September 15th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. This would be identified as defense number 56.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, it's been 11 months since I've been here. My goodness. I need this to end as soon as possible.
Okay, so on September 15th,
Ma'am, 11 months is
you're
pretty
just
fast.
ready to end it, correct?
Yeah,
Because you have a trial in less than two months from then, right?
correct.
And what's the basis? Why are you saying, I just want it to end right now?
That's the same way I always felt. I just wanted this to be over.
Okay, but this is the first time that you've written it in one of your smart jail mail messages. What's the reason at this point?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, do you remember writing this?
Counsel, just ask her what she's thinking. What are you thinking? What are you thinking when you say that?
I mean, it's here. I know it's for me, but I can tell you all the messages I wrote every day, and
Okay, so you don't have any specific recollection as to this message?
specifics, no.
Okay.
Oh, Chad, I know. Some of you are commenting she's speaking
Ma'am, do
fast.
you
I have
see
this
this
sped
smart
up
jail
to
mail
save us
message?
from the pain.
Yes.
On the screen, Your Honor, we can identify that as defense number 57.
We are sped up.
Is this the person that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your friend who's supporting you?
No,
Okay, so this is someone who's reaching out. Were you aware when he reached out that that was the day that Brendan was indicted?
at that point, I didn't.
Okay. Did he say anything to you in your communications in addition to this?
Yeah, he had mentioned that Brenda was just indicted.
Okay, can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Ooh. We have now moved up to the day that defendant gets indicted before she takes the deal.
It says, Dear Ms. Magalhães, I'm a producer for the show 48 Hours on the North American channel, CBS News. Our team is researching your case in the hope of producing a 1-hour documentary about your story. We'd like to ask you to consider participating in an on-camera interview. I'd also like to speak with any friends or relatives you think could be additional voices on your behalf. But first, I propose that we have a conversation over the phone, or even a video call, or an informal in-person meeting, so that I can tell you a bit about my experience over more than 30 years of a journalist, my interest in your story, and my ideas for the project. Feel free to contact me if you can. If you prefer to speak in Portuguese, I can arrange for a translator. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Well, that's considerate.
Now, was Josh one of the contributors to the your account here at the Fairfax County Sheriff's Office?
What do you mean by contribute?
Did he put money in?
No, he did not.
Okay. Are you still talking to him?
I was.
Are you still?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, 48 hours, I don't think is putting money on your books. They're like, hey,
Ma'am,
we'd like to
do
talk
see
to
the
you.
smart jail mail communication
If
on
you
your
want
screen?
a translator, we'll get
Yes.
one.
Did you offer this?
Very mindful.
Yes.
48 hours.
This would be marked as defense exhibit number 58. Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? This is
It's-
from September 16th, 3:49 p.m.
It says, I heard they either arrested or are detaining Brenda now. Have you heard anything about it? I'm scared. They sent me downstairs because they had a search warrant for my cell to see if they didn't find anything here, etc. Then a guy from a TV channel messaged me saying he saw on the news that they had arrested him. My goodness, I don't know what's happening.
So we're in September 2024? I looked it
Ma'am,
up,
do you
Chad.
see the
It
smart
says he
jail
was
mail
indicted.
that is on your screen?
It says he was indicted September 16th, 2024. So that should be right around where we are.
Yes,
And is this something that you authored?
yes,
Okay. Your Honor, I'd identify this as defense exhibit number 59.
Okay.
Great.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions to the jury and the
It's
ladies and
at-
gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I want to avoid people staring at me and talking about me and Brendan. I'm so disheartened, so low on energy. I just want to lay down and sleep, tired. Even with the double dose of medicine, I didn't sleep well.
So Brendan's arrest had a real significant effect on you, correct?
Yeah, I imagine she was real stressed. Because once he gets arrested, what's he gonna say? What's he gonna do? What's he gonna tell them? When he's out, there's no concern that he's gonna flip on her. But once he's in custody, do you think she trusts that he's not gonna try to save his own ass? You tell me. I don't know. I don't know if she trusts that he's not going to do what he can to save his own ass.
Correct.
Okay, and is that where you're disheartened, you're low on energy, you're not able to sleep?
That's what I
You're saying
said.
in this message?
Yes,
Okay, and that corresponds with him you've confirmed that he was in fact arrested, not just heard it, you've confirmed it 5 days later, correct?
yeah,
Okay. Now, at that point, were you on any sort of medications for depression or anxiety or anything like that?
at that point, I don't think so.
Okay, so you had stopped them at some point.
I had.
Okay. Ma'am, can you read the smart jail mail message that's on the screen before you?
Yes,
Counsel, we got to do this.
And
a
did you
better way.
offer that?
that's from my mother to me.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the
It
ladies
says-
and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, but it seems that I was guessing he was guilty and putting the blame on you. At least you'll get rid of this. I don't know if it will be good for you to tell. I'm afraid she might block you from being
I'm very curious about what this says, so I'm going to slow it down real quick. Her mom messages her saying, I assumed he was guilty.
Portion to the
It
ladies
says-
and gentlemen
So this
of
is
the
mom
jury.
to her.
It says, but it seems that I was guessing he was guilty.
Also, Emily, why would the defense introduce her mom saying to her that she assumed the defendant was guilty? I don't know. We're going to have to see where this is going. Because is that hearsay? Yes. Is that completeness? No. Could this be blocked from coming in? Yes. Are they putting it in without the prosecution objecting? Also, yes.
And putting the blame on you. At least you'll get rid of this. I don't know if it will be good for you to tell. I'm afraid she might block you from being able to talk to us. But you know what is best, because she probably doesn't know that he planned it. If you tell Mimi, tell her not to cut you off from your mom. Please tell her that it was who planned it.
Okay, so there's
That's a real interesting letter from mom. So mom sends to her, I assumed that he was guilty. Tell his mother not to cut you off from communicating with us. She doesn't know he planned it. So, or I think she doesn't know he planned it. So, in some other conversation, Juliana's told her mom that he's the one that planned it. I want to hear that one more time. Sorry. There's a lot of information in that one from mom. I guess he was guilty in putting the blame on you. Interesting.
At least you'll get rid of this. I don't know if it will be good for you to tell. I'm afraid she might block you from being able to talk to us. But you know what is best, because she probably doesn't know that he planned it. If you tell Mimi, tell her not to cut you off from your mom. Please tell her that it was who planned it.
okay. So there's a couple of things that I wanted to
Interesting.
ask you about. It appears you and your mother are worried about the monies to be able to communicate, correct?
Like I said before, yes.
Okay. No, I'm talking about this at this moment.
Yes.
Okay. And it
Counsel.
appears that you're worried about any monies that might be going in so you can get extra food, correct?
Yes.
She's worried about communicating with her mom.
It appears that your mother is telling you that Brendan is the planner, correct?
Well, counsel, that's not how I listen to that. It seems like mom is confirming information. This is a continuing conversation, counsel. Mom is saying that Brendan's mom might not know that he was the planner.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Okay.
Huh.
And was that the first time that you said that?
Judge, I'm going to object. This message is from,
I can't unring that bell. It's delayed.
The prosecution's like, wait, this is all hearsay. Correct. Shit's out of the horse now. Judge A, yeah, I can't unring that bell. You didn't object to this message coming in. I honestly think that this message is better for the prosecution than the defense, because it shows at some point, this is what I take from that message. It shows that in other conversations that were not written, this witness, co-defendant, has had conversations with her mother about taking a deal, about the fact that he was the one that planned it, about it might be good for you to just tell what you know, and just, I'm afraid they're going to cut you off. It supports what she said earlier. And it's hard when you're in the moment to like not call the foul when it's such an obvious foul of hearsay, to like be like, no, this is good for me, sit back down. This is good for you, sit back down. But that's interesting. I can't believe that the defense brought that in. Okay.
Action. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Is that the first time that you said it, that Brendan, in time, on
Obviously, it's not the first time she said Brendan was the planner.
October
Her mom's
26th,
following up on it.
2024. Is that the first time that you said what your mother's written here?
The first time I said what?
What your mother has written in this message?
Well, that's the only one I see here. I don't remember if she had said it before. I can recall.
Counsel doesn't want to ask the correct question. The correct question is, did you tell your mom he planned this?
I'm not asking about whether she said it. I'm asking about whether you said it.
Did
But
you?
I'm confused because this is a message from my mom to me,
Yeah.
not from me to her. So I don't know what
Did you tell her that? Before this message, did you tell your mom that he planned this? Counsel, ask better questions.
I said before this.
Well, it appears she's telling you to tell Tess or them that Brendan planned the whole thing.
Well, that's what she said, yes.
Okay. And what I'm asking is, was that the day when you told the police that Brendan planned the whole thing?
I had mentioned to my mom before about the plea. I had mentioned to her that I was thinking about taking the plea. And I had the reasons I was scared of why I didn't take the plea. And this message, that's when I told her that I had signed the plea, and that's what she responded to me. But she
Right.
was aware before that I was thinking about taking the plea.
So you had signed the plea.
Well, all of that makes sense. My mom and I were talking about it. Right.
On the 26th of October.
Now I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the plea as being October 29th? 3 days later?
Yeah, the picture said yes.
So when was it that you made the agreement to the plea that you signed and was executed on October 29th?
I don't remember the day exactly I signed it. I don't know where we're going with
Do you
this.
need to see the plea form? Yeah.
No, counsel, you need to ask her a better question. Questions like, do you remember when the prosecution first offered you a new plea? Do you know how long before when you signed it was? A week, 2 weeks? You've got to ask better questions.
Do you need to see it?
She
Yeah, you
knows
can
the-
show me.
She knows the date of the plea. The date of the plea is not going to help her know when the prosecution first approached her because she just said she knew the date of the plea. Bro,
Form on the screen,
I
man.
Mm-hmm.
can.
we're speeding this up until we get into more
Just let
information
me
that's
know
helpful
if you
because
need to
he's
scroll up for you when you're
fumbling around to
looking
find a
at it.
question and it's not helpful. She was
I see it.
Do you need me to scroll up so you can know when you signed
very
it?
forthcoming
Yeah.
when he asked a good question. And his questions are not helpful at all. And then he's looking at her like she should be answering him. He's like, "Can you see that?" And she's like,
Is that the 28th of October?
Yeah.
Is that what it says? I just,
It says 28th of October, yes.
and so my question was with regard to the previous message, that was where your mother said to you, tell everyone that Brendan planned this.
"No, she
And
didn't."
within 2 days, you've signed a plea.
No, she didn't. Counsel, that's why she's not answering your question. She's not answering your question because your question isn't what mom said. Mom didn't say, tell everyone he planned it. That's not at all what was in there. Mom said it might be better to tell, make sure you don't get cut off. And his mom might not know that he planned it. Bro, it's
with supporting evidence saying that Brendan planned this. Understand? So my question was, when did you say Brendan planned this to the police for the first time?
Well, during the first interview we had,
And do you know when that was?
I remember it was a Friday.
Okay.
he lost her by adding in so much other information. Just ask. When did you first tell police that he planned it?
Was it in October?
It was in October.
Okay. So October 25th,
Great.
does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
Was that where you were in a room with another prosecutor, not these two, was asking you questions?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a little bit about what went on prior to you entering into that plea.
Okay. Did I slow it down? I did. Hold on. We got to speed this back. Oh, shit, I am sped up.
Have you seen this?
Not that I remember.
Okay, let's go through it. It's a pleading in the circuit court.
Judge, I'm going to object. She says she hasn't seen it, so how could she testify about what's in it?
Ding, ding. You can't refresh somebody's recollection with something they don't know. And he hasn't established that her recollection needs to be refreshed.
I think she said she's not sure.
And
I mean, if you want to ask questions about it, you can, but can we mark it as an exhibit though, please?
Oh, yes. Okay. Your Honor, we mark it as defense exhibit number 61.
Okay.
Let me just scroll through it so you can see what you need to see, ma'am.
Chad, I have biscuits.
If you want me to slow down,
This morning.
you want to read? Or
And even
I'm
the
not reading.
biscuits are not
You've already
cooling my
read it.
rage.
I said I'm not reading right now.
would you like to read it? Is what my question was.
They're really good.
If you want me to, I can.
They're wild grain.
I'm going to
lemon
ask you
cranberry.
questions about it, so it might be a good idea.
Sir, your questions are not great. They're just not. You don't. How are you snarking at the witness right now? You're the one who's being imprecise. Do you want to read it? I don't know. Well, I'm going to ask you about it. You might want to. Okay, then just say, can you look at that? I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Fucking stop, dude. And it's not going to make her more cooperative with him.
The next page?
Yeah.
They're going page by page. I'm zooming until we get to a point, or at least a question.
Okay.
Had you ever received this motion?
Again, I do not remember that.
Okay. Do you remember what you read
He's having her read an entire legal motion for what point?
there? Do you remember what was happening, what happened or was going to happen prior to the plea?
I think I was going to continue my trial.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking. Yeah.
So when did you find that out and how did you find that out?
I don't remember how I found it out.
Could it have been this motion?
Could have.
Did you go to court?
But my lawyer told me.
We don't have a date.
So
He is trying to refresh her recollection without laying any proper foundation for doing so. He is fumbling to try to ask her a proper question because what it seems that he's laying the groundwork for is that at some point she found out that her lawyer was continuing the trial again. And then she immediately pled. That's what he's getting at. But you can't set up a timeline if you're not asking any fucking dates.
were you in agreement with this motion?
To continue the trial?
Yeah.
Yes.
You agreed to continue the trial.
Well, what choice did I have?
Well, that's a good point. What choice did you have? Had you agreed to plead guilty prior to this motion being heard?
I don't
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no date that has been given when this motion was. There's no.
I mean, fuck. Thanks, counsel. Thanks, counsel. That's helpful. Your Honor, what?
I'm just asking what, I don't know when the motion was going to be heard either, Judge.
Then the objection is vague as to time.
She needs a date for reference, I think.
Okay,
I can answer if something I don't know about.
it's exactly right. So you don't know about it.
Well, I'm saying this now.
Now, let me just ask you this. We'll switch subjects.
Why? Why
During
are
the
we
beginning portion,
so put out with him? Why are we switching subjects? What date?
during the first 2 weeks of October,
I don't blame her. I really don't.
Correct?
I did.
Okay.
He's getting what he's putting out. Like she is just matching energy at this point.
And you were taken away from the jail here, correct?
Yes.
And you were in the hospital setting, correct?
Yes.
And you were being watched by law enforcement because you had come from here,
Yes.
correct? How long were you in the hospital setting for?
10 days.
10 days. And that was the first portion of October?
It was,
What was the time frame, if you recall?
it was October 13th.
Until October 13th or 13th?
No, I went to the hospital October 13th.
So you were in the hospital October 13th, and if I understand, based on your answer, you were there until the 23rd?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, that's probably going to cause a continuance of the trial if she's in hospital for 10 days, like less than 2 weeks before trial. Yeah, that's going to cause some problems, counsel.
Okay. And then on the 25th, you told the prosecutors you were going to accept the deal.
Yes.
And then on the 28th, you signed the deal.
Correct.
And you appeared before Judge Ascarati on October 29th.
Correct.
So you recall all of those dates.
I do.
Okay. And my question to you is, you just testified that you were going to tell the story the Commonwealth's having you tell because you just wanted the truth to be out there. Is that correct?
I wanted to tell the truth, yes.
Okay. And so from October 13th, 2023 to October 28th, 2024, you were not concerned about telling the truth, but then on the heels, or on the brink of a trial, which potentially was going to be continued, we don't know.
Specifying I'm not asking a question. What's the objection?
Counsel, I'm going to object to your objection because the proper objection is not objection counsel is testifying because it is cross. The objection is compound as fuck, Your Honor. I mean, the first part of that at least. And Judge A, what's your legal objection?
Counsel is testifying. This is a narrative that counsel is
Compound.
providing. Argumentative, possibly? Argumentative. All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Judge A, argumentative possibly? Counsel, you got to pick the right objection. Counsel is testifying is not, it's not an, shit. It's not an objection.
I'm sorry.
I'll sustain the objection. Just want to ask another question.
So, are you asking the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you came out during that time frame
Also
because you
argumentative.
wanted the truth to be known versus any time the year before that?
Her facial expressions, she took the glasses off to stare down this attorney. And it is a moment.
Well, the fact that I took a year to accept my plea, it does not mean that I didn't have the intention to tell the truth before. It does not mean that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said, just because it took me a while to take the plea, it does not mean that I didn't have the intention to do so. I just didn't get to do it. And for many reasons I said before, I was concerned about. But
Okay.
it does not mean I didn't want to do it.
Okay. And so your health crisis didn't have anything to do with it?
But I was just coincidentally, when I came back from the hospital,
So it was a coincidence?
you can say that.
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, yes.
Okay.
I'm asking you what you would say.
3,000 miles away from your family when you're having a health crisis?
Well, it might have been all the factors together. We can consider that one of the factors too.
Okay. And that's what I'm going through. An upcoming trial, is that part of it?
I was not really thinking about that.
Okay. The health crisis, being far from home, correct?
Correct?
Okay. Brendan being arrested and jailed, is that part of it?
Yes.
What other parts?
I said it before, but I had my concerns about communication with my mother. And yes, that's what I said before too.
Okay, so it was because of communications for your mother that you thought you'd take the deal
That's not what she said.
as one of the parts.
You can put into the equation, yes.
Okay, so it's all the things that we just talked about went into you
Telling the
deciding that the truth was to be told on October 28th, 2024.
Yes.
And that's what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
What am I telling them?
That's when you decided the truth needed to be told?
I'm not telling them that.
Wow, she is just sick of this lawyer.
Well, you're testifying before.
I
you're testifying before the
withheld
court.
the truth for a long time just to myself. And it was a lot for me to deal with.
Okay,
And I just couldn't do this anymore. It was too much for me. And I do believe the part of me getting sick, it was just one of the factors. There is only so much your brain can take before your body starts responding to the stress as well. And only I do know how I felt. Only do I know what I was carrying with me, how long I withheld the truth.
okay. And so when I was asking you how you felt that made these statements about pain and torture and all
She
those things
just
in the
said that.
emails, you didn't really have anything to say about that.
Of course, I
What is
didn't
it-
have.
What is it that you were holding in?
Of course, I didn't have anything to say to that because I knew our letters could be read because I was going through my lawyer. And at that point, my lawyer did not know the truth either.
She is answering him pretty quickly. I think I'm going to slow this back down to real time. It's interesting because essentially what she is saying is that there is only so much guilt, stress, and anxiety a person can take. And I reached my breaking point and needed to tell the truth. I don't think that helps his perspective of you're going to lie and do anything you can to get you out of there, but maybe it will.
I did not tell him that. So I knew he was reading the letters as well. So I couldn't do that. And I did not tell Tess, Brandon's mother, about how I was feeling, withholding the truth, because she did not know either. She did not have any knowledge about what really happened. And so how was I supposed to do? Expressing the letters that I was feeling guilty or ashamed and all that stuff for, if the letters were being read, if she didn't know the truth, I couldn't do it.
So the truth, you were holding the truth yourself and no one else knew.
Well, Brenda does.
Well, but we're talking about you in jail.
That's a fair answer to that question, dude. That's a fair. No one else knows the truth. She did say that his mom didn't know. No one else knows the truth. Well, bro does.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so you were just holding that for an entire year by yourself,
I was.
enjoying the benefits of a lawyer,
Yeah.
enjoying the benefits of whatever comes into the commissary or for communication purposes. Correct?
If that's one how to describe it.
Well,
We can
isn't
describe that
one of the-
way.
Isn't that some of the benefits of either having, you're a lawyer or Tess Banfield?
Are you saying she was being monetarily incentivized to not say anything, counsel? You were enjoying the benefits of them paying for shit for you while you didn't say anything about him. Is that where we're going? So as long as you kept your mouth shut, that sweet commissary kept coming in? Is that the argument that you're making? Because no, right? That's right? No.
Helping you out.
Well, I had their love and their support. Yes, I did.
Okay. And so you were concerned about losing that? Is that why you were holding the truth?
Losing what specifically?
Losing her love and her support financially?
She already said that.
Yeah, I was lost and afraid in so many ways, yes.
Okay. And that's essentially the crux of the communication with your mother, which was the last smart jail mail that.
We have wandered back into repatriating old ground, which makes me want to defenestrate this attorney. So I'm going to put us back at 1.25 to try to keep us, from losing our minds.
We were talking about, isn't that right?
Can you rephrase your question?
That was essentially the discussion between you and your mother about telling everyone that Brendan was the one who planned this.
Well, that was the conversation we had.
I understand that. I saw it. And that's something that you knew was going to be read, correct?
Yes.
And when she said that to you, my question to you was, who was it you told that Brendan planned this whole thing for the first time, and when was that?
Yes, my mother.
And when was
Because,
that?
how can I tell you? I do not remember the date.
I mean, with all due respect, you don't remember a lot of details.
Yeah.
That's what's really concerning about this.
Well, if you were in my shoes, you don't remember either. You know, your brain.
The thing about this attorney, and I don't know if this is a choice on his part or what, but he has asked very broad and open-ended questions. When is the first time you told your mother that he planned this? She's like, I don't know. I told her. And he's like, well, you don't remember a lot of data. Okay. It was before that letter. Is that the answer that you would prefer? Before she wrote me that letter is when I told her. Okay.
I mean, with all due respect, you don't remember a lot of details.
Yeah.
That's what's really concerning about this.
Well, if you were in my shoes, you don't remember either. You know, your brain has a way to, defense mechanism it's called, and it protects you from losing your mind, losing yourself.
Okay.
And many things our brain blocks out. And I guess everybody can relate to that at some point.
So your brain's blocked out the details of this plan that
Judge,
you've talked about?
objection. That is not what she said.
I'll overrule it. I didn't hear the question.
So your brain has blocked out the details of this plan that essentially your whole future rests on with the Commonwealth?
It's not what she said.
I still don't understand your question. What
So-
are you implying?
Your lack of detail is because of your brain blocking it out?
Yes.
Okay. And even included in the things that are important, like this plan that you've been talking about, but we haven't heard any details.
Well, I can tell you that the fact that I do not remember some specific details.
She gave quite a lot of details about the plan. She did not have a ton of dates. Anyone relate to remembering, all the details of a thing and not the date you did it? She okay.
This does not mean it's a lie. I can guarantee that everybody has things in life that they did not remember. And it doesn't make any less.
I appreciate that. We're talking about you.
Ma'am, you just need to answer the question. She's trying to now answer the question she thinks he's implying, which I understand. But for all witnesses, answer the questions that are being asked. And say, no, I remember a lot of details. I don't remember all the dates.
Though, and what
I'm
you
talking
say,
about me too.
but if you can just give me a chance to question, what you're saying is that you're forgetting crucial
Okay.
details regarding a horrific, tragic event for
Not
many people,
what she said.
Yeah.
and you're not able to remember those details.
Well, I think you can also call it trauma
Okay,
for
so-
things that you've seen, for things that happened that your brain blocks out.
okay.
Yes.
So your brain's blocking it. You've got trauma that's blocking it. What else? What are the other reasons you're not able to explain details relating to this case?
What do you mean other reasons?
What other reasons? I mean, you seem to have two at least. What are the other reasons?
Or I cannot remember some details.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Chat, are there significant details that are lacking for you? And please let me know what they are. Because for me, it's the timeline. Things get a little fuzzy also when they get into the bedroom. Some of those details are a bit fuzzy, but he's not going through things that are specific and saying, okay, you walk in the door, then what? Then what? Then what? The only thing we've seen in cross is some really insufferable questions and her saying, I don't remember the date. I don't remember the date of that. But he hasn't hammered her down on specific details besides dates. And we've watched some trials where witnesses are tap dancing around everything and won't answer a damn thing. His questioning is so confusing that it's really hard to be with him in this line of questioning where he's like, you've lost some key details. And what are those, please? Can we ask about the key details? Because he hasn't pointed that out in cross at all.
Your Honor, is this a good time for break?
I was just going to ask you, is this a good time for break?
This is a good time to break.
Yeah, counsel needs to find some questions over lunch.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess then for the next hour. Please do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? Thank you.
We're going to zoom through lunch. And then, I mean, I've got some snackies here. If we need to take a break in a little bit, we will. But
She couldn't remember the details of what happened on day 379. Not the details of what happened.
I think the prosecutors are talking smack about the defense attorney's questioning. Let's listen in, everybody. Because I think the prosecutor's saying exactly what I was just saying to you. Because their microphone is on.
What happened on day 379. Not the details of what happened. She didn't decide anyway. She couldn't remember what was happening at the murder. She couldn't remember Thursday of last week.
So she didn't remember what was happening on day 379. So she, could she have remembered what she was doing last week? Could I remember what I was doing last week? I couldn't hear exactly. But the prosecutors are like, okay, so the details missing are, when exactly did you first tell your mother? What date did you first tell your mother that he planned it? I don't know. Oh, it's fair. I should slow it down. You're right, chat. You're right. That's totally on me. I'm just curious for the hot mic because this line of questioning is really hard. They are really trying to whisper.
She couldn't remember the details of what happened on day 379. Not the details of what happened. She didn't decide anyway. She couldn't remember what was happening at the murder.
She said she couldn't remember the details of what happened on day 379, but not the details of what happened. She's never said she couldn't remember what happened.
Thursday of last week.
And since you still are testifying, make sure you don't discuss your testimony or the case with any.
And then they're talking about objections. They need to talk about their strategy for redirect.
Anybody during the lunch hour, okay?
Okay.
All right, back at 2.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
2 p.m. Okay.
All rise.
I mean, I get where the prosecutor's at, because if the strategy that the defense is going with is you don't remember a lot of details, you're making this all up, then you need to, let me just try to summarize this real quick. I don't know how far we are through the defense cross, because we have been lost in the wilderness for 84 years at this point. But at the end of cross, right before the lunch break, the defense is trying to point out that the defendant can't remember a whole lot of details and doesn't know the specifics. The problem with that strategy at this point in cross is that all the defense has done in cross is pull up letters and communications that she was having while in jail, and then sprinkling it in with, was this before your preliminary hearing? And she's like, I don't remember the date of my preliminary hearing. And he's like, oh, I'll move on. So he hasn't held his questioning to this witness specifically enough to show that she doesn't have details about anything other than specific dates. And when he's asking for the specific date, when's the specific date you first told your mother X? She's like, I don't know. I told her this, and that's what's in this letter. But even when he's going through the timeline, he has marked them as exhibits. He has not admitted any of them as evidence. And as we were going through, he has not said a single time, can I publish these to the jury? So I was hopeful that the jury could see them and maybe see the dates, but he wasn't always reading the dates in. So he is trying to build a timeline, but there are gaps in the dates that he is pointing out. And I think there is room to talk to her about the lack of specificity in some of her testimony. But he hasn't done that at all. So trying to zing the witness with, well, you don't seem to remember much, before you've done the groundwork of saying, well, you said this or this, which is it? But here it says this, which is it? In your interview, you said this, but which is it? The defense questioning has been vague and kind of scattered. And when she struggles with his questioning or avoids it, depending on how you read her answers, he's like, oh, you don't remember details. It's not tracking, because we do see other cross-examinations where the defense will stack like thing after thing after thing after thing after thing, and then push it over like dominoes. And you're like, oh shit. And there's also witnesses where you're sitting there going, oh my God, just answer the question. And in this cross, at least at the lunch break, I'm sitting here going, oh my God, just ask a clean question. But the witness also seems incredibly over this attorney and his questioning, and is very quick to say, if you're insinuating this, then. And the major insinuations that we have seen from the defense, which might give us some insight into the path that he may pick, is he has insinuated that she had all of the police reports in discovery before she came up with this new story. Did he spell that out that cleanly? No, he sure didn't. But he set that up as an argument. You had all the discovery from police before you changed your story. He also set up that she was miserable in custody and very unhappy with her attorney and very unhappy with the case getting continued and very frustrated that she felt like she was left hanging by her attorney leading up to when she took the plea. And that at that point, she was incredibly frustrated. There were also moments in those letters where it seemed that she was also frustrated in her relationship with Brendan, and that things were not going well, that she felt that he had been disloyal based on things she had read in the media. He didn't ask any more about that, which I would love to see. And we saw snippets of her talking to her family about whether Brendan was going to move with her back to Brazil when she went back to Brazil. And she was talking with her family about whether or not that would be a good idea, and that her grandpa likes her ex Bruno better. So yes, we finally found a trial where we do, in fact, talk about Bruno, but not enough, because the defense didn't ask any follow-up questions on that. I was very curious. And then they asked her about whether or not she was in negotiations to sell her story, and if they had thrown out numbers. And then there was nothing. Nothing about what those numbers were, nothing about if those numbers had been solidified, but we did learn that two individuals from a production company were putting money on her books after the Banfield family et al. Cut her off and stopped putting money on her books and stopped putting money on her phone card and stopped supporting her. When did they stop supporting her? The day she took the plea deal. She maintains that she took the deal because it was time to tell the truth, and she could not really live with the stress of not being forthcoming. But it does seem that that increased after he was arrested. And I very much wonder if when he was arrested, her anxiety went through the roof, that he was going to pin all of this on her more. I guess we'll see after lunch. Maybe we won't. Maybe I'm too optimistic. All right. We're going to just zoom through lunch. I might take a break later on just to grab some more snacks and use the restroom. But for now, we're just going to go. Let's just go. Let's just do it. Right? Let's see if we can just be done. Come on, YouTube. Oh, no. Come on. Anyone else having problems with I had problems with YouTube last night. I had some problems with YouTube this morning. Is anyone else having YouTube issues? I know it can't just be me, but I've had some platform issues today as well. But we'll see if defense ties up this cross with a moment of like, ooh, there it is. But I'm curious if a jury's going to find this co-defendant to be evasive with the questions, or if they're going to be annoyed with the questioner, or if they're going to be like, dude, what does it matter? I mean, what's it matter? She obviously told her mom. What's it matter if she doesn't remember exactly which date she told her mom? Her mom wrote her a letter responding to something she told her. So clearly it happened.
Difficulty.
Some technical difficulty going on in court. At least it's not just us, even though we're watching on a delay.
Counsel.
Oh, good. Are we back?
Your Honor, is it published to the counsel?
It's just the counsel at the moment. And to the witness.
The witness?
Oh, boy.
Ma'am, is this the person that is your support and you're working with?
Say it again?
Do you see on the camera before you?
Yes, I can.
Okay, is that your friend Kate Brower?
It is.
Okay.
Do you want to make that exhibit 62? Just
Yes, Your Honor, Exhibit 62.
okay.
Counsel, do we want to mark exhibits like we have to
And
for
I'd like
court?
to play that for the witness.
No, if you want to approach.
Fucking hell. Counsel, what are we doing? He can't just play it for the witness, because then it publishes it to the jury. So that's why the judge is like, do you want to approach?
Conversation.
And things have to be authenticated before they can be admitted into evidence. And they have to be admitted into evidence before they can be played for the jury.
Ma'am, and did you have a conversation with your friend on March 14th, 2025?
Well, you have the date, so I would say I'll take your word for it.
Do you remember the date?
I don't remember date.
How many conversations do you have with her?
Depends.
Ma'am,
Sometimes more often than other times.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. How many times have you talked to her?
How many what?
How many times have you talked to her?
I don't know.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
this is Kate
I
from the
would say
production
back
company.
in January, February. I wanna
January,
say.
February of 25?
Yes.
And you continue talking to her to
Yes.
this date?
Yeah.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Last week, I guess.
Last week?
Yes.
Okay. And so how many times a week do you talk to her?
Well, I don't know how many times I talked to her.
Ma'am,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
counsel, do you talk to her every day? No. Do you talk to her every week? Do you talk to her a few times a month?
I said, I don't know how many times.
Okay. Do you talk every week?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you talk 2 times a week?
Some,
Good job, counsel. There we go. There we go.
Sometimes,
Okay, do you talk 3 times a week?
sometimes.
You talk 4 times a week?
Well, we have the records because I don't remember. I can tell it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you have the
I can
records?
tell.
Because I don't know.
Can't tell? You don't know?
I don't know
So
for
you don't
sure.
have a guess of
I
how
don't
many
know for
times you've
sure.
talked to your friend?
No.
They talk a lot.
Um,
They talk. It seems that they talk frequently. Okay, and yeah, Barry Adams said, "Ma'am, is she your bestie or a less bestie?" She's like the 5th bestie. She's like my 5th best friend. She's like not the first best friend. But this is somebody from the production company.
Ma'am, do you see what's on your screen there relating to the smart jail mail?
I see it.
Okay. And let me just slide it up.
Oh, I was back at normal speed.
Just
Apologies.
for the record, so the record knows what she's looking at. So the picture was 62 that we just.
And the court, again, swooping in to save the record because counsel is not making a record, which seems more of habits from depositions, not habits from trials.
Yes, Your Honor.
That you just saw. So this would be 63, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Defense Exhibit 63. These are a compressed version of smart jail mail communications.
Yes.
Janine, I disagree in just that he was indicted by grand jury and arrested before she took a deal. She took a deal after he was indicted and arrested. So would they have prosecuted him this way without her testimony? No. But did they indict him and arrest him before? Yes, they did.
Do you see that?
I see it.
And are these the communications? You can see the ones that you're responsible for are the outgoing
It was like a
communications.
month
Yes.
after he was indicted that
And
she took a deal.
Can you look at that first outgoing communication just to make sure that it's accurate and it's yours?
Yes.
Okay. And so that appears to be from January of this year. And those are back and forth communications between you and Kate Brower. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, so he's showing her. He's showing her all the communications. Counsel, why don't you just say, I have the records. It looks like you've communicated with her 77 times or whatever it is. Does that sound right? You can lead. It's cross. Remember, she was arrested almost a full year before he was. She was arrested in October 2023. The murder was in
And it
February
says
2023. He was arrested in September
This is
2024.
100 that's on this document of 236 entries. Would that be accurate in terms of your back and forth
long way to
communications
get
with
there.
Kate Brower since January 28th?
Judge, I'm going to object at this time. If we go back up to the top of the document, please.
Could go up to the top.
Does it misstate? Why are we objecting? What's the grounds for the objection?
Judge, this question assumes facts, not an evidence. There's a date range at the top of the document that necessarily limits the number of messages that we're going to see.
I guess the date range is.
Okay. The fact that they have to approach because counsel doesn't know where the information is in his cross is something.
Ma'am, I'm sorry if I created some confusion there, but I'm asking for whether or not the 263 messages were from January 28th, the first message, up until October of last year. Does that sound right?
Well, it sounds right. It's there.
She's not fighting about it. She's not fighting that she talked to the person from the production company a lot. I don't know,
Do you need
Chad.
to
I
see any
think I'm
more, ma'am,
sped
in
up.
order to verify that these are your communications?
What is your question?
Do you need to see any more of this document in order to verify that these are your communications?
No.
Okay.
I remind all of you that we are sped up. I don't know how hard this would be in real time for the jury. And yes, that it sounds like the defense attorney sniffing.
The smart jail mail.
Okay.
Calling your attention to the smart jail.
And no, I don't have a lot of empathy if counsel is in court sick. It is a hallmark of being an attorney that sometimes you are in trial. Well, you are sick, sometimes really sick. It happens. I have more smoke for people who did the same job that I did just because I've done it, but it sucks. But yeah, it sucks. However, if your cross was prepared in advance, you would just, apologize for being sick and just go through the cross that you had already prepared. It doesn't seem prepared.
Mail dated 12/9/2024 at 1:20 p.m. It will be identified as number 64.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read that and see if that's a communication that you remember writing?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. In the highlighted area, can you read that to the jury?
Yeah, it says, now I'm sending a message because I'm talking to Josh, Matthew's friend. And each time he sends a message, he transfers 50 credits, which is necessary to send a message.
So what you're telling me is that the guy from the production company sends her messages and asks her to respond, and then sends her credits that directly correspond to her being able to use the messaging system to message him back. That seems reasonable.
And ma'am, if you can look at December 13th, the smart jail mail, 12/13/2024 at 9:25 a.m. Did you write this?
Yes,
And you recognize it?
I do.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the, I'm sorry, Judge, this would be Defense Exhibit 65.
Okay.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, yes, let's work together to achieve more things. After a while, when I'm back home, I will be a producer and write a book with my story. And maybe even make a movie. Make money, right? Lawyers.
All right, I'm going to slow this down just a little bit. Counsel's questions are painful at real speed, but her messaging back, yes, let's work together to achieve more things, is, I imagine, going to be a point of their defense. I would just really like to know if this is still in December of 2024 after she took the plea deal.
After a while, when I'm back home, I will be a producer and write a book with my story. And maybe even make a movie. Make money, right? Lawyers, producers, everyone tells me to do this, that I have a talent.
Shock me, shock me, shock me that all of the producers that want to work with her and make money off of selling her story tell her that she's talented. Baby, we love you. Tell your story. Tell them about bad Brendan. I'm shocked. Also, yes, I wouldn't want to be the jurors sitting there while everyone else in the courtroom is sniffling.
If you
I would
could look
be
at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit
less than
66,
pleased.
March 4th, 2025,
Oh, good, a date.
2:41 p.m. Is this something that you wrote?
Is it something that you wrote? Yes or no? What?
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking hell.
And can you
Did it take that long to pop up on the screen, or was she just staring him down?
Read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, it says, what can you do, right? I had a video call with a producer who works with Netflix, and they want to make a movie or documentary about my case.
Of course they do.
In terms of compensation, money, etc. Things that Josh had denied, saying that don't do that, right? Anyway, he wants to finalize the contract already. So when I live here, we can have the interview and everything else. But they want to be exclusive, so I can talk only to them. It's worth it. They want to pay because they want to talk to you too, in interviews, and you share photos, videos, facts from when I was a child, adolescence, etc. Things for them to add to the movie.
We don't pay for interviews, everybody. It's the photo licensing that they pay for. No, we're not going to pay for the interview. They pay to license the photos and the videos. Right. Is anyone shocked that Netflix wants to make a fucking movie and wants it to be exclusive? Nope. Not shocked.
So they're thinking about $10,000, which would be around $55,000 in our money. Helps and it's good, but I want to negotiate. I want more than this because if
10K is too low. Girl, 10K is too low. 10K is too low. If they want exclusives, they've paid more for like Mark Rober's podcast. Like just 10K is too low.
I sign the contract, I end up losing other opportunities to make more money if I talk to other producers, etc. Right? We have to think. I know I can make even more than $25,000.
Yeah, if they want exclusivity, look, not legal advice, but girl, if they want exclusivity to your story for $10,000, that's insulting, and you should tell them, I'm going to leave that alone. It's too low for exclusivity. And they would make so much money off of it. No, that's bullshit.
I'd rather be more than 100,000 in our money, reais. Think about our future. What do we want to do?
Honestly, for exclusivity, 25,000 is still probably too low. But
Your Honor, I'd identify this next.
I'm going to speed this back up. There are going to be members of the jury that do not like that while she is sitting in jail and waiting to testify against him, she's planning her book deal. There are going to be jurors that are just like, ick. But does it undermine what she has said for you? At this point, she's already taken the plea deal. She's already agreed to testify against him. Does it undermine what she's saying?
Item is exhibit number 67, 3/5/2025, 4:06 p.m. And ma'am, do you recognize this smart jail mail communication that you created?
Yes.
And could you please read the highlighted portions?
Because remember,
Yes.
her plea deal,
It says that
her plea deal was October 2024. Honestly, I don't know if her behavior is probably going to put the jury off more than her trying to monetize it. But it looks like the defense wants to hammer on whether she's making money. The thing is, this is after she took the plea. She's not having these conversations, it seems, before she took a plea deal.
documentary film will be made regardless of whether I am here or in Brazil. It'll be interviewed.
Ma'am, they're going to make docuseries about this, whether you participate or not.
It says the documentary film will be made regardless of whether I am here or in Brazil. It'll be an interview and everything. I'm still talking to them, negotiating. I want a higher amount, especially since my whole life will be exposed to everyone, right? And they're going to be making a lot of money off of it. We deserve something.
Okay. And in that instance,
I mean, she's not wrong on that. They're going to be making a bunch of money off of it. We deserve something. I think that there will definitely be jurors that find that off-putting. For sure.
so these last messages that have been in the spring of 2025 appear to have changed their tone. Is that correct?
What do you mean in terms of what?
Well, they're less about I'm so upset. I'm in this situation. I'm feeling pain. I'm feeling torture. I'm feeling all those sorts of things. Or
Well, she has answers now. She's
Brendan
not
and I
waiting.
are still going to be together, which some of the older ones were. Or I haven't seen my lawyer. I don't know what's going to happen with this trial. We don't see any of that. We're talking about the future now. Correct?
I mean, she's not in limbo anymore. She knows what she's doing. She's like, I have to wait to testify against him in trial, but I know what's happening.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about the future and basically what the future is going to mean for you monetarily. Isn't that right?
He talks about it.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
What I am doing?
Yeah, you're making a plan for how
Yeah.
you're going to negotiate?
Yeah, she is.
Eventually.
Okay. And I
Ma'am,
think
that's
your
exactly
last
what you're
words
doing.
were, we do deserve something. Is that
Yes,
right?
it is right.
And what's the reason? Just give the details as to why.
Is counsel characterizing this properly? Because there are other times where she has come off incredibly entitled. Like, I am paying for this lawyer. What the fuck is he doing? No, you're not paying for the lawyer. But her whole sentence was, they are going to make a ton of money off of this. We deserve something. That has different context for me than, excuse me, we deserve something.
You think you deserve something.
In my point of view, it's always been most about my family and what I've put them through, what they've been going through since my arrest and all this had happened, what they've been struggling with. And so my whole point was about helping them because that was something that when I was working before. And if they can have something to help them, I want them to have it.
Okay. But you're saying we, which includes you. Is that right?
Well,
You-
yeah,
You
if-
deserve something. What does that mean?
Take literally the word we, yeah. That's me.
So what does that mean? You deserve something.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked. She just answered it. She answered it very well.
Overruled.
Counsel, that's not sticking to the legal objections. Your Honor, she answered very well.
What does that mean? You deserve something.
That's what it says, the words, we.
I know that.
Ma'am, just answer the question. We have now gotten to counsel asking you very direct questions, and you are now wandering away from just answering the questions.
What do you mean?
Also-
What are the details that are associated with making a
Yeah,
statement?
also me in the future, yes.
And what is it you deserve something for?
For everything we've been through, my family and I, for everybody,
For being what you've been through?
for being through what I've been through.
Okay.
Huh.
You were charged with murder because you shot someone.
Yup.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
And so why would you deserve something because of that?
Not because of that. I didn't say that I deserve something because of
Okay.
what I did.
I didn't hear any details, so feel free to tell me why.
Tell me why, counsel. I appreciate that he is trying to make her look terrible because, honestly, the characterization of what do you think you deserve? Fair. Not exactly what she says in the letter, but she hasn't referenced back to the letter either because she hasn't referenced back to the letter either. And I get that he wants this characterization. I get that.
I'm saying for after, when this is over, for me and my family. And again, for everything we've been through.
Okay. Now, when prior to you accepting the Commonwealth's offer and accepting the story, Were you negotiating with anyone
That's a fair
prior to
question.
taking your plea?
Not that I remember.
Okay, I'm sorry, not that you remember.
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking to any media?
She did.
Not that I remember either.
Okay. Was
Counsel-
there any talk, was there
Counsel, you have the letters where she was talking to reporters before the plea. Just say, but on this date, well, you have to be organized to do that. On this date, you talked to this reporter. On this date, you talked to this production company. It's just in the documents. You have the documents, but you didn't put dates on half of them when you put them in the record.
any talk of money with anyone, no matter who it was,
No.
other than people that you want to pay into your account?
No.
Okay, so this newfound interest in, a nest egg for yourself.
All right, I'm going to put this back to 1.25. While distasteful, I also understand her argument that I was working and now I'm not, and I want to provide for my family. I get it. But I can understand why counsel's trying to characterize this as distasteful as possible, because he wants the jury to dislike her, and then he wants them to disbelieve her. I don't think you have an issue with the jury disliking her, but I also think he doesn't want the jury to feel bad for her and like she was manipulated by his client and taken advantage of by his client. So, right. I get where he's trying to throw the dirt.
Or money for you has come about since you pled guilty and accepted their deal.
I mean, he should have started
Correct.
here with Cross if this is what he wanted to
correct.
do.
And and I guess it took a little time to go out into the future in order for you to feel comfortable doing that. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about my future, yes.
Thinking it was a huge risk?
Is what?
Did you say huge risk?
No.
No, I was thinking about my future, yes.
I was
That's what I
thinking about your
said.
future. Okay.
Yes.
And so that gets back to where I started. So that's just what this is about. He's just thinking about your future.
You can say that.
Okay. Well, do you say that?
Don't wanna put it out.
Once she took the plea, it seemed like her mind was no longer on whether she was going to trial.
Way, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't find her
Do you
wanting
see
to
the
get a
letter
cut
that's
of Netflix
marked-
money
marked-
more distasteful than all of her testimony yesterday. Her testimony yesterday.
8th, 2025.
Yes.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Do you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
And Your Honor, this is defendant 68.
Oh, good. We have numbers again.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, I'm talking to this girl. She's an author, published books and everything. She even sent me her books to read. Her name is Kate. She works with the guy named Zacharias. We have video calls sometimes. They are the ones interested in making a documentary with Netflix for my case, interview, etc. So I'm negotiating with them regarding money, etc. And they could help me while I'm here putting.
So, counsel, what you're telling me is that you have the letter where she says that they just started talking. You have the date. You have the date where she just started talking. Why isn't this in your notes?
Defendant 68. Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen?
Wait, I thought I backed up enough for the date. Sorry, I wanted to see the date real quick.
March 8th, 2020.
Great. March 8th, 2025. Because he's building a timeline poorly. She took her deal in October 2024. This is March 2025.
Did you write that? Defendant 68. Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, I'm talking to this girl. She's an author, published books and everything. She even sent me her books to read. Her name is Kate. She works with the guy named Zacharias. We have video calls sometimes. They are the ones interested in making a documentary with Netflix for my case, interview, etc. So I'm negotiating with them regarding money, etc. Then they could help me while I'm here putting money in my account.
And is that the
How mad are they going to be that Netflix is trying to snake them? Netflix is like, girl, you don't need a production company. We don't need to pay a production company. We need to pay you.
first time that you told your mom about her?
Well, that's the only message I have here that mentions her, so I would say so.
Okay. And the words say that you're negotiating. Do you have anyone assisting you in negotiating this?
No.
Okay, so it's just you on your own against the television people.
A lot of you are asking if this money would have to be held in an account, if she can make money off of her story. I imagine, based on her other email where she said, I want them to hire mom, that she will try to arrange for this money to be paid to her mom, and the money that they make to be paid to her mom for licensing photos, licensing videos, and licensing things like that. And she would not get paid directly. I imagine that's what she will try to negotiate, that the money goes to her family, not to her. And there's not much that can be done about that. The state of Virginia can't reach in and grab that money for the victims if the money goes to her family and becomes is paid for licensing to things for her family. So that's the way that a deal like that would probably work.
I mean, I had some people, I would say cellmates, that talked to me about it, and they were more, I would say more.
Her cellies have been talking to her about it. We got to the cellies. The cellmates have been talking to her about it.
So I would say cellmates that talked to me about it, and they were more, I would say more smart about it, I guess, and telling me to negotiate, and yeah.
Okay.
So I had people telling me that.
So you're getting advice, but you're doing the negotiation.
Well, I was the one texting, yes, but I was getting advice, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I was the one texting, but I was getting advice from other people, yes.
Okay.
The jailhouse lawyers were giving her advice counsel.
And those are also on Smart Jail Mail?
Yes, should be. What, the messages?
The other people that you're getting advice from?
No.
No, she said they were her cellmates. The cellies are giving her information.
It's not.
Okay. How are you communicating with them?
I just said it was my
lunch?
cellmates.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that.
How are you communicating with them? Through the in the rec room?
March 11th, 2025.
No, I think he
Defense
can't.
exhibit number.
I think he can't hear her. We have a microphone. I don't think he can hear her well, and she does. She is not always clear with the enunciation.
Number 69. Ma'am, is this something that you wrote?
Yes.
And the highlighted portion, can you read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I'm still waiting for my lawyer, like a fool. He doesn't return any message or anything. Call, visit, nothing. It's been more than a month since.
No. That fool! Why is this trial the convergence of too many other trials that we've covered? That fool! Oh no.
That for the
Back to the lawyer.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It says, I'm still waiting for my lawyer, like a fool. He doesn't return any message or anything. Call, visit, nothing.
She's calling herself a fool. I'm still waiting for my lawyer like a fool. She's self-referential that she's the fool waiting for the lawyer. Fair.
It's been more than a month since I've been trying to talk to him. Anyway, what can I do? I need food, but if depend on him, I will start first. I'm talking to the people I told you about who want to make a documentary with Netflix. The guy says he can send me some money to buy things now, but that he would send a contract through my lawyer for me to sign. But I'm not very confident in doing this because I'm talking to another company that they'll probably be able to offer more,
Okay. And it's clear then you didn't sign a contract.
So my lawyer, she took the plea deal. her lawyer won't get back to her about taking a deal or negotiating a deal or putting money on her books because at this point she's been cut off by the defendant's family. And so now she's like, look, they're saying they'll put money on my books and take care of me.
Contract, but money has been sent.
Yeah, to buy stuff, yes.
Okay, how much do you think that amount is?
I cannot recall the amount.
Okay, $1,000?
No,
$500?
I don't know.
It's close to 500?
Sorry, the closed captioning disappeared when it glitched, which is strange.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Yeah, the lawyer's definitely done with this case. He's like, look, I'm not being paid to negotiate your media deals. I'm zooming till lawyer counsel finds a question.
Screen?
Yeah.
Ma'am, are you able to see what's on the screen?
What?
Are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. What, this is going to be related to questions relating to what you have there. Can you see what that is?
Well, I'm not so sure what it is, so.
It's a WhatsApp chat between you and Christine Banfield.
Okay.
Okay.
This is
Yeah.
number 70 for the record.
We've gone a completely different direction now. What's the date of the WhatsApp chat?
Yes. Defense Exhibit 70.
Okay.
Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes.
And do you remember on January 9th chatting with Christine Banfield on the phone?
What year?
I'll not remember the date specifically.
Okay, the date is the date when the email account was created.
Okay.
So I think you'd said she was up in the upstairs bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you were down in the basement?
I did not say that.
Okay. Do you know where you were?
I said I don't remember.
You don't remember where you were?
I do not.
Okay.
Was she WhatsApp calling Christine's phone to find the phone to get the code to do the email? With the tree in the bog and the limb on the tree and the leaf on the limb, and is that where we're going?
And do you remember? Okay, so I think you had testified that you didn't remember where you were when the account was signed on.
Correct.
But
What? Where when?
when the account was signed in.
No, when it was
Was
created. Those are not the same.
The email
Well,
account,
I'm confused.
January 9th?
What?
January 9th?
Oh, okay. I'm confused just about what you just said.
Okay, we previously talked about setting up the email account, and you
Right.
indicated that you and Brendan did it, right?
Right.
Creating an email account and signing on are not the same thing.
And you weren't sure which room of the house, but you were below where Christine was, which was in the top level bedroom, correct?
Yeah, we're always, yes.
But do you
Hello.
remember saying that to me? It was just this morning.
Well, I said I didn't remember where I was in the house.
Right, but do you remember saying that the two of you were together? You just weren't sure if it was the main floor or the basement floor?
She didn't say that.
Yes.
Okay.
She
Do
said-
you have any clarity on where you were
No.
at this point? Okay.
No.
So, but you were chatting with Christine just prior to the setup of the account, isn't that right?
Well, I do not remember.
Okay, if this is before the setup of the account, you were chatting with her, right? That's all I'm asking is what you have on the screen here.
I'm going to object. I don't think that she's answered that she knows that this is before or after or when in
What was
conjunction.
the objection? I really need one word objections from you.
There's Judge A. I need one word objections from you. Judge A is like, give me the grounds. Vague as to time. More than one word.
That would be very helpful.
I apologize, Your Honor. Objection is foundation, lack of
Okay,
foundation.
foundation, there we go.
Vague as to time is better, but fine. Foundation will do.
I think the foundation is, this is the WhatsApps.
Well,
which
you want to
have
lay
been
a foundation for it, that's fine.
for the question?
Yes.
Okay. We previously talked about you and Brendan setting up an email account, correct?
Correct.
And it was on January 9th, correct?
Well, I'll take it for it. Correct.
Okay. And, well, do you dispute that it was on January 9th?
I'm saying if you're asking about dates again, I don't know about date, but if that's what it says on the system, the history, I'll take for it.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily want you to do that. What I want you to do is remember it, and what one might do.
She is just saying, if the document from WhatsApp says this is the 9th, then it was the 9th. He's like, but I want you to remember it. She's like, I'm not going to remember the date. I might remember the conversation. I'm taking your word on the date. I want you to remember. She's like, I'm not going to remember the date. He does not seem to know how to refresh her recollection.
When trying to remember it is remember the times that you and he were together and who was signing into the accounts.
Mr. Carroll, is there a question there?
I'm just trying to direct her.
I need a question.
Sorry. So you don't know what day the account was set up?
I already said it before, I don't.
Okay. And you're not sure are you certain as to whether or not this is a communication that you had on January 9th?
Again, Mr. Carroll, if it's here, it is what it is.
Okay. So we can conclude that you had a WhatsApp chat.
Right.
And from there on after this, you don't remember anything.
Gosh. No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me switch gears here and go through something hopefully that you'll know.
Counsel. It's imprecise questioning at the best. Hopefully we'll go through something you know. She's like, hopefully you'll ask a question.
Yes, I can.
That are before you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Okay. If I told you this was January 21st, 2023, would you know, did you do this or did Brendan do this?
I would say based on what he did.
I don't know that, I'm not sure what you said.
I said he did.
Brendan did.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll, just again for the record, is this a 71?
This would be a presentation as 71.
The whole PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, gosh. The jury can't see what they're looking at. This has been marked for identification. This is not an exhibit that's in evidence. So the jury doesn't see it. So he's like, do you see that? Yeah. Who did that? Him. That's what the jury has. Chat for everybody saying, are we sped up?
Ma'am,
We
this is
are sped up.
FetLife message from January 19th, 2023. Do you recall that message?
Well, it's very similar to many other messages that were exchanged on the website.
It's very similar to what?
To the other messages exchanged on the website.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
It's very familiar, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me, did you create this or did Brendan create this?
Both of us will still write basically the same things, I would say. Very similar ways and yeah.
Okay, let's try it this way. Who typed it?
Well, both of us use it to type.
Okay, so which one typed this one?
I can tell for sure. This one.
I'm not shocked.
So you don't know which one you did it.
This one, no. I don't know.
Anyone else shocked? Is anyone surprised that she's like, we both wrote messages. I don't know which message he wrote. I don't know what message I wrote. We were working together. We would say the same things. she remembered that she was on the phone with the other victim and a few of those details, but she's like, no, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And
Crow
if
Hill
you
asks,
didn't
does
do
it matter?
then did Brendan do it? Or is it just your memory?
It depends on how the defense argues it, and it depends on how the jury sees it. So if he's going to argue Brendan didn't do any of these messages, he wasn't planning this, he wasn't premeditating this, all you have is her word, then it matters if the jury believes her about these messages and about setting up this account.
It's either of us. We were the only ones using the website to write messages.
Okay. And
So
what
when-
my question is, which one of the two of you, there's only two, which one of you did this one?
I can tell.
You can't tell? Okay.
That's what she said.
Now, at this point, when this one was written, did Brendan have his laptop or did you have his laptop? Do you know?
I have a very sinking suspicion that he is going to ask a very long list of questions about numerous of the messages and for details of which computer, where were you sitting, what were you doing? And then when she says, we used her computer, we were doing it together, I don't know where in the house we were, he's going to say, see, you don't know the details. Over and over and over again.
If we what?
At the time that this one was written, which I told you was January 19th, 2023, do you know if Brendan had the laptop or you had the laptop?
Well, we always had her laptop.
Okay, I guess I'm asking about you.
And I'm telling you, I do not recall if it was me or him.
You don't recall?
This one, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall who was on the laptop?
Again, either me or him.
Okay.
Hannah in the chat says, how does that absolve him, defendant, of guilt? It depends on if the jury believes her or not. I think he is going to try to say,
Do you
see,
recall this message?
she's lying, she doesn't know details. Or because he did lay the groundwork to argue that she had all the discovery before she said this. See, she had all the discovery. She doesn't remember who wrote any of these messages because she's making it all up. She just had these messages from the police and the prosecutors. And so she's just saying, it was us, it was us, it was us, it was us, because she's making it up. It's like when you're watching Traitors and one of the traitors is involved in being traitory when the faithfuls are tied to a tree. And then they get to breakfast the next morning. If you're not watching this TV show, this might be difficult. Give me 30 seconds. And then they get to breakfast the next morning and all the other faithfuls are trying to figure out who has a retelling of the story from the traitor's perspective and who has a retelling of the story from the faithful's perspective, trying to figure out who's lying. Oh, do you remember this detail? Do you remember that detail? Because if you're experiencing that event as a faithful, it's a different perspective on the event than if you're experiencing that event as a traitor trying to shift your perspective like Lisa Rinna. So if you are questioning someone to probe their memory, and he is going to argue the reason she doesn't have details is because she only had the messages and she's making up the rest of it, I don't think he has circled back to that enough, but he's laid some of the groundwork for that by saying, but you had all this information. And you had all this information before you made up the story. I don't know if he'll close that circle, but it seems that might be where he's trying to go, saying, well, of course you can't tell us how the messages were made. Neither of you made them. We'll see. But I think the problem he's going to have with this witness is that she talks about the investigation and the things that he told her about his concern about the investigation. And none of that information would be in these messages. They can track back your iCloud. You've got to get a new phone. I've got to change my pattern of life so it doesn't seem suspicious. None of that's in the discovery. None of that's in these messages. And I don't think that's organic knowledge to her. She's not the one calling 911 going, I am a federal agent. He is. So I get where he's going with the questioning, but the answer is going to be, we were doing it together. I don't know. And if she turns around and says, don't stomp your last season Prada shoes at me, honey, then I will lose it. Hopefully that makes sense. I think that's where he's trying to go with this. We'll see if he closes that circle. Oh, Swifty, I'm going to end up on a totally different rabbit hole if you start to chat. Mods, we might have to block the word overalls so Emily can maintain focus. I'm teasing, of course. All right. Continuing.
Again, the messages are all similar. If you scroll through all the messages exchanged, they're all very similar.
I mean,
Right. But
that
there were
makes
certain
sense
things
too.
that you would write, and there were certain things that he would write. You testified that to the ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah.
Do you see any of the things that you traditionally would write when you were reviewing this?
I normally use some different words than he used to use.
Did you read this?
I wouldn't use I am without the apostrophe. For example, I normally say I am.
2000, does that make her Gen Z or like Zennial on the other end? She's like, I can tell which ones are mine because there's no periods and it's all lowercase. So there's no an apostrophe, for example.
I talk different ways sometimes. Like, yeah, but I can tell some stuff that I wouldn't say,
Okay.
like dumb, like.
So your position is you just don't know.
No,
I did what?
You just don't know.
I don't know.
no. Her position is sometimes I type differently and sometimes he says stuff that's dumb and then I know it's not me.
Whether you did this or not.
Well, I'm supposed to say for sure, right? So
Well,
I'm not
asking
gonna
between the
guess.
two of you in the plan,
Yeah. So
who did it and who didn't?
you're telling me to be specific with this message. I'm telling you I don't remember which one of us did it. You see, if I can guess, I'm not gonna give you any guesses. I'm gonna just say I'm not sure.
Okay, I guess I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm just trying to find out what you wrote.
Right.
And so what you're telling me
I think she was being fair with that. She said, well, I'm not supposed to guess, so I'm not supposed to guess. I'm supposed to tell you what I remember and tell you what I know.
is so far, you haven't written any of these things.
Asked and answered, and
Misstates facts.
he's also
misstates
mischaracterizing
evidence.
her answer. All right.
Well, it's cross.
Asked and answered, I'll just state that.
It does,
Okay.
it does misstate.
Let's move on to the
Which prosecutor's sitting there saying that's not one word? It's not one word. If you're going to be in Judge A's courtroom, you need to dial in your objections to just use the legal grounds.
next one. Can you see that one?
Yes.
This was on January 22nd, 2023. Do you remember that?
It could have been me. It could have been Brendan.
Okay. I appreciate that statement.
If the jury has ever experienced something that is repetitive in their life, I think most of them will understand her answers, because unless you can show someone a bunch of emails and be like, do you remember if you sent this email from your laptop or your phone a year ago? And if it doesn't say at the bottom, like, sent from my phone, are you going to remember? Unless you were responding to a critical email while sitting on the tarmac being like, shit, I need to get this email done before we take off. That one you might remember. But this was so frequent. Do you remember this message versus that message? I don't know if it's the serve that he wants it to be.
But are you trying to remember whether or not you wrote this?
You're telling me to be specific if it was me or Brendan, and I'm telling you that I do not recall which one of us. And the reason is because we're always doing this most times together, and the words are very similar, and they're very all familiar. So if I can tell you for sure, I'm not going to say again, I don't know.
Okay. And
I think that's
do you
a fair
know
answer
who's
from her.
using the computer?
I'm going to keep giving you the same answer, Mr. Carroll. It's either me or Brendan.
Okay.
Yes.
I really think that was a fair answer on her part. She was pretty clear.
How about this answer? Or this statement that was put on the FetLife website?
The reason
Have you read
it's
it?
not,
Yes.
you haven't identified what specifically this is. The jury can't see what you're looking at. No one has any idea what you're talking about. What about this one? Yes. The jury has no idea what you're talking about. Also, why isn't it asked and answered? Because he keeps asking about different messages. So it's new as to this new message, but at some point it might be repetitive.
Do you remember it?
Remember what? If it was me, if it was Brendan, if
Do you remember the message first? And then
Well-
I'll ask you the question.
it was all the type of message, again, exchange the same kind of messages. It's impossible for me not to remember, but it's hard for me to say which one of us wrote those messages.
Okay, it looks like there are some of the things that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you would oftentimes be part of.
She's been consistent in that.
Like it says in the second one, gagged.
No one's gagged by your questioning, but I think that had a different context in the messages that they were sending. But his questioning is so bad, it is going, the jury is going to understand what she's saying. I think she's been clear in her answers. Let me know if you see it differently. I think she's been clear in her answers. We did this frequently. Everything we said was similar. So I remember the messages, but I can't tell you for this one specific question if it was me or if it was him. That answer is logical and it makes sense and it tracks. So him trying to get a gotcha when she's being clear is just going to lose the jurors because she's clear. Whether you believe her or not, that answer was clear and understandable. Her answers have been more precise.
Don't leave marks on my face, I think you may have said. Are those familiar to you based upon those items that you testified to the jury?
It is familiar.
Okay. But you don't know which one, you or Brendan?
We both used those exact same words. It was, all the time.
Okay. How about this one?
Oh, God. I don't think it helps him to just continue doing this. I don't see how this makes anything better for him. She gave a very
What about it?
thorough answer.
Do you recognize it?
Sir, with all due respect here, I said those things are all very familiar words we used with all the people we communicated. So if you want me to be specific, again, I might say it's me, or I might say it's Brendan, and if I'm not sure, what am I doing? I'm guessing, and I'm not doing this.
So
Do you blame her? If I know it's me, I'll tell you it's me. If I know it's him, I'll tell you it's him. If I don't know if it's either of us, then I would be guessing, and I'm not doing that. I mean, you're not wrong.
So you're not going to answer my questions about specific pieces of evidence that I'm showing you?
Objection. She answered Objection asked and answered. Objection argumentative.
I think she says she's not going to do this.
Approach this.
Can we approach? Counsel, be so for fucking real right now. Be so for real. Your Honor, she said she's not going to do this. The thing I'm struggling with here is that in other cases we have watched, there have been witnesses who have done like the bend and snap limbo to get away from questioning. And it has been so frustrating that I have sat here screaming at those witnesses. And this defendant is sitting here being like, yeah, I totally shot that guy. And yeah, I totally helped plan this horrific crime and stood at the bottom of the stairs and listened to the employer that I quite liked being attacked and was still like all good. And now she's sitting here and she's like, counsel, what the fuck? And I'm like, girl, I'm on the same page. Yeah. Counsel's cross-examination is not making her less likable to the jury. And that's a problem for him. Because she's been consistent with her answers. It's interesting. It's very interesting. And I think her consistency has bolstered her testimony.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
You let me know.
Was this you or Brendan who created this?
There it is. There it is. There it is. I'm going to put this down to normal speed. I'm going to let some of you in chat tell me what we're seeing as made famous by social media. There it is.
This message,
I do.
was this you or Brendan who created this?
I told you I'll keep giving you the same answer because that's what it is.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Yes, I do.
Have you read it?
I'm reading it.
For anyone who has ever asked, what is the Gen Z stare? That is the Gen Z stare. That is the pinnacle of the Gen Z stare. And notice that she didn't fill in an answer. She sat there and stared at him. Per my last email, sir. I slowed this back down to real time because
Is it you or Brendan?
sped
Oh,
up,
you wanted me to tell you who is most likely wrote this, or
you lose
I just want you to answer the question.
the context.
most likely? Is it valid?
That's a fair question for her too. It sounds like she's asking the defense attorney, can I answer most likely? Is that valid? Because her lawyer would have advised, if you are not sure, do not guess.
I beg your pardon? Most likely what?
The person?
He's just not understanding her at all.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't understand anything you said. You said most likely.
Obviously.
I'm asking you if my answer would be valid. If I told you based on the message, which one of us was mostly like the one who wrote this, would be valid.
It would be valid?
She's just trying to clarify if she is not 100% certain. Is it a legally proper, valid answer to say this is most likely who wrote that? This poor jury. This is why I slowed it down to real time, because the tension is so frustrating.
Ma'am, I just need you to answer his questions, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Is it you or is it Brandon?
Trying to clarify.
Yes, ask the question again.
Can't
please.
tell.
You can't tell?
Can't tell.
And you don't know? Okay.
Yes.
She's like, I can tell you who most likely wrote it, but I cannot tell you 100% because we did so many of them. I'm putting this back to 1.25 speed.
Ma'am, have you seen this message?
I see it.
If he tries to turn around and argue, see, she wouldn't answer my questions, it's not going to land for me. It might land for other jurors. People might find that she is being evasive. It would not land for me if he's saying, see, she didn't even want to answer my questions.
And have you read it?
I read it.
Is it you or Brendan?
Don't know.
Ma'am, you see the next message?
I do.
Have you read it?
I did.
Is it you or Brendan?
Again, I don't know.
I wish she'd just say, it's most likely him, and then let him correct her on so you're not 100% sure. But she's, I think, trying to follow the advice of her counsel.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Yes,
Have you read it?
I read it.
The jury can't see the messages, by the way.
Is it Brendan or is it you?
Okay, I should say for sure, right? Yes or no for sure, if it's me or him?
Is it
100%
Brendan
sure.
or is it you?
Okay, I don't know.
Do you see this message, ma'am?
I do.
Tell me when you finish reading it.
Are we going to go through all of them?
Finished.
Is it Brendan who wrote that or is it you who wrote that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I sped it up. I think either he's not picking up on the clarification he wants, or he doesn't want to give her clarification because he wants to argue that she's lying and that's why she doesn't know. So he thinks he's doing something. And I don't know if that's going to land. It might for some. I don't know if that's going to land the way he thinks it is.
Karen, take one moment, please.
Okay.
To get a Kleenex?
70 that I just showed. Ma'am, on exhibit 70 that I just showed you, 71. What?
It's marked for identification.
On
I don't think it's an
71, which was
exhibit.
the screenshots that I just showed you.
Right. This one that's on the screen now is 70.
Yeah, this is 70.
Okay.
The previous chats that you pretty much said, I don't know to anything.
Mhm.
Do you realize that you told the Commonwealth that Brendan did 5 of those?
Well, just because I remembered something at the time where we had the interview, it doesn't mean I'm remembering the same things right now.
Okay, and when you said that, that was October 25th, 2024. Do you
So you told the Commonwealth he wrote those.
recall that?
When I
You
said
talked
what?
to Mr. Klingon?
When I said what?
That Brendan did 5 of those.
It was October,
October of 2024 when you sat down with
the
them.
first interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I remember the interview, yes.
Okay. If I show you those messages now, knowing what I've just told you, would you be able to identify which ones you identified for Mr. Klingon?
Maybe, maybe not. Again, things I remembered when I told them when I had the interview. It doesn't mean I'm going to remember just right now.
Okay. Now let's go back and try talking about a specific date and see
Yes, Chet. October 2024.
if that gives you any, and that's actually why we have 70 here. So these are digital forensics from WhatsApp. You understand that? And so WhatsApp is saying is that you and Christine had a conversation
Is there a question?
during
Okay.
that period of time.
Okay.
Do you want to look at it and just make sure you're familiar with it? Sorry, there it is.
No.
Mr. Carden, zoom in on it.
We have gone through 70 exhibits, it seems, with the defense. We're not going through more, but he just
I think if you put it in presentation mode, you can,
is trying to switch.
Really?
I know, I'm sorry.
It's incredibly scattered. Because he was asking this earlier. I'm going to zoom. He's like, okay, my question is, what?
For you. And I understand you don't have a good memory on where you were and things like that.
Counsel.
Is when this conversation was going on, which is from 10:40 to 10:56. Were you with Brendan in the house during that time?
I can't say for sure. That you're asking me to be specific with date and time, which if I'm not sure, I'm not going to give you that.
Okay. And then I'll just follow up with my other questions, which may end the same way. Did Brendan already have Christine's laptop at the time that you were talking to Christine on the WhatsApp?
Well, how was the question?
Did Brendan already have Christine's
What were they talking about?
laptop at the time you talked to Christine on WhatsApp?
Well, I can say for sure.
Okay.
What'd she talk about?
But that conversation, I don't know if you remembered this conversation, but that was with Christine. Do you remember having a conversation with Christine on January 9th?
I already told you that if you give me a date, I can tell for sure. If it shows here to me that I had, so I had. But I'm not saying that I did because I don't remember for sure a date.
And once again, I guess I'll ask, where were you in the house when you and Brendan were together? Either during this chat, this telephone call, or before it or after it?
Well, every time we were exchanging messages on the website, FetLife, we were either in the kitchen, at the counter, or other times in the basement. And that was it, mostly,
Okay.
yes.
So FetLife, we're on to
That's
something
new
else at this
information.
point. I was just talking about the creation of the email that kind of got everything started.
Right.
So would that be the same thing? That you'd be downstairs in the main floor or down in the basement?
Like I said I didn't remember before where exactly we were, but I would say so, because that's where every time was the laptop, it would be either in the kitchen or in the basement.
Okay, so when you
She is not going to tell you on date, at time, she was in the kitchen. What she is telling you is when we would do this, we would either be in the kitchen or in the basement. Those are the only two places we would be.
You were working on the laptop with Brendan. You were either in the kitchen or the basement. You can say that.
Yes. So yes.
And that would be for the creation of the email.
That's not what she said.
Now, in order to create the email,
She's just
did you
staring at
and Brendan
him.
talk about it as part of the plan?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes, I am.
You're asking if we talked about it?
Well, so the email setup was a kind of an important day. So
Was that a
did you
question?
talk about it? Was there any sort of a plan? The plan that you talked about mentioned, getting onto these.
Well, obviously, yes. Well, it's
Okay,
part
so
of the
just tell
plan.
me the plan. Just tell me.
Tell you what specifically?
What was discussed and how did you arrive at the email that you opened?
Well, first of all, I was not the one creating it. It was Brendan, and Christine used to have many different emails for different things. And he created a new one specifically to use on the website.
Okay, so you were there with him, but you didn't do it.
Yes.
Okay, were you there during any sort of discussion about what email company you were going to use or?
Discussion with who? Were you there with any discussion? Discussion with who?
Or what the specifics of it were? How would you identify it as something that was Christine's? Like,
That's
for example,
compound.
what were the call signals of the email? Any of that sort? Do you have any
You're
discussion?
saying in terms of like if it's Yahoo,
What the hell is a call signal of an email?
like Gmail, those things?
Yeah.
I can tell for sure no.
Okay, but my question was,
What was it?
if the two of you worked on this, what was the discussion leading up to executing this plan to open a Gmail in
Oh,
Christine's
that's a real
name?
question.
I'm still confused about her question too. I already said the email was part of the plan because she had many different ones and he created a new one. And I'm lost as to the rest of your question.
So
I'm not.
my question is,
I mean, you're not
that's,
alone.
and let me just see if I can say it in a different way. You
That'd be
start an
great.
email account, you first have to decide what email. If you're doing it by yourself, you decide for yourself. If you're doing it with someone else, you talk about it.
Yeah.
You make a plan. What was the plan for this email account?
Well, not necessarily. If I'm not the one responsible to having all the plan in my head, I'm not going to be the one responsible for thinking about what's going to be. I'm not responsible for that.
So what are you responsible for?
I was there after the account was created, exchanging messages. That was it. It was not my idea. As for the name of the email, it was not what
Okay.
company to use.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you weren't the main creator. You were the person who was there. Were you the
He decided. He decided. He decided. And she's like, he decided I was there and then we were doing the messages. He decided.
person that would manage the account?
Who would what?
Would you manage the account? Like email and delete and clean the inbox?
Like I said, to exchange messages, both of us did.
So at some point you deleted messages?
Might have.
Did you create messages?
Wrote messages by his instruction when he was with me and changing things because he has to change words or whatever. Yes.
Okay. And would you sign into the email?
Signing into the account.
The email? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about the email account that was created.
No, it was normally Brendan too.
I'm sorry. I'm just having a difficult time understanding your answers.
It was Brendan.
It
He would
was
access the
Brendan.
email.
And so you didn't have any access?
Well, I knew he was accessing it, but I was not the one logging in.
Okay, so you were logging in and he was doing the emails.
No,
Say it again.
You
that's
were
the
logging in and
opposite of what she just, that's the fucking opposite of what she just said.
he was doing the emails?
I said I was not the one
Oh, I'm
logging
sorry. I
in.
misunderstood. Okay. So on this day when you created the email with Christine's laptop, do you remember how long you had it?
How long had the laptop?
How long you had the laptop?
I can't say for sure how long. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours.
Okay. Do you have any details as to how the laptop was put back into Christine's possession?
It was always either me or Benanti putting back in her laptop, in her backpack, I'm sorry.
Okay. And so on this day, do you remember, was it
They used it and then put it back.
put into her backpack? Was it put onto her desk in her
That
office?
day specifically, I do not remember.
Okay.
Jimmy D said he could ask her to speak slower. I have this sped up because at real life speed, it's painfully slow. I think he can't always hear her. I also, I think it's hard to tell if some of it is willful misunderstanding or if he can't hear her. So
So you don't remember where it was put. And am I right in saying you don't remember who put it in wherever it was put?
I said that day specifically, not other days I do, but that day specifically I don't.
Okay. So what would be a day that you could say right now for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you took her laptop from her while she was there?
Many times at night.
No. I'm looking for specifics. That's what you said you'd be able to do. There were other days that you
Yeah,
remember
other
that.
days when we were both texting. In
Okay.
fact, texting.
And can you give any more detail to the days that you're
And the reason I think there are times when he's willfully misunderstanding her is because there are times when he is being incredibly condescending. And it seems to me like he thinks he's doing something with that. And I think part of it might be ill fated strategy.
talking about?
Days I'm not. As I said before, I'm not good with dates. So I can't really give you that.
Okay. So, but you have details, even though you don't have dates.
Details as for the conversations that were always kind of the same.
Okay. But I'm
Exactly.
talking about details like, I went and took
Oh, I
the
heard a
laptop
cat.
out of her bag by the
Travis, you have come in to save us from the most painful cross-examination I think I've ever witnessed in my entire life with a little hello from George. So I heard the cat. Hello, Trav. We are in the middle of the most painful cross-examination to ever exist in time or space. How do you explain why it's painful? It is rambling and pointless, and it's a lot of wait, what? Oh, you brought both cats with you. How was band? Good. It's good to see you. All right, take both with you, because otherwise we're not going to finish through this today. Fred, go on with your Fred. Go on with your boy. Go on. All right, thanks for saying hi, T. Good to see you. I hope guitar was good. Did you bring it home? Okay. Don't forget to, because you're gonna get snowed. You're gonna get snowed out of school for like a week, so don't forget to bring your guitar home. Yeah, I saw. All right. Bye, T. Fred's like, what? Am I going to? The cat wrangler, Travis, is taking both of them with him now. So, cat wrangling at its best. All right, let's get back to this cross-examination because, man, they are. Judge Butthead in the chat said it's a gender convention. Yes, those are Travis's boys. They are brothers. They are all the same color quite a lot of the time. So it's very funny. Okay. I can't imagine how much more of this there is.
door, or I went into her room and took it off of her
It's
desk or
just-
her nightstand. Do you have any details like that, even if you don't know the dates?
Details of what? Taking her laptop like that?
Yeah.
I do have memories of that.
Okay. And so let's just go with those memories. What did you do when you took her laptop and Brendan was waiting for you?
How to bring it to the kitchen?
Okay. And would he be there with you, or would he be taking it as well?
A what?
Would he be there with you in the kitchen?
In the kitchen, yes.
Okay. So you,
He could just ask her, and he's started to go that direction. I don't know if he wants to or not, but he could just ask her. So when you would take her laptop, what would you do? When he would take her laptop, what would you do? What would you see him do? He could ask the questions that way instead of going, so excuse me, if you don't know what you were doing on January 16th, you can't give me details. So he could. I don't know if he wants to, but he could.
So on this instance that you're describing, something that you actually have memory of detail, you took it from where?
Her backpack with the door.
Okay, so you went from the front door, what, about 10 feet to the kitchen?
I'm not sure how many feet, but it's not that far.
It's on the same level, right?
At the same level, yes.
Okay. And then do you remember in that detail?
Just because I'm curious, chat, and I have shared my varieties of neurospiciness. And some of you it's going to be a yes, and some of you it's going to be a no, but I am genuinely curious. How many of you know the distance directly to your kitchen from like your front door? If you're good with measurements, I imagine you're like, oh no, this. And if you're not great with measurements, I imagine that far. Also, this is fair. Laura said we use meters in Brazil. Also fair. Also fair. It's like I would walk to the kitchen. How far is that? I don't know. That far?
Detailed situation, who put the laptop back?
It would be me sometimes, him again.
Well, if you took it, would you put it back?
Well, we always put it back in her lap and where we got it from, yes.
I'm not sure you answered that, but if you were the one who took it,
She did
would
answer
you be
it.
the one who put it back?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there's no real detail as to, on this instance where you're,
He keeps trying to make it not detail. But that's not what she's saying. She's saying sometimes I would put it back, sometimes he would put it back.
following doing it,
Not
as
necessarily.
to what the rest of the.
Sometimes I take and put it back, sometimes I take you to put it back, and so versa, yes.
She ended it with and vice versa or versa. But yeah. So about 10 feet.
So you testified that when you or Brendan alternated posts on FetLife, it took place when one of you would leave the gym early, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so the days that someone left the gym early, would those be the days when the laptop was taken by the person who left the gym early?
Yes,
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
yes.
Were there days when Brendan left the gym early?
No, counsel. No. On the days that someone left the gym early to go home, the person who remained at the gym was the one who grabbed the laptop with their mind through time and space.
Not sure what you're asking.
Well, if when either
Well, if
one
he
or
was-
one or other you left the gym early
Whoever gets home earlier, yeah, that's the person who would take it, yes.
from the gym.
Whoever gets home earlier from the gym, yes.
Okay, so that would be some sort of a plan that you've created between the two of you at the gym. Go home, do this, get it
Yes,
done.
basically, yes.
And so the days when you get home earlier, you're the one who's taking the laptop and
So wait, when you're not home,
And
you're
signing
not
in.
on the laptop?
Yes.
all those things. Okay.
I'm very curious to see if he goes to this point. But first, I'm going to answer this question in the chat. I am stunned by this. Why is he doing this? I have no idea. And I lost it. One of you just asked, where are the objections? No objections. When the other side is just damaging themselves, you just let them, like, why would you tell them to stop hitting themselves? Like, you just go for it. I'm curious if he gets to the point of her saying that she never logged into the account. So if she never logged into the account and he always logged into the account, how could she have left the gym early and signed in and started messaging? Is he going to make that point? We'll see.
And so every time that we can show when you arrived home from the gym before Brendan did, those would be days that you did the posting?
I would say so.
Okay. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so there we go. We got a little bit of detail. How
Really?
many posts like that did you make all by yourself after leaving the gym?
I don't know how many specifically.
Okay. did
I
you
don't
make
think it
more?
was a lot of those.
Okay, so 2?
More than 2.
Okay, 5,
Again, I don't know. I know it's not 2, but
10?
I don't know how many.
10?
Judge, asked and answered. Sorry, asked and answered, Judge.
She said she doesn't know how many.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, because,
Just Call Me Hen said she never logged into the emails, not the FetLife account. That's fair. That is a good detail. It has gotten conflated in my mind that she said she never logged in. That's a very fair point. Thank you. Because my brain is struggling with this defense attorney's testimony. Questioning. But I also wonder if he's going to ask her, then how did you log in? But thank you. That's a very fair point.
she said she wasn't sure, and then I said 2, and she said definitely more than 2.
Well, definitely more than 2, but I don't know how many.
We wait for a question. All right, you can continue then, go ahead.
Okay. So we know it's more than 2. Let's figure this out. Is it as much as 10?
Well, now we're back to asked and answered.
Maybe.
Okay. Does that seem reasonable? Based upon your recollection of what your role was in this?
Maybe.
Could it be 20?
Maybe.
Okay. Could it be 30?
Well, maybe.
Okay. Could it be 40?
We're gonna go like this, like up and up and up, and
Well,
that's maybe.
so what you're saying is any number I say higher than that to try to figure out this number?
I'm saying maybe because
You're
I'm
gonna
not
say
sure.
maybe.
I already answered that.
Okay. So in your testimony, you stated that you were present, and we're moving on to Telegram, okay?
I was present what?
I'm just telling you that
Oh.
we're moving on to Telegram.
Okay.
Maybe he should just ask questions.
When you testified, you said that you were present with
Yes.
Brendan.
Yes.
Just bear with me. I'll get the question.
Counsel, ask a question then. We don't need all the preamble to it.
And you witnessed him delete the 2-factor authentication code on Christine's cell phone. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I do.
Okay. And that Telegram required that for a setup. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. And that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. What specifically did you observe Brendan do?
He had her phone, her personal phone, her cell phone with him,
Okay.
and he plugged in her phone number and received the code. And after he received the code, he deleted it from her cell phone.
Okay. And after he did that, did you ask him, why did you delete that from the cell phone?
No.
Well, that was so she didn't see it.
Oh, so is that what he said, or that's what you're saying?
He also
Counsel, some things don't need to be communicated with words.
said that too,
Okay. So he told you that he didn't want her to see it.
obviously.
Okay. And that made sense because you didn't want it on the cell phone. Is that right?
For those of you that are just catching up with us today or just catching this today, when they were talking about Telegram, they were creating a Telegram account because they had finally connected with the other victim in this case, and the other victim wanted to have a phone call. And so because the other victim wanted to have a phone call and wanted to message outside of the FetLife app, they created a Telegram, but they needed her 2-factor authentication. So they did all that, and then they did it to set up the meeting with the other victim. So I don't know if it needs to be explained why they are making sure she doesn't see it.
Didn't want what?
That you and he wouldn't want that code on the cell phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember when that happened, where she was?
I would say upstairs, maybe.
Upstairs?
Well, she wasn't in the kitchen, so I'd say she's upstairs somewhere.
Okay, but when you're getting that two-factor authentication, that's not usual. That's something that's kind of unusual. So would it be that you might have a recollection as to where you would be?
Where I would be?
Or where she would be, I'm sorry.
Well, we were in the kitchen, Brenda and I.
Okay. And where would Christine
Christine would be not in the fucking kitchen.
be? It's kind of a big thing, don't you think?
Well, yeah, she could have been in the shower. She could have been.
Okay, so you weren't worried about being caught?
Because I was in the shower. Also, yes, chat, I don't think two-factor authentication is that unusual. I don't, counsel, you're setting yourself up for getting hacked if you don't have like your authenticator app binging you all day long, but
Working with her phone, waiting on a two-factor authentication.
No, he always knew when to do things.
he always knew when to do things. He always knew when to do
You
things.
testify.
That answer is not helpful to the defense. He always knew when to do things, right? Because he knew what his wife was doing, because he probably had the conversation with his wife when she got home from work because she was working as an ICU nurse. Hey, I'm going to take a shower and I'm going to sleep for 5 hours. Right. He knew what she was doing. So he was saying, we're going to do this now because he knew what his wife was doing. She wasn't the one having those conversations with Christine. He was.
That you told Christine about the zoo trip a few days before February 24th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you scheduled to work on the 24th prior to that change?
I do not recall if I was scheduled, probably.
Okay. Was your schedule changed so that you could be there for the 24th?
Well, she was supposed to be at work that day, so I was probably scheduled to work that day too,
Okay.
because she would be working.
And so whatever your schedule was it changed? So what was the schedule before that change and what was it after that change?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
We knew this.
Were you scheduled to work on the 24th before you found out that the zoo was going to be happening?
I think so.
Okay. And when, so nothing changed. You were still working. Is
Well,
that correct?
supposedly, yes.
Okay. But you weren't off and then they put you on for the work schedule.
I don't remember being off, that I was supposed to be off. I don't remember that, no.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. And who was it who made your schedule?
It was, I would have 2 days off normally. The weekends I would be off and sometimes I would work when they would have late nights. I would be working too. Could have been the weekend, weekdays, but normally
Hi.
throughout the week, weekdays.
Okay. Now, let's move on to, you testified about a window replacement project.
Yeah.
And when did you first become aware of a window replacement project?
When he told me that that's what he was going to do.
Okay. When was that?
I can give you a date again.
Okay.
Lauren, I like your question a lot. And to break up the painful pace of this cross-examination, and Fred drooling on me because he's one of those cats that drools. But since she was an ER nurse, doesn't it make more sense to do this while she's working? The testimony yesterday from this witness was that Defendant Banfield said that they had to do everything on the laptop when Christine was home, because in the investigation, they would know because they would have their phones. And that's why they were switching up who was at the gym and who was at the house. So it didn't seem like one person was always in the house when the messages were happening, other than Christine. They wanted to make sure that Christine was always home when this was happening on the laptop, because the plan was to make it look like either Christine had staged this meeting and it had gone wrong, or if they never found the accounts, that the other victim was just an intruder and attacked and killed Christine. Either way, that would work for the option A, option B for the defendant. So that's why they were doing it when she was home. And they did talk about her bringing her bag home from work and putting it down with her laptop in it. So that is part of it too. But yeah, they wanted to make sure she was home because in the investigation, it would come up. Hopefully that helps. But also it says to me that this was very much thought through.
So when he told you, was that the first time you had heard about windows?
As far as I remember, yes.
Okay. But you don't know when they were actually, when the contractors were met with, or there was talk of deposits or any
I
of
was
those
not
details?
present. No,
You were not present?
no.
Okay. And you were not privy to whatever orders for windows and however long it took to bring them there?
Well, I remember when the people came in to change the windows. I remember those days, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. But, that just doesn't happen. You have to order them, you have to measure them, you have to decide how many windows you want.
Right,
Right? And this was a whole house job for windows, correct?
correct.
So it did all of the windows around the entire house, not just the bedroom that
Correct.
you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay? And so what I'm asking you is, you don't know when that process started, do you?
You're asking me if I don't know when the process started?
Well, let me ask you this way. Do you know when they first started looking to change their windows at the house?
Sir, is that a question? Right. Right.
No.
Okay. And is it your
Right.
it's your belief that he changed these windows in furtherance of the story that you've told them regarding catfishing?
He told me so.
What did he say?
That's the one that was on the police plan as well. To change the windows to be more soundproofing, which I don't know the name of it, but he had told me that was part of the plan too.
Oh,
He was
okay.
going to do it.
So another part of the plan. Okay, good. It's coming out.
Ew, counsel. She said that yesterday. What's wrong with you?
Do you, and I may have already asked this, but do you
I think if I was the prosecution, I would probably stand up and say, Your Honor, I object to counsel's inappropriate comments.
remember when he started planning for the windows?
I just answered. I said I don't remember.
Okay.
She said it multiple
But you were
times.
included in the plan about windows, but you don't know when the window planning started.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Now, you testified yesterday that you made 2 calls to 911, correct?
Correct.
And you said one where Brendan Banfield motioned you to hang up, and then the second call, correct?
The first call, yes.
Okay. Did you attempt any other calls?
Yes, counsel. She made us feel very old when she was talking about hanging up the phone with the flat hand and not the cradle. Like, yeah. Uh-huh.
Now that I remember.
Okay. And so so the only calls that you made were the 2 calls, correct?
Yes.
And you're certain that you didn't make any other calls?
I'm saying if I did, I do not recall that.
Okay, so you don't recall. Now, let's talk about the telegram call with Joe Ryan. You testified that you were with Brendan and you made the telegram call to Joe Ryan using...
She testified yesterday that she did like a placed call to Christine before Joseph Ryan entered the house, but he's not being really clear as to time. So it's hard. He's going to say, see, she was being evasive. And it's like, well, did you ask about what period in time are we talking about?
Christine's laptop, is that correct?
Correct.
I agree with you. It's painful.
Did you just have the laptop or did you have the phone too?
I remember just having her laptop.
Where was Christine when you took the laptop?
She was upstairs.
And where were you?
Brent and I, we were in the basement.
Okay, so you were in the basement. And so were you in the basement and you know you were in the basement? Was that because it was particularly noteworthy in your mind?
How
Can you say that again?
do you remember you were in the basement?
A lot of the questions I've asked you, you don't have any memory of where you were. But for this one, you remember you were in the basement.
I remember that one, yes.
Okay, do you remember what day it was?
That was just a couple days prior, the 24th, I would say.
Okay, do you remember the day of the week?
Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. That's my guess.
Okay, and do you remember the time?
Was a night.
Okay, so in February, night starts at about 5:30. Do you have any more
February
specificity?
what?
In February, night starts at about 5:30. Do you have any time frame that you can put on it?
Would say a night, late night, maybe at 9 or something. That's my time frame are you thinking about?
9 p.m. is when
Yes,
you made the call?
something like, oh, it was after that, I guess.
Wait,
Mm-hmm. Counsel, you have the telegram records.
it was after 9?
I said again, it's my guess, yes. If you ask for a time frame, I'd give you that.
She said evening.
I just asked the time.
I don't
She
remember
just told you the
exact
time.
Okay.
Counsel's giving. I go to bed at 6:30.
How long before
There's no
you
shade
made
to
that
that,
call did you
but-
have the laptop in your hands?
He's like, 9 p.m. Yes, they made the call at 9 p.m.
How long were we using it before the phone call, you asked?
Or how long did you just have possession of it?
I don't remember for how long.
Okay, but it was before the call.
Well, yeah, we had to get a laptop in order to make the call, yes.
Okay, so it would be whatever time plus the time for the call
Yes,
that you would have had the laptop, right?
yes.
And with this particular situation, you seem to have.
Well, counsel, this is different. This is when she had to get on a telegram call with the other victim. It's a fairly significant point in all of this happening. The messages back and forth were routine and blend together. But listening, I don't want to put too much behind this, but getting on the phone and talking to the person that you know is going to come to the house and get shot by this other defendant seems like it would stand out a little bit more in your mind than all of the texting back and forth. It seems like that's a little bit more memorable. That is a much more, as a number of you are saying in the chat, that was a much more final step. And you're hearing the voice of the person that is coming to the house. Yeah, that's different. And it's a good point. A lot of you are saying, and it only happened once. Yes. And this is a great point, Marjorie. And Gen Z also doesn't actually talk on the phone. That's also an excellent point. That's an excellent point that Gen Z's like, do not make me make a phone call. Yeah, fair.
Good memory of it. Who put the laptop back afterwards?
Who put the laptop back? I can say for sure.
Okay. Who took the laptop before the call?
Can't say for sure.
Okay. Now, on that same night, were there any FetLife messages that you sent?
Not that I recall.
None that you recall? So if there were, you don't know if they were before the telegram call or after the telegram call?
Well, I don't be able to tell.
Repeating her answers.
I'd not be able to tell.
You'd not be able to tell?
Yes, because I don't recall much of it.
I'm sorry, you don't what into it?
I don't recall it.
Oh, you don't recall it?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Other than FetLife and Telegram activity, did you or Brendan do anything else with Christine's laptop?
A couple of days.
Well,
prior.
I'm asking about that day.
Oh, that day specifically,
Yeah.
I don't recall doing anything else with the laptop.
Okay, other than the Telegram discussion?
The phone call, yes.
Yes. Did you, while having that, did you log into any of Christine's personal accounts
What do you mean?
while you had the laptop over that lengthy period of time for the call?
A, you're assuming it's lengthy. B, she just said that's what they did that day. And there's an anchoring event that she can work backwards from in time because this happened close in time to the murder, which is an anchoring event in her mind.
Personal account of what?
On her laptop?
Right, but what personal account are we talking
No,
about?
I'm asking you. You would know. You were there.
Personal account? Not that I remember.
Would it be personal accounts? Would it be email accounts? Would it be any messages that you sent? Would you log into anything relating to what was already on her laptop? Anything like that?
I just remember getting on Telegram to make the phone call.
Okay, so the answer is no, I don't remember any of those other things that you said.
Yes, it can be that.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time for afternoon?
Yeah, I think it is, Judge.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break. Again, do not talk to anybody about this case and don't do any outside research.
Oh, the jury has to be incredibly fatigued. I can't imagine how hard this day would be to not be able to zoom, to not be able to see on the screen what he's talking about, to not have the dates in a clear order. It's absolutely painful testimony. Truly. I want to see if the judge says anything to the lawyers.
Just come back at 3:45, okay?
Your Honor, can you please yell at them? Please? Can you please yell at them? Okay, let's zoom past this break back to the most excruciating cross-examination that has ever lived. Let's get back into it. We're gonna get through it, chat. If you need to stand up and stretch, because we gotta go.
Access any of Christine's
We gotta go.
actual accounts during the scheme, or did you pretend to be Christine on all accounts that you created and controlled, like FetLife and Telegram?
They were on the two of them,
Just two?
the Telegram account and the FetLife account.
Okay, and that's all the messaging that you were part of?
Yes,
Telegram and FetLife.
yes.
Okay. The email account that came first, do you remember having any involvement other than being next to Brendan and setting it up?
No,
Did you have any involvement in that email account after it was set up?
no.
Who maintained, for example, emptying the inbox or emailing someone?
Brendan?
Okay, so that was Brendan.
Yes.
Okay. And then you were on FetLife and Telegram.
Well, both of us, yes.
Okay, for the ones that you remember. Do you know in your plan with Brendan if he was emailing anyone on that account?
Which account?
The one that was set up specifically for FetLife and Telegram?
The email.
You mean the email?
Yeah.
I don't remember he emailing anybody, but just receiving notifications from the FetLife account and deleting them.
Okay, so he was receiving notifications on the email account from FetLife and then deleting them?
Yeah,
Okay, on the email account.
yes,
Oh my God. On the
And you
email.
know that because you were there when he was doing it?
yes.
Okay, so how would that go? That he would find out about these emails and then take action?
What do you mean, how would,
Well, I'm assuming that he would check the email while the two of you were together.
yeah, that's,
Angel Watcher in the chat said, who empties an email inbox? Someone who's using it for nefarious purposes? But also, he's getting notification that there's a message, I assume, and then he's going in and just deleting all of those. So he needs to know if there's new messages.
what he used to do, yes.
And would he show you and say, oh, I got an email from this email account? Or how would that happen?
Well, it was next to me, I could see it, the notification from FetLife.
Okay. And that notification on the email
I also
was
like
something
deleting
that
stuff
he
out of
would
my
be
email
looking
box.
for
so.
because he doesn't want
I'm
that
with you.
FetLife to come up?
What do you mean?
Well, Christine's account was created. It was an account that she knew, according to you guys, right?
I'm not sure where we're going.
I'm not, what did you just say?
You need to,
It calls for speculation. Do you know if Christine knew that this email was created? But yeah. Right.
phrase your question, please.
Okay. The email that was created
You guys
to
are doing a
look
great
like
job clearing out.
Christine's account.
Look,
Isn't that correct?
Yes,
I'm
Okay,
here
and
for
that's
getting rid
what
of
you
digital
said
clutter.
The plan was when you set it up, correct?
yeah, correct.
So what would the deleting the FetLife messages mean if it's not an account that she would know that she has?
Well, then when you guys are client, I can speak for him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
She just objected to calls for speculation. He's your client. Ask him. Ask him why he was deleting all of them. I don't know. Oh, boy.
You two were in this together and he
Well, yeah,
talked
but-
to you about it. And
Talking to me is one thing, but he doesn't need to tell me step by step what he is doing on his own.
yeah, no, it appears that he did. Were the emails, did you see any of the FetLife emails?
I never opened them to read, no.
Okay, so you were on the email, you just didn't look at what they said.
She didn't say
Well, I
that.
can see from here, yes.
Okay, so it was when he was holding whatever device.
The one he was what?
You would see that because it would come onto whatever device he was holding.
Well, a laptop, yes,
Okay, so it would be on Christine's laptop.
yes.
Okay, and other than, important days like setting up the email account, were there regular times that you guys would just grab the laptop?
No,
Okay.
They were
But-
doing it
but
sporadically.
You're saying that that would be where you would see the FetLife messages.
well, and at the same time, the FetLife website, yes.
Okay, so on the laptop, they come over email, FetLife messages, and then on the FetLife website, you get FetLife messages too.
Well, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about February 23rd. The night before.
The fact that we are this far into the cross-examination and he has not started asking her about what happened is going to lose the jury. Because at this point, I'm fatigued. I'm sure you're fatigued. I'm sure the jury is fatigued. And I don't know if he's trying to wear this witness down before asking questions about what happened the day of the murder, at the murder, during the murder. But we have gotten so far afield with, so you got email notifications and deleted them?
Can you just kind of walk us through what you did during the evening of February 23rd?
Well, I think I might have gone to the gym at some point that day.
You know what time?
I would say evening.
Okay.
That's my guess. Would be.
And the gym records would show that you went there and came back?
Well, the gym just shows when you first come to the gym, when you leave, doesn't do anything.
Okay.
So I don't know what time you left.
Do you know when you came home?
No, not the time specifically, no.
Okay. And was it after you left the gym and you came home that you took Christine's device?
Well, did I say anything that I took her device? I didn't say anything about it, did I?
Well, wasn't that the plan, that the device was taken and you said either one of you would do that?
Well, but I'm confused with your question though.
Well, okay. Who took Christine's device that night?
Well,
You're assuming facts, not evidence.
you're saying,
It's facts, not evidence. It's ambiguous as to time. It's vague. It's a lot of problems. Yes, we are still sped up.
Foundation.
Foundation.
Okay. Foundation to which device, I guess.
Okay. Did you take any of Christine's devices that night?
I don't remember taking her device, no. Maybe her laptop, if,
Okay. Well, I'd consider that a device.
well, yes.
So you took the laptop.
She
Correct.
said maybe.
Well, you're saying it.
I'm asking you a question.
And I'm not sure I understand your question.
Did you take the laptop?
Well, might have.
Okay. February 23rd was, in the grand scheme of the calendar of this case, a pretty important night. Don't you
Yeah.
agree?
Yes.
And my guess is this night probably ran through your head for a long time. Is that correct?
Not as much
Can
as the
say
next
that,
day.
yeah.
So all I'm suggesting is an important night like this, you'd know what you did.
Yeah.
So which device did you take?
Well, it was her laptop.
It wasn't her laptop?
Her laptop.
Oh, it was her laptop. Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. I don't know
Where
if
was Christine at the time?
her just
Again, every time I took her laptop,
acquiescing.
she was in the house
makes
and
this
was
clear.
upstairs.
Okay, she was in the house and mostly upstairs?
Well, upstairs, yeah,
Upstairs.
not mostly, yes.
Okay, can we get more precise?
Precise in terms of what?
Where?
In the master bedroom?
Was that where she was?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you get the laptop from?
Backpack.
And where was the backpack located?
It was always by the door. I don't remember she leaving her backpack anywhere else.
Okay, on February 23rd, her laptop was by the door prior to you taking it?
Well, in the backpack, yes.
Okay, so when you took it, approximately what time was it?
I can't tell you what time it was because I don't remember specifically.
Okay, would it have been nighttime?
I guess.
Okay, and other than taking her laptop, what were you doing with her laptop while she didn't know you had it?
Why she did what?
What were you doing with it when she didn't know you had it?
Well, Brendan and I were maybe texting.
Okay, and you would use the laptop to text on what app?
It was not an app, it was the website.
Okay, website.
my
Which
God.
It would
website?
be either FetLife or Telegram.
Why?
Okay. And so,
We've wandered back
so
into
do
the
you know
weeds.
who was texting on the laptop at that time?
Not specifically, because I was making we were making the lunch for the next day
Okay.
also.
So who was making the lunch?
Brendan helped me make the supposedly lunch.
For the zoo
Okay.
trip?
I'm not sure what that means. Did
The
you
lun-
make a lunch or did you not?
Well, yes, we
Okay.
did make the lunch, yes.
What did you make?
The
It's lunch because it's for the fake zoo trip. It's staged, counsel. She's saying it's staged. It's lunch. She's making a lunch, but it's not like for lunch.
sandwich, turkey sandwich,
A turkey sandwich?
yes.
Okay, so that went pretty quickly. What were you doing then with Telegram? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're taking someone's device,
Counsel, we don't have time for that.
you're trying to get it back as quickly as possible. Am I right?
Yeah.
I know, Chad.
Okay, so
No ham was a
are you
miss.
sure that you would make a lunch after you took the laptop?
Well, I can tell you for sure that Brendan always knew when she was coming downstairs. He always knew it. We
Okay.
can hear the creaking of the stairs or the master bedroom floor creaking when somebody's walking up. So we can pretty much tell what if
The feed's frozen a little bit. It's not your internet. If you notice that the audio's fine and the video's a bit glitchy, it's the feed, not you.
somebody or she was coming downstairs.
Okay, so that wasn't really an answer to my question, but you weren't concerned about being surprised.
To be picky, I think it was an answer to your question because you said, well, you didn't want her to know you were on the laptop. Why are you making a lunch? Like, it seems real sussy if you're trying to be surreptitious that you're making a lunch. And she's like, well, we always knew when she was coming back down because the upstairs would creak.
By her using her laptop. Is that correct?
I mean, I was always concerned, but I trusted Brendan too.
Okay. So were you ever caught with the laptop when you shouldn't have had it?
If I ever what?
Were you ever caught with the laptop when you shouldn't have had it?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have a close call where it was put back before she came down?
Not that I remember.
Not that you remember?
For the laptop, no.
Okay. Oh, would the phone be different?
No.
Okay, what else would there be?
When Brendan and I were doing something in the kitchen.
Okay, but so what we were talking about close call.
Did she almost catch y'all making out? Sounds like she almost caught y'all making out. We were doing something in the kitchen. Did you ever have any close calls? Sir, they were having an affair. So yeah, sounds like there was almost a close call. He's not picking up on that, I don't think. I don't think counsel's picking up on that at all.
In terms of her discovering
Oh, no.
your behavior?
No.
Okay, so there was nothing like that.
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so let's go back to February 23rd.
He didn't pick up with that
You got back from the
at
gym.
all.
You
That's
made
what
a
I was
turkey
taking away
sandwich,
from that.
You prepared it for the next day, and then you used the laptop to do what?
I think we're mostly, well, because we were about to text Joe or something.
You were supposed to ask Joe something?
Text, not
Text.
ask.
Okay. And your testimony, you talked to him previously, right?
To them who
To Joe.
previously of what?
Previous testimony.
Previous to what?
Previous testimony. You testified that you talked to Joe before,
On the,
before
yes,
this night.
on the phone call, yes.
Yeah. When
Yeah.
did that happen?
The phone call?
Yeah.
I already answered, it was a couple days prior.
Okay. Well, you
I can tell
definitely
you the
said
exact
that,
date, but
you
I know it
the
was
date.
the same week, but I can tell you for sure, like the date.
Okay. Well, we're talking about February 23rd now. So when you had the laptop in your possession, what were you saying to Joe?
He asks her a vague question. She answers the question and he goes, but we're talking about February 23rd now. Sir? She's not the one that's off track. She's just answering your questions. But we're talking about the 23rd now. Okay.
The telegram was mostly open on the screen, and I was around the kitchen, and Brennan was there too. And I'm not saying I was the one texting, I'm saying we're mostly doing that on the laptop. The telegram was open.
I apologize, but can you run through that again? I don't even think I understood what you said.
So you'll forgive me if English is not my first language, but what I said is that I was there and Brennan was too, and we're doing other things in the kitchen, and you'd also have access to her laptop the same way as I did.
Okay. And did you see Brendan on the laptop?
They were making the fake lunch in the kitchen at the same time that they were doing things on the laptop the night before the murder.
Yeah,
Okay. What time was that?
I would say a night, I would say.
Okay. What time did you make the lunches for the next day?
It was also around that time, I guess.
Around.
I mean, tell me to
Around
be
the
specific with time, I can't.
Counsel, have you never been in the kitchen with multiple people where one person's doing one thing and one person's doing the other thing and they're talking and then both, what?
Can't do specific time.
Okay. And do you remember when you got the laptop back to Christine?
No,
Do you remember when it was put back into her bag or wherever you got it?
well, we always returned to where he was.
We're always what?
We always returned to where
Holy
he was.
shit.
Okay. And who returned it that night?
Well, yeah.
I said who?
Oh, I don't remember who.
Okay. Was it you?
I just said I don't remember who.
Okay. And do you remember, if you don't know the messages, how many messages were sent?
I don't know how many messages were sent.
Were there any messages that you were responsible for, either in wording or sending or?
Oh
But
God.
I was
Oh, we've circled all the way back to, all the way back to, how many messages did you send? Asked and answered.
responsible for a few of them, but I can't tell you now off the top of my head.
So you were responsible for a few of them on February 23rd?
I know I was responsible for the morning. The
You
24th,
asked
yeah, but the 23rd, I'm
generally,
not
dude.
really sure.
Okay. You just don't remember that night?
I'm saying I don't recall myself typing out the messages. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Are you going to ask her about what
Do you
happened
remember Brendan typing out?
next?
Well, he was here. I was on the counter on the other side, so I can't really tell you what he was texting or who or what. I can't tell you that.
Okay. And you didn't ask him since you were kind of in a plan together?
Not really. Not that I remember asking. No.
I mean, were you feeling agitated or worried about what was going to happen the next day?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And so I would think you would want to know what those messages were that kind of set up what your next day was going to be.
Maybe they tell me, but if it's not something I remember, I can tell you something I did not remember.
I'm sorry. Did you say?
If that's something I did not remember,
She said she can't fucking tell you what she doesn't fucking remember, sir. That's what she said. I can't fucking remember, so I can't fucking tell you. We were having conversations. Don't know exactly what it was.
I can't tell you.
Okay. So your answer is, I don't remember.
Put it that way, yeah, okay.
And you talked about having problems with your brain in trauma before.
Well, I didn't say problems, but I said that's what happens to people when they have trauma. Yes, they go through trauma. That's what happens. Yes.
Okay. Would you not remembering anything before the trauma
Maybe it's possible.
cause you to not remember anything?
It's possible. Yes. I took some trauma classes in jail, so I've learned quite a bit.
Okay. Okay. Has
It's
anybody
possible.
Okay.
Anybody with a medical degree ever advised you or checked you out for that?
No, I guess they have some knowledge in the subject, and that's why they talked about it in the jail.
I'm glad that they do, honestly, because needed, but also counsel. Her saying it was a few days before is not her not remembering anything. It's so bad. Just
Do you
so
know
bad.
where Christine's desk is located in the bedroom?
Christine is what?
Her desk was located in the bedroom.
Desk.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a desk in the bedroom. Yes.
That's what I'm asking. Do you know where it's located?
Yeah. There's a fireplace here, and then this side of the bedroom there's a desk.
Well, so let's just kind of look at it from the standpoint of walking in the door of the bedroom.
Yeah.
Why don't you just grab a picture of the bedroom and show it to her?
And we've seen it on some of the body cam videos. The bed is to the right, the bathroom's to the right.
Yes.
Where would the desk be if you're looking in from that direction?
Just grab the
To the
picture.
left.
Okay, to the left.
Yes.
And the
All your
desk,
stuff.
Was
in
it
a
on
box.
the far wall or the near wall?
So I just remember the far wall.
The far
The-
wall. Okay,
yeah.
so you could see it after you take a few steps into the bedroom if you look to your left?
You can see. I could see it.
Okay. Did Christine ever keep her laptop there?
If she ever left her laptop there,
Did she ever keep her laptop there?
I wouldn't know.
Did she ever do work on her laptop, like work for Innova?
There was a printer, so I would guess she's done work there, but that not I have seen. No.
Okay.
Right, because if Christine was doing work on her laptop at the desk in her bedroom, one would think that her au pair would be with Valerie doing things, because it doesn't help to have live-in childcare when you need to work if they're in the bedroom with you in that. So no, I don't think she's sitting there watching Christine work in her bedroom.
And I suppose you wouldn't go in there if you didn't otherwise have a reason to go in there.
No.
I mean, until she did.
When you had said that you were taking depression medication for a couple of months, right?
Yeah.
So it was a
We've now
couple of months, 2 months?
jumped around in time to who knows
It might have
when.
been 2 or more than 2.
Okay. And did it help you at all?
Like I said before, it made me numb.
Okay. And was that a help to you or a hindrance?
I didn't like it.
Okay. Is that why you went off?
Yes.
I still don't understand why it matters that she was being treated for depression. I don't think it makes it less likely that she knows what she knows. I just don't, no idea.
Did you know why the name Anastasia 9 was chosen?
Well, the comment I remember Brendan telling me was that her middle name was Ann. That's the only thing I remember he telling me.
Okay, so Brendan told you.
The victim's middle name was Anne, so the handle he picked to lure someone to assist with her murder was Anastasia. Well, I fucking hate that.
Yes.
Did you ever know, I'll withdraw that.
Also, Would she have known that? No. She wouldn't have known that.
You testified previously that you went to go get towels.
Yes,
And then you came back.
yes,
But you indicated in that testimony you weren't sure why you went to get towels. Is that right?
that's what I said, yes.
Okay, so you went in toward the gun safe, is that right?
Yes,
Now, did you go there to put the gun into the gun safe or take the gun out?
supposedly take the gun out, like I said before, but I had it with me.
I'm not sure what that means.
This is actually really helpful questioning, counsel, and you're fucking it up. But I'm going to put this to real time because I am actually interested in whether or not my supposition yesterday was right. Because yesterday she didn't really testify very clearly about going to the safe. We have now jumped around in time. This is not linear and easy to follow. But he is asking about why you went to the safe. And yesterday she was saying, I think her testimony was, he told me to go to the safe and he kept giving me the code to the safe. I don't remember the numbers, 6767. He kept telling me to go to the safe and I didn't know why, but I took off my shoes and in my socks, tippy-toed to the safe in the bedroom and put in the code. And now she's saying it was supposedly to get the gun, but I already had the gun. And we were talking about that a bit yesterday during her direct. So that's what we thought, because a lot of you in chat said exactly this. Well, if they come home and are interrupting an intruder, why would they be walking in with the gun that stays in the gun safe? Well, you wouldn't. You would have to go to the gun safe and get the gun. Fair.
Gun into the gun safe or take the gun out?
Supposedly take the gun out, like I said before, but I had it with me.
I'm not sure what that means. I guess quotations, but what did you go into the bathroom to do and get towels?
That's what I said. He had told me to do it, and I did.
Okay, so he told you to.
Are any of you confused what she means by was supposedly getting the gun? Is anyone confused? Hey, T. Oh, whichever. You pick. Sure. Sounds good. Thank you for getting dinner started, buddy. Right. None of you are confused.
Go in and get towels.
Right.
Yes,
Isn't it true that the 911 operator told you to get towels?
well, I can't tell for sure if that's something I don't remember.
You don't remember the 911 call?
I do remember the 911 phone call, but I don't remember the part specifically where the person told me to get a towel.
You don't remember the 911 operator saying get towels and whatever you can for compression?
Well, I would assume that you'd do it because that's the procedure, but like I said, that's not something I remember doing, the person telling me to do. I was not the one really talking.
All right. Now that she's answered about the safe, I'm going to speed this back up. I thought he would follow up on that more, and he didn't. And I don't know why he wouldn't follow up on that more, but
On the phone call.
sure.
Okay, that's not my question. You heard it though.
I'm saying I do not recall that part.
Okay. When was the last time you heard the 911 call?
Last time what?
You heard the 911 call.
While Brenda was talking to the person, the 911 phone call person.
Her lawyer might have not played it for her. He's like, when's the last time you heard the 911 call? When I was on the phone with 911. She wasn't sitting in court when it was played in trial.
And I know I was there, but I don't think my mind was really there.
In your preparation with the Commonwealth, did you not hear the 911 call
No,
or see a transcript of it?
no.
Okay.
However, in her direct, didn't she say that when she called 911 the first time, because Christine told her to call 911, they had shot Joe Ryan, and that's what you could hear. So wouldn't she have heard the 911 call to know that was him in the background? Because yesterday I was like, oh shit, we were wondering if that was him. We heard we heard something. And then when she clarified that, it was a little bit chilling. But she wouldn't have known that you could hear him on the first call if she hadn't heard it. I don't know if counsel will pick up on that inconsistency and ask her about it, or if there's an inconsistency between the first 911 call and the second 911 call. I don't know. But we'll see. I'm real curious if the defense follows up on that.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir. Redirect.
Your Honor.
He's done? Of all the fucking things, you're done?
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Let me get this straight. The defense ended their cross-examination asking the co-defendant about if she had heard the 911 calls, not following up on her testimony from yesterday saying that you could hear Joe Ryan on the first 911 call, not following up on that at all, and not asking her about anything past the moment of the 911 call, not asking her anything about how vague and unspecific her testimony gets when the murders happen in the bedroom. We spent 9,000 years going over who typed which message that all seemed to be quite a lot the same. Did you have the laptop? Or did he have the laptop? And who was texting messages? And I understand that the defense will probably want to argue, you don't know my client was texting these messages. Sure. But asking her nothing else is wild. I don't know if there was anything in that cross that counsel asked that made it seem like she was lying to him, making things up. She was pretty clear when she's like, I don't remember the date. And then at times she's like, I remember that it was just before this. And he's like, but what date? And she's like, well, just before this. I don't know exactly what date that was. Okay. I don't know if a lot of new information was learned on that cross-examination or if she was caught in anything that she had been untruthful about before. He asked her about her interview with law enforcement, but he never pinpointed things in the law enforcement interview. And he said in the law enforcement interview that was more than a year before this trial, when she took the plea deal back in October 2024, which of the messages in FetLife did Brendan send? And she had specified 5 of them. I know he sent those, it seemed. But he never clarified on that. And she said, I remembered it then. I don't remember it now. And we got more discussion about whether or not she was in negotiations for selling her story for a book or a movie. They're going to make money off it. I believe she was talking about Netflix specifically in that message, but they're going to make money off of it. We deserve something. He cut off most of that and said, you think you deserve something. And while her answers were definitely unlikable, she also explained, well, yes, I want to make sure my family gets paid. I had been working and now I'm not. And I want this money. I want them to hire my mom. I want this money to go to my family. And I want to make sure my family's taken care of for everything that we've been through. And while the jury might find it distasteful, I don't know if it makes it seem that she is being untruthful in talking about the conversations that she and the defendant had in planning this murder. I don't know if it undermines anything that she said. And it's going to be based on how the jury feels about her testimony, which also can be very mixed. They can find it distasteful, but she also made those negotiations after she signed the plea deal. So does that change the plea deal? Was she trying to take a plea so that she could sell her story? Or was there other motivation for taking the plea deal that she explained? And then selling her story was like, well, if they're going to make money, I'm going to make money. So, yeah, it is what it is. I think that the defense put feelers out for a few different potential arguments, but they didn't really close the loop on any of those the way we've seen in other cross-examinations, where when the defense kind of makes their point, you're like, oh, that's where that went. Oh boy. I think during, excuse me, I think during Alessi's cross-examination, now we need water. I think during Alessi's cross-examination of Shannon Burgess, I was sitting there going, why are we still going over this with the resume? Like, okay, what are we doing with the resume? And then he was like, did you know this degree didn't even exist at this university ever? And we're all like, oh. And then he's like, my employer made it. And he's like, actually, did you know that this was in your LinkedIn profile? And we're like, damn, it's also on the LinkedIn. There was not a moment in this cross-examination where counsel was like, and then this, and we went, oh, that's where you're going. There were too many moments in this very wandering cross-examination where it's like, oh, are you going to follow up on that? No. Oh, are you going to ask this? No. Oh, are we going to learn something new other than she's talking with producers? No. Okay. Well, let's see what's in the redirect. I can imagine that the redirect's going to be, you told us the truth here today. Right? This is the most important witness of this case, because of the people that were in the bedroom when this crime happened, 2 of them are dead and 2 of them are in this court. 1 of them's on the witness stand. And if the jury believes her, 1 witness is enough. If other evidence bolsters her testimony, then it's multiple. And what he did on cross was not a ton. Let me know if you agree, disagree, because if there were points that he made in cross that I missed, let me know. I found it hard to follow and wandering and disorganized and unprepared. And even if examinations are clunky at times, because with technology and having to switch the screen and show things, things might be clunky. But it didn't feel prepared. It didn't feel like it had a point. And it didn't feel like he pulled things out that he's going to bring forward in other arguments. It felt like he was just kind of poking around to see what happened. And that's a really difficult place to be on cross of the most important witness in the case. So we'll see. All right. Redirect.
Okay.
Let's see. Was not a good cross. Yeah, it was not a great cross at all. But it's going to depend on what the jury thinks. If he made the jury dislike her more, that might be enough. I don't know if that's going to happen. I think the jury can both dislike her and believe her. Because two things can happen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think the jury can also find, and I think this might be more likely, I think the jury can also find that there were points where she downplayed her own involvement, but also told them what they planned together. We'll see. It's a fair point, Chad. A lot of you are like, I think the cross made the jury dislike both of them
So
more.
I'm not going to go back through all of the letters that the jail communications that you have looked at today. But
Sure.
Thank you.
I did want to ask you, Mr. Carroll showed you, I'm going to say approximately 70 something jail communications of you texting or letters. The communications that you saw and that you read from, is it fair to say that most of them were longer than the one or two lines or the paragraph that you read?
Yes.
And when in the communications that you were having and
Did he ever circle back and admit those into evidence, by the way? I don't know if he did. I don't know if he admitted them into evidence.
in the early days of your arrest and of your case, the communications in which you were expressing sorrow and sadness and despair, are those just the feelings that you were having at the time?
Those are feelings that I had, and I still have it.
And Mr. Carroll asked you about the genesis of this plan or the beginning of this plan and what you remember about the beginning of this plan and as the steps of the plan went more and more forward. Did you think that this was really going to happen?
I did not.
And Mr.
So
Carroll
when did shit get
also,
real?
showed you a number of communications that you've had with a couple of different people with connections to the media. And when this is all over,
Happen. Because at some point, that changed.
or when your case is over with, are you going to be able to return to work as an au pair?
I won't.
And do you have any idea what it is that you're going to do for monetary support for yourself?
No.
This is an interesting strategy of, I mean, she's got to make money somehow. I understand the point, but I don't know if you just let the jury leave that be. Maybe ask, hey, did you decide to take this plea deal because of these offers from the media? I think that's fair. But like, hey, you're going to need to make some money. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I think getting to the point of, did you take this plea deal to sell your story? Fair. It goes to whether she's essentially changed her mind because of money. That's a fair question. Leave the rest of it alone.
Are you going to be able to return to work as an au pair?
I won't.
And do you have any idea what it is that you're going to do for monetary support for yourself?
No, I don't.
And do you have family in Brazil?
I do.
And are those family in Brazil going to be able to support you?
No, not at all.
So do you have any idea what it is that you're going to do for
What's Valerie going to do, though, counsel? What's Valerie going to do? When her dad goes to prison and her mom's dead? I don't love this line of questioning. I don't think it's helpful.
money or support or anything aside from what you might be paid to talk about your story with someone who's interested?
No, I don't.
Mr. Carroll asked you a lot about things that you might have remembered or not remembered while you were in jail.
And
Is it hard to remember every single day in jail?
Yes. And sometimes we just know if you're being jailed in a situation, we try actually to push some thoughts out of our minds. We don't want to be doing that.
And is there a routine in jail? Is every day in the jail different and new and exciting, or are they all the same?
it all
The
blends
same.
together.
And is it fair to say that you became frustrated with the defendant before you ultimately entered your plea?
Yes.
Tell
And
me
did you
that.
expect the defendant who came up with this plan to help you with your defense?
Okay. The redirect is more leading than the cross-examination. The redirect is way more leading than the cross-examination. And I want to know more about the relationship souring before she took the plea deal, because I think that is a bigger part of all of this.
Defendant before you ultimately entered your plea?
Yes.
And did you expect the defendant who came up with this plan to help you with your defense?
I did.
Where is the objection to that question? Did you expect the defendant who came up with this plan to help you in your defense? Where's the counsel? Are you, buddy? Also, counsel, come on with this leading question. She said, I did. I expected him to help me with my defense.
And how did you feel about this as you got closer and closer to trial and he wasn't helping you?
I felt alone. I felt that he was being unfair for not helping when the whole point of him being in jail was because of his plan, what he had planned. And he was not the one paying my defense. And yes.
And we heard from these communications, we heard from your letters and from your smart tablet communications.
I mean,
that you were disappointed at times with your attorney when you were trying to prepare for your trial.
Yes.
yep.
Did he visit you often enough to get ready?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to get through all of the 8 terabytes that you received in discovery?
I would guess so. Yeah, he came to see me enough that we could go through some stuff. Other
8
times we go through
terabytes?
some stuff with my other lawyer.
Wait, sorry.
Go ahead.
So on one occasion, you wrote to your mom and said that he came in with a laptop that wasn't charged.
Yes.
And actually, I think I remember Mr. Carroll showing us two such communications.
It was more than 2.
Was that something that inhibited your ability to get through and to look at discovery in the case?
Well, yes, potentially, yes.
And so all of the discovery that you have looked at.
It's also odd to me that the prosecutor that did the opening is not the prosecutor that is doing the examination of their kind of key witness, but either way.
What Mr. Carroll is insinuating, right, is that you used the Commonwealth's evidence to make up a story about what happened. Is that what happened?
It is not.
Okay.
I know he wants to make sound that way for his client's privilege, but it's not.
If counsel, will you just ask direct questions and stop leading? Because then it sounds
Juliana,
like
how old were you?
she's being evasive because you're putting words in her mouth because your questions are all super leading. Okay.
When all of this began?
21, just turned 22,
And how old are you now?
25.
So is it fair to say that you're 22, 23 years old when this plan begins? Is it fair to say
No.
that you're 22, 23 years old and you've fallen in love with your employer at the time that this plan begins?
Yes,
And your employer is older than you are, is that correct?
15 years older.
And he's a law enforcement officer, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that as this plan marched on, is it fair to say you're far away from home?
Yes,
I mean, the jury knows that.
And are you away from your mom, your grandpa, your other family members of support?
yes,
And after you were arrested in October of 2023, you're how old?
23, I'm say.
So had you ever been in jail before?
No, never,
Had you ever been accused of a crime like this before?
never.
And while you were in jail, is it fair to say that you're still a continent away from your family and your support system?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you miss them?
terribly, yes.
And is it fair to say that you were worried and concerned about what your future would be?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you relied on?
Look, the defense argument is that the prosecution is essentially using this witness to like make a case fit and to tell the story that they want to tell and whatever. But knowing that that's the defense strategy, using your whole redirect to lead also looks like you're just spoon feeding her what you want her to say. Even if it's the truth, the optics on it are bad. The strategy on it is bad. Let her explain. The strategy for redirect just really feeds into what the defense is trying to argue better than the defense's cross. The optics are just, if you're uncomfortable with like, why am I uncomfortable with this redirect? If that is put words around it, hopefully that helps. But it feels like they're putting words in her mouth. Just let her explain.
Brendan and Tess
I did.
for everything at that point.
For everything, yes.
Now, that morning in the room, in the bedroom, you were asked about calling 911 on that morning
Yes,
and whether or not you may have dialed 911 more than once. Is that correct?
yeah, that
You
was
remember being
correct.
asked that?
Yes,
Okay. When you said you called 911 accidentally, you called 911 in response to Christine saying, Juliana, call 911.
yes,
And then you said, Brendan gave you the cut sign.
yes,
And you said you hung up.
yes.
Did you put your phone in your pocket at that point?
I don't remember.
Do you know where your phone was?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to leading.
Oh, sorry.
Four separate
Leading.
questions were.
There's counsel. I'm going to object to leading. Correct. There we are.
Leading, sustained.
Fair.
If I was the defense, though, I don't know. Strategically, do you let it go and then argue it? Do you let it go and then be like, see? They just keep putting words in her mouth.
I'm going to object.
I don't know who said fair. Hold on. Let me slow it down to real time because somebody said fair. I don't know if it was the prosecution or not.
Leading.
Oh, sorry.
Four separate
Leading.
questions were.
Leading, sustained.
Fair.
It was the prosecutor that said fair. What is happening?
Do you recall where you put your phone after you hung up that call?
I can't say 100% sure though.
Do you recall?
Today is just
Do you recall if the pants that you were
Wild.
wearing that day had pockets?
My sweater had pockets. I think it was just a sweater. Yes,
Is it possible that you stuck your phone in your sweater pocket?
totally, yes.
Is it possible that your phone was knocking around in your pocket?
It's also possible, yes.
where is the prosecution going with what, that she didn't hang up? Or she thought she hung up and let the line stay open a la Donna Adelson? I don't understand where we're going with this.
I have the court's indulgence for one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they almost done? You got to ask her if she's telling the truth and stuff. You got to at least do that, right?
Everything that you talked to me about yesterday,
Yes,
was that all the truth? Is that
Yeah.
the truth?
it is.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Well, there's that question.
Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, she is.
All right. Ma'am, since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony or this case with anybody at this time until you're called again to the stand, all right? You can stay right there for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day of testimony. I'm going to go ahead and release you. a
Thank
little early tonight.
God.
Just make sure.
Let me
you
outta
have a
here.
Restful evening. Stay away from sick people, please. Drink some water, and we'll see you bright
Excuse me, Your Honor, they can't stay away from sick people. You've brought them into the courtroom.
and early tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you. Have a good night. No outside research, and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Judge A's like, stay healthy. We need you. Stay away from the defense attorney who sounds like he is sick. Okay. Wow. That, I want to see if the court says anything to the attorneys, but
Ma'am, you're remanded back to the custody of the sheriff. You can go ahead and go back, set up for our witnesses for 10 a.m. start to do this evening.
hold on. The judge is saying, is there anything we need to do this evening? And yes, this is behind real days, but I'm just curious what Judge A has to say.
To the custody of the sheriff. You can go ahead and go back. All right. Do we have anything else we need to do this evening? All right. And tomorrow morning, we're all set up for our witnesses for 10 a.m. start. We're good? Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect. All right. We'll see you at 10 a.m. then. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
All right, law nerds. Well, they are done for that day. Actually, let me make sure they're done for that day. I want to just, they're done for that day. So at the end of day 2, they finished the testimony of co-defendant Juliana, who was the au pair for the Banfield family. The strategy on redirect to just go all leading was actually kind of wild, given that the defense is trying to say that this witness is a mouthpiece for the prosecution, and trying to defend and make it like better that she was in negotiations to sell her story, because what's she going to do for work after she murdered someone was a very interesting strategy. We'll see if the defense argues about the prosecution doing a full leading redirect before they objected, because it does fit into their theory of the case that the prosecution is just using this witness and she is going to say anything to get out of custody. But again, there are points of her testimony that I don't know if she would have known if not for the conversations. I'm interested to see what the digital forensics say. I'm interested to see what the defense witnesses say. And I'm very curious to see where this case goes. So I guess we'll see when we get into the next few days of trial. So law nerds, I need to ask you a question. For all of you that are here, you get to decide. You have the power, law nerds. This is being live at the end of a very long day. You have the power. A couple of you have said the live court bumper is wrong. I'm putting the live court date for the date this happened in court, since we are behind a few days. And in case anybody wants to go watch these days of court. Here's the question. Tomorrow we have a very full day on day 3 of trial of scientific experts, because I went through and listed the experts that they call. Here's my thought. Let me know what you think. There are some of those experts that we can just summarize their testimony and not go through them. What I would like to do is summarize those experts, go through the photos of the clothes, which I think is helpful. Go through the photos of the clothes and like the crime scene photos, because they're going to talk about the blood evidence. Summarize the other experts and try to do day 3 and 4 together, or day 3, 4, and 5 together. Because all of you are saying, yes, just skip them. Because it would be nice to catch up in real time, I think, with the defense. So I will look at what happened in court today and yesterday to see if we can start catching up with the defense. Because the defense will be in their case tomorrow, and then court is dark on Friday. So what I think I'd like to do is that if they are getting close, because they are now in real time in the defense case. Hi, Fred. What I'd like to do is get us to a place where if we are catching up on the defense case, if they get to closing arguments soon, we could jump into closing arguments in real time. And then if we need to go back, we can go back. Because they might be getting close in time to doing closing. I think they are really going to move through this case much faster than they thought. So we'll see. A lot of you are saying, yes, just do it. Okay, perfect. So what I'll do tomorrow is see if we can condense a couple court days. I will work on that tonight. We will, instead of going through all the DNA experts, just be like, the DNA expert said this DNA was here or there or not. And then we will go through it. So judge is considering court on Friday. Oh, of course they're worried about the same storm that we're getting. Right. So that might suck for the judge. Because I don't know how they respond to snow vis-a-vis how we respond to snow, but next week I'm planning that my kids are going to be out of school. So I'll see what we can do to catch us up a little bit, because that's a fair point that this storm that's coming in might shut down court for a couple days. So fair. A lot of you are saying Fairfax does not handle snow well. I mean, same in Middle Tennessee. I think Tennessee fights over one snow plow for the entirety of Middle Tennessee. Hi, buddy. So we will try to condense days. And then if we catch up in real time to closing arguments, we catch up in real time to closing arguments. But they might actually have court closed a couple days next week and miss it because of snow days. So we are also going to get walloped with snow that we are, we're going to get walloped with snow. So, kiddos already had stuff for the weekend get canceled, and we'll see what happens. So Virginia also has only emergency plows. We're the same here in Middle Tennessee. So thank you, law nerds, for the help. We will try to condense. And then if there's stuff we need to go back and catch up on, if court's closed down, we'll go back and catch up. But then it gives us a little bit of better opportunity to catch up on closing arguments in real time if we need to. So we'll see. It's going to be real hard for the for the jury if it's like, okay, and now we're snowed out for 4 days. It's going to suck for them. So I'll take a look and we'll see what we can figure out, but we'll definitely condense the scientific experts because I don't think we need to know the way that the lab does their DNA testing if we can just get to the results of what the DNA testing is. So we'll see. We can do that. It's going to be quite a storm. So I will be on Friday. I'm going to be like salting the driveway and stuff. Fred's ready to go. All right. We're going to answer some questions. You've got questions. I've got questions. We're going to answer some questions. Y'all do your preparation for the weather. This one's got some interesting characteristics. All right, Fred, you big cat here. You can just stay. You can just stay. This one's Fred. Fred's got the white on him. He's also a much bigger cat. George is all ginger. So, all right, buddy. He's like, stop it. I want to do what I want to do. Yes, I know. We are now covered. We are now covered in fuzz. Thank you, Fred. He's just going to sit on my arm. All right. I do need to know if 3 or less people are involved in DNA testing. I think they're calling everybody for the DNA testing, right? The lab supervisor, the this, the that, the all of them. So let's answer a few questions. Yes, Fred did not appreciate it. He wanted to sit where he wanted to sit because he wants to watch. Thing is, he likes to watch my computer mouse move on the screen and then try to grab it. So that's not always helpful. All right, let's get to Q&A. We're just today it really was painful. A number of you asked, do I regret looking at this case? No. We have lots of examples of different types of lawyering, different types of cases. And I think the nuance of a flipped co-defendant is really is a really, I hate to say interesting in the context of this case because this case is just so horrific. But the nuance of flipped co-defendants is something we don't see a lot in the cases that we've covered. And it is something that the jury has to navigate. The jury, like they did in the Adelson cases, they have to navigate. Do you believe this person regardless of what you think about them and what they did and how they did it and how they behaved? Can both things be true? And I think a lot of jurors come to both things can be true. And it is a more nuanced approach, but also they're in the courtroom with her, listening to the questions in real time, and they get to say, you know what, I believe that he said to her, yeah, because of the investigation, we need new iCloud accounts. Yeah, because of the investigation, we're gonna go on to FetLife and we're gonna find somebody who's gonna do this, and then we're gonna set it up to do that. And in her initial jail letters, she's saying that the prosecution's theory is we planned this together, he planned this, and I wasn't even supposed to be there. Those were the 3 theories of the prosecution going into this. After this trial, I'll be interested to take a look at what led them to arrest her first versus him. The timing that took me like going through my notes to kind of figure out, because it wasn't very clear in the testimony, but the timing that was most interesting to me is that all of the conversations, it seems, with production, like monetary conversations with production, not with a reporter here or there, but monetary conversations happened after she signed the plea deal. That's interesting timing. And he was arrested and indicted by a grand jury before she signed the plea deal. And that's interesting to know too. So what evidence led them to arrest her? What evidence led them to arrest him? And then after his arrest, I think she didn't give us all the information about why she was then much more willing to take a plea deal. But I also wonder if she thought that he was going to be racing to flip on her, which is common. And they talk about it. The feds talk about it a lot. Like the first one to take a deal. And I think we said that in the Jen Shaw case, and it happened like almost immediately. And yes, her gun shot Joe. It's a fair point. A lot of you in the chat are saying her gun shot Joe, and it was after he was already somewhat incapacitated by the first shot, which is fair. And that might have been the number one factor. I just don't know how they got to that conclusion, because we didn't see any of her interviews with police and stuff, and I don't know if we will. But Meanne said, have we talked about why we think police arrested her before they did him? We were just chatting about that, but it might have been that, but we'll see. So let's get to some of the questions. And we will break for the night so I can work on summarizing, so we can skip some things tomorrow and skip some witnesses tomorrow, because we will. Kate's the Great, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. To everyone who gifted memberships today, I know I didn't get them all pulled up. Thank you. Today was a struggle for my brain to stay engaged and not just crash out over the questioning and be of use. It was really trying to stay engaged to usefully navigate what I think the defense might be trying to argue down the road was a challenge today. It was a challenge today. Yeah, it was much. Jen in the chat said, storm prepping here too while taking care of myself and my almost 14-year-old mini Lawnard while we fight some kind of flu-ish junk. I'm sorry. The winter sick is definitely going around. Sending hugs and prayers for protection during this weather. I hope so. When the freeze in 2021 was so devastating. So I hope that, because that freeze caught many unaware, I think there has been much made of this storm. And yes, I'm sure that some places people are going to be like, oh, wah-wah. I would rather be prepared and wah-wah than not prepared and without electricity for like weeks. So I hope that when everybody's like, hey, this one needs to be paid attention to, everybody's like, okay. Instead of like, oh, you say this every year. The warnings I've been seeing just for where I live have been a little different than other warnings in other years. What I appreciate about all the meteorologists that I watch and Ryan Hall and others is that they explain to me why it's a different storm, which really helps. I like to know the why. Not just like take this seriously. It's like, okay, but the mixture of the warm air and the cold air makes this one very different. And historically, for at least where I live, these are the types of snows and the types of weather conditions that set up for fairly large snow. So, and then we'll stop talking about the weather and start talking about traders again. Don't worry. Allie said, EDB, if they had gotten married during this time, would spousal privilege apply? So if they had gotten married after the murder, spousal privilege would apply to things that happened after the murder. Spousal privilege does not wipe the slate clean going backwards. It's not retroactive. From the time of marriage forward, sure. But none of them are being charged with things after the fact. If they were not married the day that it happened, spousal privilege does not apply. So if that helps, hopefully that helps. It was a great question. I'm glad we got to answer it. Thank you everyone for the gifted memberships. I had to grab this from Peachy Bows in the chat. EDB, I met Judge Everett today and he was lovely. Peachy Bows, that sounds amazing. Big fans of Judge Everett. I'm glad it was awesome. That must have been awesome. And it sounds amazing. So yay, Judge Everett does seem lovely. So many of the judges we have seen, I like so much that it stands out really clearly. The ones that I don't vibe with. I did not vibe with counsel's questioning today. And I'm bummed because there were these little threads that counsel could have pulled on and didn't. And then there were these big swaths of cross that was just a miss. If she's lying about something, show me. If she is being willfully evasive just to pin it all on him. Show me that. And what the questioning showed me is that at some point she stopped trusting dude and then was like, nah, I'm going to tell them the truth. And I don't think we got 100% of the answer. I think we got a part of that answer. I don't think we got 100% of that answer. So we'll see. But I don't know. Do you think we got 100% of that answer? I don't. But if you guys do, let me know. I think there are definitely answers that were downplayed. And yeah, were downplayed. T with Tosh, thank you so much. I am not going to be able to pronounce guarana with coquina on me. Our new motto, Brazil, great snacks. Terrible nanny. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. This case today was comically bad because it was just painful. But it doesn't kind of clear the slate on the horrificness of this crime because it is chilling. And we've covered a lot of homicide cases. I've, aside from that, in my work, dealt with a lot of homicide cases, but there are some that are just like on a different level. And I think him being law enforcement is part of that different level. But also just, you know, divorce is still an option. It's just absolutely frustrating. Kay Rose asked, can you explain her arrest charges at the beginning? She was charged with one murder. I think it was for Joe, and the use of a firearm in the commission of that murder. They were also not charged with conspiracy. The two of them were not charged with conspiracy at all. And that's an interesting thing. Steph asked, did mom pay for her lawyer before the plea deal or after? Oh, Steph, from like the time of arrest. That was an interesting reveal, wasn't it? Real interesting reveal. Janice said Judge Everett was so kind to respond personally to my request for an interview for school. That's amazing, Janice. I love it. Judge Everett just seems great. And so many of the judges in the cases we cover seem great. There's going to be some appellate briefs due soon for Adelson, which will be interesting. We got some stuff coming up. There's going to be some other cases that have updates soon. But we're going to try to zoom through this trial and solidify it. A number of you in chat are like, why not the conspiracy? I don't know what the conspiracy laws look like in Virginia. I haven't looked. It might be jurisdictional. I didn't look at their code section. It might also have not been something that would have helped them. It might have been that the prosecution is like, we need her to flip. Going after them as co-conspirators doesn't get us the inside update. We need the inside scoop of like how things were decided, why they were decided, how they were done. They might have just needed all of that information or wanted all of that information. So the focus was on a deal for her. Law Nerds, it has been a 7.5-hour stream. We're going to zoom a little bit tomorrow and summarize some of the witnesses and look at some of the evidence, some of the physical evidence, the clothing and things like that, and then go through the scientific testimony. I hope we can condense 2 days of scientific testimony for that. If you do not have the Law Nerd app, grab the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's free for all of you on iOS and Android, and it will keep you in the loop with when we're going live. So if you're ever like, is EDB going live the moment it says that she is going live on the thing? No, there's a grace period. The Law Nerd app, when you get the app ping is when we're getting real close. We're getting real close to going live. So the app will get you there. And with that, Law Nerds, I will see you tomorrow for days 3 and 4 and maybe more. So we're just, remember when we said we were going to zoom? Yeah, that was cute. Let's see what we can do to condense time tomorrow. All right, Law Nerds, good to see you. Good to be in trial with you. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.